Hello. Hello, Apple. How are you? How are you today? Hello and welcome to How, otherwise known as my room. I think today I'm gonna start with some nail polish. Let's see. Let's kill this. Oh, you're already there. Actually, let me show this first. I think it's my screen. You guys out of the way. Oh fuck, my camera's in the way. So I'm kind of not sure if I can see chat properly this way. Let's keep it here for now. Okay, so I currently only have 2 things planned. I might be able to come up with 2 more, but we'll see what I'm feeling like in the moment. Okay, so this is a podcast episode that we started listening to last time. When I was trying to speed through some stuff in the Pokemon Nuzlocke. But since I'm going to be doing my nails, we'll continue listening to this for the time being. Oh my goodness, how long is this track? Waiting for it to end. Okay, 20 seconds left. Waiting for it to end. Second. Fully pause the music. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Okay, I guess that's good enough. Okay, so this episode, which we started last time, and we only got like 1 minute in, we just started with a tip. This is from Strange Familiars, episode who knows whatever, 500 something or other. Episode titled An Assembly of Oddities. And then I thought it was funny because the first thing I thought of when I read the title today is, what if it were named instead An Assembly of Odysseys? Whoa, which is cool, like that new film that just came out, The Odyssey. Which I was, when I thought of that title, An Assembly of Odysseys, I remembered an idea for a story that I had when I was in college or something. It's like a short story, just creative writing from my own artistic pleasure, I guess. For my own artistic fun. The title would be called Worms, and it would be a collection of slice of life moments and instances of New Yorkers going about their day in New York City, or maybe even also tourists in New York City, because New York City is the Big Apple, and then there's that cartoonified image or illustration and the idea of a worm being inside of an apple, kind of like an apple who's currently in chat. And so I thought that's like a cool title and idea concept, like super quick slice of life, short stories about New Yorkers, and viewing them sort of as worms. And then I thought of, wait, what if the main title is Worms, and then the subtitle is An Assembly of Odysseys? That's pretty cool. I don't know why reading this title and then mimifying it into the Odyssey made me think back, way back then, to that idea. That I don't think I ever started it. Maybe I have notes here and there, a couple of bullet points somewhere in my super old notebooks that are now in deep storage. But anyway, We'll listen to this while I do my nails. Let's pull up the cameras right there. I assume this one will be mostly like lights, unexplained lights in the forest or something. Typically, these are like where they receive stories and emails from people, and then they read them on the show. So we'll listen to this for a bit while I do my nails. Today's nails will be this purple. I love this purple. This is a great purple. It is from Opie. It is named New Berry. I kind of lost interest shortly after the game released, but the nail polish that they made was pretty good for Halo Infinite. At least it's good to know that the nail polish lasts longer than their shitty live service game with their microtransaction inspired hellscape. Which, you know, maybe I'll do the other Halo nail polishes as well. Let me go grab those. Although I don't know if these are. They're quite liquidy. I don't know if they're gonna stick as well. I don't use nail polish as often as I should. I do have the solution to bring it back to life, to help it retain some of its adhesive properties. But I don't know if I trust it. Okay, well, let's start with the purple, and then we'll see if we can do one finger. Let's do each pointer finger will have one color. Let's give it time to try to remember who you are, Simba. You are nail polish. You're meant to stick to my nails. Okay, let's do that. So I guess after nail polish, I'll either do. We still have not finished those Goosebumps stories from like two Halloweens ago, I think, or one Halloween ago. So maybe I'll do a chapter or two of Goosebumps, or we can find more articles. I don't have any articles as of this moment, so we'll have to go find some. And then I also have the Nuzlocke. And I also have a tea. Okay, here we go with spooky story number 1.
Okay, this one starts off with like kind of separates it into some personal background just to give some context for the story. And this is from a patron named Jenny in quotes, which makes sense because the first line is, I grew up in Minnesota and was a teenager in the 80s, and the odds of you being named Jenny are about 85%.
Yeah, a lot of Jennys. I remember.
There's that awful song about all the different Jennifers, but it was totally, I mean, it was true. If you went to school, my best friend when I was little, her name was Jenny.
A lot of Jennifers.
Yeah, there's a lot of Jennifers. Yeah, you have a cousin Jennifer. Yeah, everyone was named Jen. There was only like 5 names you could name your kids in the 70s. So
New cryptid unlocked. Jenny from the 80s. That's a new cryptid. I just made it up right now.
she grew up in Minnesota in the 80s. I was more or less a normal kid, somewhat quiet, except around my small group of friends. My home life was chaotic as I grew up with an alcoholic father and a resulting highly dysfunctional family life. I was the middle child of 3 girls and 1 boy, and frankly bore the brunt of most of the dysfunction in my home. I therefore tried to spend as much time away from the house as possible, and the parents of some of my friends became like second parents to me. I worked hard and I was a good student in school. I would describe myself during my middle school and high school years as a little on the quiet side, shy except for my trusted friends. That is to say, I wanted to just blend in, and I didn't want to draw attention to myself for any reason. I've never liked horror movies. My favorite bands during that time were U2, The Cure, The Smiths, New Order, and Depeche Mode, so I wasn't listening to anything particularly heavy and dark. People I hung out with were pretty typical mainstream kids. The reason I give this background is to show that I didn't really seek out paranormal experiences, and weird or paranormal things weren't something I thought about much or talked about with my small group of friends. I was introduced to the Ouija board at a middle school slumber party, and we went through a streak where we used it pretty regularly, but treated it like a game and asked questions about boys and Marilyn Monroe and other benign things that I'll get to later in the stories. In the past few years, as I've discovered and have been listening to Strange Familiars and some other podcasts, I've heard it mentioned that there may be a link to childhood trauma in these experiences, and I've also only recently begun to remember and tied together various strange things that occurred during my life.
I don't have high hopes for this working. I should have prepared. I should have. I should have made the put in the solution in there yesterday or something.
In any case, I thought it important to give a little bit of my own background. I find that's helpful. I like knowing what people are like.
Certainly, yeah.
To me, that's...
I think it's... Look, there's so much...
Okay, I should have definitely prepared yesterday before I put on my nail polish, because now I can't open it. And I don't want to get nail polish on the cap. Ah! Fuck. The struggles of being a modern woman. You can't open the nail polish because it's stuck. Fuck. Uh-oh, I might have to skip the cool colors. Already one casualty. Yeah, I should have prepared this ahead of time. Okay, no worries. We'll just do purple.
Much that goes into this, from personal experience to culture. It's hard to...
Hold on. Blue opens. Blue was easier to open up than red. It's so liquidy. I don't think it's gonna work. Or, no, actually, I think because it's glittery, it's supposed to be a bit more liquidy. Let's try it. Because I think when I first got this, I was also a little concerned about whether or not it would apply properly. Okay, it works. But I gotta make sure not to touch anything with this finger here, or it's gonna get
separate
fucked.
anything out of it.
And it's I think more universal than people might
Yeah.
imagine, and like it isn't. There isn't. I don't think that there's a particular culture that's imbued with more
No,
spiritual or
not at all. But I do think, you know, like we often talk about Bigfoot having a cultural moment, and then aliens having a cultural moment.
I think Ouija boards did have a cultural moment in the
Yeah.
80s.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know
Yeah.
we definitely like this was at the time it was I've probably told this story before. My least favorite birthday at all of my least favorite year was when I turned 12.
Mm-hmm.
For my birthday, I got 2 presents. One was a Ouija board, and the other one was like an electric razor to shave your legs, which was something people still did in the 80s with electric razor, and not
Heck.
like a disposable razor.
That does sound like a terrible birthday with terrible gifts. Who are these people? Were they her parents? Was the mom and the dad each gave one present? What the heck? I think for me, when I was growing up, the cultural moment for spooky things was Pokemon and D&D, and I guess also like rock music or something. We're like tools of the devil.
And at the time, I found like not only was it like an awful birthday, and I found it deeply troubling that would be seen as a gift, like a fun thing to receive as and not just like, to me it was really embarrassing because everything was really embarrassing. But the combination of the two things, so I could sit alone in my room and like be sad about the fact that I was about to be an adult, and you know, talk to the dead about it. At least they'll listen.
Yeah.
But that was like a thing to do in the 80s, and I don't know if that was bolstered by some sort of
This is what happens when you don't have internet back in the 80s. You have a Ouija board instead, and you go talk to spirits and summon demonic entities. And you bring evil into the world. Maybe that explains the things that are happening in the world today. I'm just saying. And then there are some of us who have been sent from a different direction. to fight back against this maelstrom of evil.
Entertainment or phenomenon in that way. To me, it seemed more like the slightly grown up version of like the little things that girls do, like or did at the time, the skip rope songs and like
And the paper.
the paper folded notes and all this, and the mash thing where you would,
Yeah.
where you would either live in a mansion.
Right.
What was a mansion? An apartment, a shack, or a house? I don't know. Without the reference point, I don't think that's something.
They were like things that people would open up, and they would, like, I never got, like, they would change, right? Like.
Yeah, and they could like open little flaps on them.
Yeah.
I never knew how to make those. I felt like that was a special talent only certain girls learned.
Yeah,
I was not let in on that.
Yeah. I was never asked to participate.
No.
I always watched other people. Oh, this looks cool.
I could make a chewing gum chain. I knew how to do that, but that's because you did that yourself. If there's anything you needed to be let in on, nobody told me.
I could make a graph paper dungeon for Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, I bet you could make a freaking awesome.
I did some cool ones.
I bet.
All right.
That's way cooler than the baby Western American origami fortune teller thingy. That's way cooler. That's a skill I wish I would have had instead as a kid. Making D&D maps on graph paper instead of the American origami cheap stuff.
Anyway, sorry, Jenny,
We didn't mean to hijack your story.
yeah, just sharing some
Commiserating.
commiserating about being a teenager in the 80s. I cannot remember anything particularly strange happening to me before I was a young teenager. When I was 12 years old, my older sister moved out of state and had been gone for a couple of years. When it became clear that she wasn't coming back, my parents let me move into the upstairs bedroom in our house and stop sharing a main floor bedroom with my younger sister. Our house was a rather small Cape Cod style, simple home built in the 1940s. It had 2 bedrooms on the main floor, the main bedroom and a regular bedroom, and 1 bedroom on the top floor and 1 bedroom in the basement. I was so happy to be moving upstairs, as my younger sister and I really didn't get along. I can't be sure when exactly the recurring nightmares started, but I know they started once I moved to the upstairs bedroom, and I started feeling uncomfortable sleeping in that bedroom.
Is that why the older sister left or whatever, the first person? And that's why she was able to reclaim that room? Because she was having spooky nightmares? Maybe in the future here, she'll meet up with her sister again, or whoever it was, and they'll compare notes.
Pretty early on. I suspect that they started around 7th or 8th grade and continued until I moved out when I was a sophomore in college. I had countless numbers of these nightmares, and remember that sometimes I would have them several times a week. And then they taper off to once every month or two and then ramp back up again. And as I think about it, I cannot remember anything tied to the timing of the nightmares or anything that might have triggered them. I only remember that when they came back after a lull, it was a feeling of, oh my god, not this again. Our house was situated in a residential neighborhood on a corner lot with the front of the house facing north. The avenue that ran north-south to the side of our home was moderately traveled versus the street that ran east to west in front of our home, which really only saw traffic from those who lived on the block. Directly across the avenue from our house was a neighborhood power substation, built out of brown brick, with the power coils fenced in behind it. The brick building and the power coils took up a single lot and were visible from the west windows and back door of our house. The power substation is no longer operational, and the coil power equipment has been removed, but during the time I lived at home it was operational, and put on a slight hum that could be heard if the windows were open on that side of the house. My bedroom...
That sounds like the what's it called? Not the prototype, not the precursor. The proto. That's what it sounds like for a proto AI data center. There's a constant hum if you don't close the windows. It sounds terrible to live through that. Nearby, you have to have either your windows closed 24/7, or you have the hum constantly in your ears, giving you psychological damage, which is probably what happened here.
Was on the east side of the house with 2 east-facing windows, and the staircase came upstairs towards the west side of the house with a single west-facing window at the top of the stairs. At the top of the staircase to the left was a full-size door to enter an attic that ran the full length of the south side of the house and had no windows in it. The door to this attic swung out onto the stair landing, and if it was open all the way, it would cover part of the window at the top of the stairs. To get to my bedroom, I would turn to the right at the top of the staircase and double back to walk the length of the house, with the stairwell on the right to get back to the east side bedroom. I had a closet just outside the door of my bedroom in the hallway, and inside the closet was a pull string light. There was also a small half-height door to a second attic space that ran the length of the north side of the house, also without windows. I have to say that this does sound a lot very similar to the house I grew up in, having those weird little doors and
Oh
stuff.
yeah.
Once in my bedroom, if you look back out the door, you could easily see the west-facing window at the top of the stairs, as well as the door to the attic on the south side, as there was only a half wall around the staircase. The recurring nightmares always started with there being a feeling of a change in the air, a change in the atmosphere that was almost electrically charged. It was an awareness of something not feeling right, and my attention immediately went to the hallway outside of my room, and specifically the full-size door to the south attic. In my early nightmares, I recall that I just became afraid and would run down the hallway to the top of the stairs, past the door, and nearly fall down the stairs to get to the safety of the main floor, where my parents' and sisters' bedrooms were. I actually think I woke up a few times and did actually run downstairs and sleep on the couch instead of staying in my room. As time went on, the dreams would essentially continue on from the previous dream, but they always started with me having a sudden awareness that something wasn't right and the atmosphere was changed. In later dreams, I could actually see what I explained to my mother as small lights, microscopic static electricity charges sparking through the air in the hallway. The air felt thick and heavy. They progressed from just a feeling of something wrong to seeing the doorway to the attic slowly open and my having to rush out of the room, down the hall, slam the door, and run down the stairs. Then they progressed to me being aware that there was someone in the attic, a dark human figure standing by the door. And in future dreams, the figure would advance little by little outside of the attic and into the hallway before I was able to wake up and end the dream. The figure appeared completely dark, tall, and had no distinguishable face, hair, or clothing. It was just the outlined figure of a tall man of average proportion. It was almost like a shadow, with the edges of his body a little fuzzy, and at some point after having this same nightmare for years, and it changing little by little each time with me coming closer and closer, I realized within my dream that this thing will eventually reach my bedroom and me, and that was a terrifying moment, and that realization signaled a change in the dreams. As he got further down the hall, little by little in each dream, eventually my bedroom door would start to move, either close or open, and in my dream my stereo would turn on to its own static or to a random radio station. I could not turn it off no matter what I did. The sight of the thick, static, charged air with little sparks then would spread into my bedroom, and at some point I yelled at this thing in the hall, asking, "Who are you? What do you want?" But I never got a response. These dreams continued on with incrementally small changes each time, but always a feeling of dread, torment, and terror. And when I was in late high school and college, I knew I was able to take control of the dream to make it stop. And I remember I had to work very hard to wake myself up. What is odd is that I think I would wake up terrified and then go right back to sleep again. But I always remembered the dreams in the morning and would tell my mother about it. Sometime in late high school, I started having another recurring dream that I was sitting at the table in the kitchen. The door to the upstairs was just outside the kitchen, between it and the living room, and I suddenly became aware of the atmosphere changing inside the stairwell. I would open the door and look upstairs to see that the air was thick and churning, like looking up at a storm cloud in the sky, with microscopic static charge visible in the air, and the sound of furniture moving upstairs and small items floating in the air, almost like there was no gravity upstairs, and things were in a state of weightlessness. In my dream, I would call my mother over to look upstairs, and I would tell her, "See, I told you there's something wrong with the upstairs." After I left home, I didn't have these particular recurring dreams anymore with the male shadow figure. When I visited home, I always had an uncomfortable feeling upstairs and didn't enjoy staying in that room. There was one time I had a terrifying nightmare that deviated from the typical recurring dreams I had had. I woke up to the same awareness of heaviness in the air, the static electricity, but I opened my eyes to see 5 robed figures standing around my twin bed in the dark room. There was one standing at the end of the bed and 2 on either side. They were wearing what seemed to be dark reddish burgundy robes, similar to what a monk would wear with their hoods up, and I could not see their faces. Where their faces were supposed to be, I could only see a dark purplish foggy glow. It was terrifying, and I can recall just going right back to sleep.
What is that? What is that? Like, there's no way. And we've gotten story after story after story.
That impulse should not.
Just turning over and going back to sleep.
Yeah.
Anyway.
This per-
They were probably friends of a certain rich person who has a private island, who is currently not perceived to be a bad person by the president of the United States, trying to abduct children.
particular dream stands out to me as it was the first time I told two of my high school friends about the dreams. I remember being in either late 10th or early 11th grade, and we were at a small house party. The three of us were sitting in one of the bedrooms in the dark talking, and there was a light on in the bathroom attached to the room that cast a little light, but I really couldn't see their faces from the way the light hit them. I told them for the first time about my recurring dreams I just outlined here and how they progressed to where they were at that point in time. And just within the last few nights, I'd experienced the dream with the robed figures, and they were quiet the whole time. And when I finished, they were quite quiet for a few long moments, and then both said how terrifying they thought that was, because my home life was so chaotic and dysfunctional, and I tried to keep all of that to myself to try to fit in and not have everyone know how messed up my family was. It was a big
I really wonder though, why is that such a common thing where this person whose this story is, as well as several others, and I think I also recently learned about one in my family about you're asleep in bed or something, and then there's a bunch of robed characters around you, and it's all dark and spooky. I don't know why that's such a recurring thing. I wonder if it's like in our media with films and stuff, there are these particular images or this particular robe portrayed in a sort of negative way, like spooky bad cult, or something, or what's it called? Like these the Bohemian Grave people. What's that called? It's not a cult, is it? But whatever that is, it's like maybe because that's such a culturally understood image for us here, at least in the West. Because as far as I'm aware, I've only mostly heard this from Americans and such, and maybe Canadians. I don't know if I've heard about this from other parts of the world. So why is that so consistent? Spooky.
deal for me to share this with them, and I felt some relief that they also found the dreams terrifying, just hearing about them secondhand from me. I moved out of the Duluth house to attend college, about 2 hours away, when I was in my sophomore year, and I never moved back home after that. After college, I lived in Minneapolis for the remainder of my 20s and eventually to the West Coast with my husband when I was 30. I didn't make it back home to Minnesota very often, and when we did come back to visit, once when our firstborn was a toddler, we stayed at the house, but in the main floor bedroom, they turned into a guest room. And when we were home, I did get a weird feeling when we walked upstairs to my old bedroom. While we were there, our son's baby toys would start playing music by themselves in the bedroom while we were in the living room. It could have been the batteries malfunctioning, but it felt strange because they hadn't done that before or after the visit. We also had some profoundly strange things happen while visiting my grandmother and great aunt on this trip home, but also
Maybe the spooky monster guy, the guy who's all black static, maybe that's actually a baby, and he was playing with the baby toys. See, that's what happened.
go back to that in a bit. About 7 years later, my mom and dad called me and started asking questions, asking me to remind them about what I had experienced while I was upstairs in the bedroom as a teenager. It turns out my dad was in the upstairs hallway outside of my old bedroom going through his VHS movie collection when the upstairs hall light turned off. He thought it was my mom turning off the light, so he called her name and said he was upstairs. No answer. My mother was in the family room in our basement working on a project 2 floors below, and what's so strange about it is that the light to the upstairs was one of the old light switches from when the house was originally built. When you pushed up on the light switch, it made a snapping noise as the mechanism locked into the lights or into the lights on or the lights off position. Oh, that's creepy. My dad apparently heard the light switch click and make the snapping sound like someone had turned off the light. It wasn't just a faulty light bulb or electrical malfunctioning. After years of them dismissing all of my experiences as just dreams or an overactive imagination, now they were asking questions. They then dropped a bombshell on me that my older sister had also had experiences while she was growing up in that same bedroom. What? That's what it says. What? Neither my parents nor
See, I called it. I knew it. It's always funny how that happens when the parents are always like, "Oh, you're just imagining things. You're just a hyperactive, daydreaming, stupid little child. You don't know nothing." Like, nah, okay. If you say so. Okay, I think as far as I'm aware, the only mistake I made is this. I don't think I got any on the keyboard or the desk, but I probably thought I did when Patches jumped up here. She's being sleepy. I need like a separate elevated thing for my keyboard so I can still use it, because she jumps up here and she touches the keyboard once, like her whisker touches the keyboard, then all of a sudden my entire computer just changed. At least 5 times she jumped up here, she did something with the keyboard, and all of a sudden I'm installing Windows Copilot or something, and I don't know how to get it off. Another time, earlier today, she jumped up here, she clicked something on the keyboard, I disconnected it to get it away from her, from making more Microsoft changes here. Maybe she's the CEO of Microsoft or something. And all of a sudden my left click is doing weird things. It doesn't pause YouTube videos anymore. When I press the Windows key on the keyboard, it doesn't open the start menu. Like, I don't know how she does this. Look at her. Look at her. She knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. Are you the CEO of Microsoft? Is that what you're doing? Are you a servant of the Dark Lord Copilot? Copilot? She's hugging me, look. She's hugging me because she's a little baby. She's a baby. But I can't touch her because I have nail polish on my fingers. I don't want to get it on her. Ah! She's a baby. So yeah, I don't know. This one over here, she's like a demon of Microsoft or something.
My older sister had mentioned this to me. My mother just kept it short to say that my older sister never liked it in that bedroom and didn't want to sleep there either. I called my older sister, who's 8 years older than me, and she started asking her questions about her experiences at our house. She candidly told me that she knows she had a lot of weird experiences that she had.
After the keyboard thing's a problem, recently, like in the past week or so, my mouse wheel has also been acting up. I'm trying to scroll down the page or whatever, and then it just stops scrolling for who knows what reason. I have to like go up and down really quickly. I need either a new mouse already, or maybe I just gotta clean out with the internal, blow some compressed air in the mouse wheel thing. But anyway, back to the spooky monsters.
Had blocked them out and couldn't remember most of them. 2 things she did remember were having the closet pull chain light turn on by itself in the upstairs closet and hearing a male voice say "get out" when she was in her bed.
Goodness.
This could have been my older brother messing with her as he slept.
I don't know why. When I first played, I don't think I got there on my own. I think I first watched somebody else play it. They were playing Pokemon Red or Blue, or maybe it was Yellow, and they were in Lavender Town in the Pokemon Tower. Is that what it's called? And for some reason, when the ghost showed up, before you get the self scope, when the ghost showed up and it says get out, in my mind I read it in the super spooky way, and every time I replay that or I rewatch it, so if somebody's playing like a Nuzlocke, I always hear it in that exact same spooky voice. Because it's kind of like a playful ghost voice, like we probably, if you watch Scooby-Doo or something, they're like get out, something like that, but like actually more spookier. So I wonder if there's an actual monster who spoke to me once, an actual spooky ghost who spoke to me once, and I put that ghost, the real ghost's voice, into the game, and so my mind always reads it that way. So that's spooky.
Up 2 floors down in the basement.
With this light here.
On the same phone call with my parents, my mom mentioned that leading up to the light incident upstairs, my father had a couple other strange things happen. I can only recall that one of the incidences involved him getting ready in the morning in our only bathroom on the main floor with all the windows in the house closed. He felt a breeze go past, and when he was looking in the mirror, actually saw the fabric shower curtain behind him move in the breeze. When I moved back to Minnesota with my husband and our 2 sons about 6 years ago, we took a drive up near my hometown for the day. We weren't far from the old house and decided to drive by it, as our youngest had never been there and our oldest was very young when he was last there. My father had passed away and my mother sold the house and moved away a few years prior. As luck would have it, as we were driving by, there was a moving van parked outside and people moving things out of the house. My husband and sons waited in the car as I went to talk to the people. I was curious to see the inside of the house one last time, and they were kind enough to let me walk through it. I only walked through the main floor quickly, but didn't go upstairs. I didn't want to be too much of a bother, as there were several people packing and moving boxes and items out of the house. As I was making brief small talk with the woman there, I took a chance and asked her if they had experienced anything weird in the house. Of course, I got a strange look from her, and she said, "What do you mean, like ghosts or the paranormal?" And I said, "Yeah, or anything else odd." She said, "Oh, no." I kept it short and only quickly mentioned that in the bedroom upstairs we had some weird things happen, with recurring dreams and lights turning on and off by themselves. She reaffirmed that no, they hadn't had anything strange happen. That made me start
She's lying, I can tell. That bitch is a liar.
to ponder if these strange occurrences are just something tied to our family. I can't remember exactly when I had this conversation with my mother, but at some point we were talking after I had moved out and was talking about my dad and his behavior. He was an alcoholic that stopped drinking when I was in high school but still exhibited dry drunk behavior. My mother mentioned that he had changed and was different, in a good way, after they had bought this house and moved in the late 70s. She mentioned also that there were several families who owned the home for the 1940s to when my parents purchased it. Who knows if these things are tied to the house, or in recent years I've started to wonder if that power substation had any influence on these things too, as it was from that side of the house that the dark figure emerged. I really don't know.
Yeah, I mean, who can say? But some creepy stuff.
Yeah, I would say that
The hood.
That is a surprisingly common experience that people say. They do mention several times some sort of a staticky, charged energy, even when there's like no noticeable power station or large power source nearby. They say that a lot with like big feet encounters, which they then some people might say is a bit of mind speak or telepathy. You feel like in the back of your neck a little jolt. They typically always say that word jolt or charge, something like that. So that's interesting. I do wonder if it could have also just been the power station giving off some sort of magnetic field or something, and that maybe that causes our perception or our senses rather to misfire in some way. Could that happen? Could there have been no spooky ghost there at all, and it's just the electric energy causing some issues? So that's why I'm actually curious if that other woman who was moving out, if she's lying or not. I'm curious. I assume she's lying.
Hooded figures are that's a lot. That's
I would like to go back to the last episode and have more like fun lipstick based
lip gloss based stories.
Lip gloss based stories, especially before I head to bed.
Yeah.
So next.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Who knows? Could have been some family atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of
especially since there's this sort of like looming worry of a dark male presence. I would
it could have been
not a psychiatrist, but also it is if electrical charges can save people's mental health or disturb their mental health, what is a low level doing? And when there are spikes, does that?
I mean, look, I get a number of Bigfoot reports along power lines. Like, could be something to it.
Yeah, I think that electrical.
Yeah.
And maybe it's something that it can pick up. It can pick up on other things, like a way to tune in a radio.
Or something else is using it, or like who knows? Who knows what?
So now we're gonna go on to her Ouija board experience.
Oh, okay.
The first time I had ever seen or heard of a Ouija board was at a slumber party when I was in 7th grade. See, I'm telling you, it's the 7th grade thing. I was at a girl's house who I just met, and frankly didn't know anyone at the slumber party, as it was the first year we all started middle school together. And these girls were from an elementary school in an adjacent neighborhood to mine. The reason it stands out is because of the frightening experience at the party and what I thought at the time had followed me home. I was just an observer at the slumber party, while a couple of the girls were on the Ouija board. The girl who brought the board was really into it, and they were asking questions to speak with the spirits of different dead people. I didn't believe much until it started talking about the spirit of a man approaching the house and giving frightening details. I can't remember specifics except to say that I got this awful picture in my mind of a man in a hat similar to a bowler hat, that's a thing, right? Is that the Hat Man?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times they describe bowler or fedora or,
I mean, is that what like is that Magritte with all the people in the hats like that?
I think so.
Is that what he was referencing?
I don't know.
Because he was supposed to be one of the dream guys, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's worth.
Because when I think of like man in a long trench coat and long trousers, making his way up the street with a limp, almost like he was dragging one of his legs, staying in the shadows on his way to her house. I couldn't sleep that night.
I never played Silent Hill. Is Pyramid Head like that, right? Or does he have like a huge blade or something? That's why it looks like he's limping, because he's carrying a huge thingy and he has to walk a little awkwardly. I really need to play Silent Hill. I think it's like the kind of cool game I would really love. But that's the first thing I thought of. Maybe he's a Pyramid Head kind of guy. That's where she saw.
I got home the next day. I had this overwhelming feeling of dread and fear that I couldn't shake. It felt like there was a man there watching me at all times. I couldn't be alone in a room by myself, even in broad daylight. I had never experienced anything like it before. I literally followed my mom around the house like I was a toddler, but I was in 7th grade. I remember my mom being so annoyed with me and telling me I was being ridiculous when I explained what happened, and my feeling that there was a man that came home with me from that slumber party. These feelings
That's okay. Look, if I am a mother and I have a child, a 7-year-old child, telling me a man followed me home from a slumber party, my ears are gonna perk up and I'm gonna grab the gun. Like, what? What do you mean? And this mother's like, leave me alone. Leave me alone. You're annoying. Oh my goodness. What is
lasted
this?
a few days and then subsided.
What
It
is
was very
this?
strange and felt very real to me. I'd used a Ouija board a few times
Okay, I guess I'm done with the nail polish. I just have to wait for them to dry. If I accidentally get it on my controller, I will provide updates.
with another girl I met in 7th grade at her house with nothing crazy happening. The planchette moved around the board and answered silly questions that 7th grade girls might ask. Then around 8th or 9th grade is when I was with a different group of girls. One of them had a Ouija board and we were using it at her house. This is where things started to get weird. I remember we started out asking questions about boys we liked and asked if we could speak to Marilyn Monroe or some other star who had died. And as we kept playing on subsequent days, the board took on 2 distinct personalities that would communicate with us. One called himself Beej, what we thought was the good one, and the other one called himself Gadi or Gadi, G-A-D-I, which we disliked and thought of himself as the bad one. We knew when it was Beej even before he identified himself, because the planchette would move in swirls around the board. Think of it like the movement one would make if drawing clouds, like a rounded, graceful, swooping motion. And when the planchette would start making jerking, more pointed motions, like the movement one would make if drawing a bolt of lightning, like jagged, pointed movements, we knew it was Gadi, interrupting the session even before he would identify himself. He would say things like, kill E, with, this is underscored, like somebody whose name starts with E, which is the name of one of the girl's boyfriends at the time. He would say more mean, hateful things, versus Beej, who seemed pretty easygoing and almost like a friend. We would chastise Gadi and tell him to go away as we wanted to talk to Beej. The thing we noticed was that the board seemed to work better with certain combinations of us 4 girls. For example, if it was me and T on the board, it would move around at a good clip. If it was me and S on the board, it was fine, but not as good. If it was me and P on the board, it was the best combination of all of us, and over time, the planchette would move so fast that we had to have either of the other 2 girls stand above me and P, with one calling out the letters and the other writing them down in a long string on a piece of notebook paper.
Wow.
We would have to wait until the planchette stopped moving to review the letters and draw lines to differentiate the words and reveal a sentence. With those girls, I knew none of us were pushing the planchette, and there was no way we could have faked anything, as it was moving so fast that we could barely even see the letters it was stopping at from where we were sitting at the coffee table. It took someone standing above us and the board to call out the letters. That was crazy, and over time we got bored of the game, as kids do, and moved on to other things that teenage girls do in the 80s, like going to the mall and the record store, listening to music and walking around the neighborhood. Yeah, that is exactly
Yeah.
walking around. I forget, like, walking around different people's neighborhoods was just an actual thing that we did.
Oh, yeah,
I'd like
yeah.
to look and see if other people were home. And
Same for boys, just add some dumb mischief to it. Just dumb.
yeah, see, we would get dressed up to walk around other neighborhoods. Like, Like that would be the time for the hairspray would come out, and yeah, so you definitely want to have the most amount of makeup on as possible and to walk around the neighborhood. Like I don't see. I mean, kids.
This is what life was like before phones. Had to put on makeup just to go outside and be presentable to your neighbors. Now you put on makeup to also Photoshop yourself and or make AI versions of yourself on Instagram.
Walk around, but like it was an event, wasn't it? When we were in high
Well, I lived way out in the country, so for me,
like if I went to someone else's neighborhood, like where there was a development,
yeah,
like instead of like I just lived on like kind of a rural street that was at a dead end.
yeah, I lived on a farm, so basically all of my friends, well, I had one other friend that kind of lived out in the country, but all of my other friends lived in the suburb so I was bussed in an hour to go to school. So they lived in this suburb, where the school was.
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
what I mean? So it was, to me, it was a novelty being there. There's a bunch of other kids around,
Yeah, I had neighbors who like there was a kid that was my age, but he wouldn't talk to me at school, even though like we played together when we were kids. We had to pretend that we didn't know each other. I mean, it was actually a little mutual. We just weren't in the same circles. I'd say that. So she's going to go on and talk about how these experiences change when she gets to high school.
Okay.
When you were in high school, our friend group.
Okay, pause it there. We'll continue here if I need to grind or something. So, when we left off 2 days ago, or 3 days ago, we have no healing left. The Pokemart that we have access to in Viridian City has no potions to sell. And we have to get through Viridian Forest. Where's the music? Okay, oh wait, hang on. I gotta load state. I guess load state. Failed to load from state. Hello? Uh-oh. Shit. Where's my load state? Hold on. Did I do a big oopsie? I may have. Oh no. Where is... I thought I had a thing where I can save to multiple save state slots and load from multiple. Failed to load state. Why? Fuck. What I might have to do is just start a brand new randomizer. Reroll everything. Oh no. Where does it autosave? Okay. Okay, this is salvageable. Come on, I know it's salvageable. Where does retro arch default save? Default, which directory is a better phrasing? Which directory is the default for RetroArch Game Boy Color save states? Let's see, program files, RetroArch states, which I guess I have to find out which drive this is in. I believe it is in the main drive. Program files x86. No, just regular program files. RetroArch. I don't have RetroArch here. Spooky. Is it an x86? No. This is not looking good. It's not in the C drive or the D drive. Is it in the G drive? The G for Gay Bowser. We might have to say so long to... Fuck, I don't see it anywhere. Okay, let's keep listening to spooky stories while I try to figure out where this is.
Had shifted, and T and I were pretty much now best friends. She had a Ouija board that we would pull out once in a while, but it wasn't anything like when we were in middle school. One night when we were seniors in high school, that I wouldn't recall again until I was in my 30s. One evening, I remember us being in her family room and bar area in their basement, and we took out the Ouija board to ask it some random questions. I asked it to tell me the initials of who I was going to marry. It spelled out the letters CPH. I remember this distinctly because I said aloud that the board was stupid, and it got it wrong because my boyfriend's last name started with a C. His first name started with a P, and my last name started with an H. Clearly at the time, I was hoping the board would give my boyfriend's initials. These letters had significance, and I therefore remembered it all these years later, but they were in the wrong order. This next part I only recently remembered, which I don't even know how that's possible. I asked the board to tell me the first name of my future husband, and it spelled out a C name. I remember thinking I only knew one guy with that name in my high school, and he was in no way, no how, anyone I would ever want to date, let alone marry. So as teenagers do, we got bored and moved on, and my senior year of high school was the last time I ever used a Ouija board. I didn't think about it again until many years later. My friend T had looked me up and found my phone number pre-Facebook days. It was great to catch up with her, as we had lost touch after I moved away from Minnesota and our lives took us in different directions to different parts of the country. I told her about my husband and our young boys who were a handful, and she told me about her husband and children. During our conversation, the memory of playing with the Ouija board popped into my head, and I asked if she remembered us playing that when we were younger. Then boom, it popped into my head. CPH. Oh my god, those were my husband's initials. That damn Ouija board had successfully not only predicted my husband's initials, but also his first name.
Wow.
I was dumbfounded, and I didn't know if she thought I was crazy, but it was a shock to be remembering it for the first time in over 15 years. I didn't meet my husband until I was in my late 20s, and truthfully hadn't thought about the Ouija board stuff in years. And I certainly didn't remember the CPH initials from when I was a senior in high school. Life gets busy and exciting after high school, and once married with little children and balancing the demands of everyday life, I didn't have time to even think about such things.
Sure, but still. Wow.
A weird little aside to this Ouija board story are the names of the entities of the board. We were familiar with the name Beej as we knew of Beej Cheney, the guitarist for a Minnesota band we listened to in the 80s called The Suburbs. But the entity named Gotti wasn't unknown to us, and we thought it was a weird name we'd never heard before. Fast forward to within the last 6 years, and I hear the name Gotti on the TV as the first name of an NBC News reporter who is on regularly. I still pause when I hear his name. I've been thinking for a few months now that I need to write these things down, gather my thoughts, and send them to you, Tim. Then my push to get going and finish this up was the sad news story popping up on my phone and on local Minnesota news that Beej Cheney of The Suburbs had passed away. It felt like a weird synchronicity to me as he died near an area my husband and I would go to when we lived for a time in Southern California. We moved back to Minnesota within the last 6 years after living on the West Coast for over 15 years.
It's very interesting asking the Ouija board about who you're going to marry, initials and things like that, because there are so many folklore games, like old folklore, that girls would drop wax into water or, read tea leaves, whatever it was, and it was all about finding out who they were going to marry or like the name.
And these days they do, what is it with their magical gems, their minerals. Is that like a reverse thing? Is there a reverse meme where people say Jesus married their minerals with their magical quartz, their amethyst? Amethyst protects you from evil spirits, and rubies make your period not so painful. That should be a meme. I don't think I am able to find here the state slot. The currently selected slot. No, I don't think it exists. Whatever happened, it broke. So okay, we'll start over. We'll make a brand new randomizer.
Name or the initials and all that stuff. It's so interesting that that sort of folk practice carried on without it necessarily being
I think it's technically okay anyway, because I'm pretty sure that that run was dead. I don't think I would have been able to make it through Viridian Forest with that team. Because we missed the Viridian Forest Pokemon. It was a Rapidash. And it killed itself in confusion. So we had 3 Pokemon. One of whom was a Rattata, and a lot of Pokemon had fighting moves. So he was probably not going to survive very long. And I don't think we would have made it through there. So I don't think we've lost much. We just gotta start over. No biggie.
hand it down specifically. Like you're just using different tools to do the same sort of folk practice, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I wonder if over time, when that the necessity of marriage is lessened,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's not like a foregone conclusion that 95% of the people are going to get married
Right,
kind of thing.
sure.
If that will change.
I don't know, but just guessing, I would probably think it already has.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just so interesting that it's like, because there's so many old in Pennsylvania Dutch folklore, just one after another of like, do this and, sit on a fence post at midnight on the whatever date and you'll get a vision of who you're going to marry or whatever. Like all these different kind of bits of folklore like that's very interesting.
Okay, good time for that segment to end. Let's see my newly re-rolled Pokemon Blue. And let's get the music. Or actually, no. Let's not get music right now while I speed through this. Do a bit of a speed run. Okay, new name, same as before, is Nuzzy. And now this asshole will be named Lock. Okay. Let's do that. Let's grab this. Let's skip through all of this. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, I'm hoping my odds are better. My options are better. Let's see. First Pokemon. Pidgeotto. I think I have this idea in my head that Pokemon that you get early, such as these birds and bugs, are generally very weak. So I don't know if I want Pidgeotto as my starter. Fucking Spearow. You're not helping. I feel like I only have one choice. What is this? Oh no. Electrode. Okay. The benefits of flying Pokemon are they're immune to ground, which Electrode is weak to. I kinda like Electrode, that's my gut instinct. It stores electric energy under very high pressure. It often explodes with little or no provocation. I think that sounds like a good thematic concept to have in mind as we're playing a Nuzlocke, where it might actually explode with little to no provocation. I think I like this. Let's go Electrode. Yeah. This sounds fun. Okay. Oh fuck, I gotta start a new Obsidian page. How do I have? Let's bring up Birthday Nuzlocke. Reroll. Starter is Electrode. Electrone? No, Electrode. What's his name gonna be? What's a good name for Electrode? Will self-destruct fit? Self. Okay, let's do self. Self-ender. That seems appropriate. I could put a space, but I'm not gonna. Self-ender. Okay, the good thing is if I ever get a stab with Electrode, we should be super effective against his... oh, I guess... Do the Nuzlocke rules also apply to the rival starter? Because everybody evolves into something random. Is his Pidgeotto gonna evolve into like a Mewtwo or something? Or is he locked into Pidgeot? I'm not sure. Okay, what do we got? Stomp, disable Sky Attack. Fire Punch. You can't punch, you don't have fists. That's illegal. I think he can burn me though, right? I might have to push in here. Oh! Yeah! Yes, fucking dig! As much as I want to potion, I'm not gonna use it right now. I need it for later. Under a real world danger. Stop, disable. I go first. I'm quicker than he is, so Sky Attack isn't gonna do shit to him. Disable isn't gonna have an impact, and Stomp is gonna miss. Look. Whatever. I might survive. Fuck. Okay, so so Pidgeotto has Dig. That's unfortunate. But thankfully the Nuzlocke does not begin until we get Pokeballs. Let's grab this guy's potion as well, because I'm sure I'm going to need it. And let's hope that these random Pokemon do not have Dig as well. Abra. I suppose no, Abra has low defense. If this ends up being the Pokemon I catch first. Ice Beam. That's pretty cool. That would help against Pidgeotto. Okay. Let's see. What we got? I guess I can speed past this part. Alright. I want to see if I find any other cool Pokemon on the way back. We can skip through this. Oh. Okay. Last time we had Rattata in this area as well, which hopefully we don't have again. The game is trolling me too, because it likes giving me normal finds. Okay, Horsey's not bad. Last time Squirtle was one of the starters as well. It randomized it randomized Bulbasaur into Squirtle for some reason. Rattata was a wild Pokemon here in Route 1. This time it's giving me a Pidgeotto starter. And we can find Pidgey here in these early routes. The game just likes to make my life a living hell. He could kill me here. Oh, never mind. I believe Stomp has a chance to flinch in Gen 1, right? Gen 1. Stop flinch. Or did they only introduce that in Gen 2? I'm pretty sure it exists in Gen 1 as well. It has a 30% chance to cause the target to flinch. So in theory, Stomp should be super useful, but we'll see if it actually plays out that way when we need it, because it would have been nice if we flinched Pidgeotto before he used Dig. But I have not yet gotten a flinch, so not the best. Not the best odds so far. Okay, we can skip this. I don't care. 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 Skip, 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 skip. Skip, 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 skip. Okay, now we can go get Pokeballs, and then the Nuzlocke officially begins. Hopefully this time we get we can actually make it through Viridian Forest. I do pre-write Route 1 or Route 1 and 2. We have also Viridian Forest. Okay. Let's grab Pokeballs. Give me 10. Or do I need 10? I'll grab maybe 1 antidote. Or it only costs 100. I'll grab 2 antidotes. Oh Christ, why is Burn Heal 250? Why is it so expensive? Okay, let's grab 10 Pokeballs. As much as I don't want to buy Paralyze or Burn Heal, I feel like I should grab at least 1. Let's grab a Burn Heal. I don't want to have to be stuck between fights and not be able to fix my ailments. Okay, who is our guy in Route 1? Who are you? Oh, okay, a Primeape. Got jump scared by a Primeape here. I was not aware he existed here. Sky Attack is super effective on him, however, I don't know if I want to Stomp. I feel like I'm going to kill him with Stomp. Let's just go straight into Pokeballs. Thunder Punch. Let's throw 1 more Pokeball at full health and then we'll Stomp him. Okay, that's no good. You gotta stay in the ball, brother. Okay. Please don't kill him. Please. Okay. Oh my god. Hyper Beam again? Why does everybody have Hyper Beam when they randomize the game? Okay. Excellent. Pig Monkey. Always furious and tenacious to boot. It will not abandon chasing its quarry until it is caught. Okay, primate will be named... Harambe. It's always so funny, every time I hear the name Harambe, I just think of that one scene from the Boondocks. That white teacher is saying, Harambe. I was like, what is it, like a battle chant or something? Let's go look at that. It's always so funny. Let's get this. Let's do Boondocks Harambe. I could get copyright striked here. It's only 1 minute. But hopefully we'll make it out alive. Depending on how overzealous YouTube wants to be. Where's my screen? Screen. Harambe salute.
And the 6th day of Kwanzaa is wow, this is really complicated. The 6th day is Kumba.
Oh shit.
Harold Kennedy Uberwitz was my history teacher. He was culturally sensitive.
And on Kumba, the elder, okay, that would be me, leads everyone in the Harambe salute. And that goes like... Harambe! Okay, great. So who wants to join me in the Harambe salute? Anyone? Huey? You sure? It's Kwanzaa. Okay, no problem. Here we go. Harambe! 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 Harambe!
This is literally me anytime there's some kind of cringe culture warrior trying to talk shit. It's like, bro, chill. Chill. It's not that serious. So if anytime Harambe appears on screen, we gotta do the Harambe salute. It's gonna be our new meme. Okay. What do you got? Attack 11, defense of 8. Oh my goodness. Speed 11, special of 8. Okay. Oh, okay. He has moves. He has splash, fire spin, hyper beam, thunder punch. Okay, let's have a look at this. Do those have a chance to inflict status? Let's see. Gen 1, thunder punch. 100 power, base 75. 10% chance to paralyze, okay. I guess Fire Spin doesn't have a chance to burn, it's just consistent damage for 5 turns, right? Oh, 2 to 5 turns. 15 base power, 70% accuracy. Oh, interesting. It traps the target, preventing it from attacking or switching out. Okay, I think I'm remembering future versions of Fire Spin where it just applies damage at the end of the turn after they attack, right? But they can't switch out either in Gen 1, according to the totally reliable and totally truthful AI overview. Okay, interesting. And then he has Splash, so that's kind of pointless. Maybe before he dies, that's what we'll do. We'll have him splash about in futility before he is left a lifeless corpse. Okay, Primate is named Harambe. Okay, it's not too bad. He's level 3 though, so I gotta grind. Let's go ahead and get him to level 5 real quick while we listen to more spooky stories. Probably. This might just be their Patreon plug right now.
shows as well as the bonus.
Particular friend, and then it ended up being a different friend's father.
Wow. So, what's the mechanism there? Is this... Like, I want to say it's probably a both end thing. I think there is an other that sometimes people are working, but I think sometimes it's...
Okay. Wild Horsey used Blizzard, got Harami to 30 or 50% health. I guess below 50%. I don't like this.
It's like Future Echo stuff. Time doesn't work the way we think it does, and you're somehow able to... It's like you're talking to yourself in a way. You know what I mean?
Well, I think from the way I wrap my head around it is like there could be an intuitive sense of something that you're able to tap in at certain times, or that can bring out an intuitive sense of something you already know. Like, did one of the girls in the group, I mean, and unfortunately her father passed, I believe, it was a suicide. And so was there something on some level that someone already knew that date was going to be that? I don't know.
Yeah, and it could be many, many different factors.
But it was, I remember it so specifically because it was something weird that happened that was a group thing, where I remember, like, in a very immature little kid way, when the first thing I thought of was not, oh, this poor girl, I'm so sad, like, for what happened to her and her father. It was the drama of, like, oh my God, who was the first person to remember that was the date and what it had said. And now all of a sudden I got, like, really sad because I might not have told that story since she died, though.
I didn't know it was her.
It wasn't her dad.
She was one of the people.
Yeah. All right, suck it up, Allison.
Get yourself together.
Start crying like a baby after I told my dumb Ouija board story, and then I remembered that one of my good friends at the time, one of the stories about, passed away a couple years ago, and it just... Ugh. I think she would like me talking about her on the podcast. I'd like to think so. We always tried to do, like, sort of, like, I don't say witchy things, but, like, teenage girls, I think, like, whether they say it, like, I'm a witch, or, like, they think they have special powers.
Lots of people think they have special powers.
Well, I think it starts with, like, wearing a short...
That's funny, because I was watching a show recently where there's, like, this super witchy episode, and then in my mind I was like, okay, yeah, I can totally understand how teenage girls and... and then there are also some boy characters. I was like, oh, okay, this is an episode like a perfect episode for boys and girls who are either into witchy stuff and or boys who are, like, super masculine. It's like, okay, yeah, I can see the thought process behind the writing of how they wanted to craft this. Okay, here's a route 2. I don't have high hopes for Harambe. He's defense 11 compared to defense 13 for Self-Ender. They're both quite low defense, actually. But okay, let's see who's this Pokemon gonna be. And luckily, this time we got a super potion from that hidden item. So we'll see if this time we can make it through. We have better odds of making it through Viridian Forest. Dratini. Okay. Level 3. I feel like I don't want to attack here. I missed. Egg Bomb. Sad. Does Fire Spin do percentage damage of the full health, I think? I definitely don't want to do Hyper Beam. I'm sure that'll kill it. Thunder Punch. Is Dratini water? Or is it already dragon? Let's do one more regular Pokeball before we... Fuck! Missed again? I already have health. If he crits, I'm dead. Okay, let's fire spin. I'm running out of options here. I missed! 2 Pokeballs missed and now fire spin. Fire Blast. Okay, well thankfully Fire Blast missed. I think that would have killed me. Okay, do I want to trade a potion for a potential capture of a Dratini? Do I want to heal Harambe now? And then Fire Spin, and then Pokeball? That's 2 wasted Pokeballs and at least 1 guaranteed if I capture it. 1 guaranteed Pokeball and 1 potion just to capture this guy. Is that worth it? Okay. I think because Harambe's defense is so low, I'm hoping Dratini will be higher. So it might be worth using those items in order to capture Dratini. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's heal. That's one of my 2 potions. One of my 2 potions and 1 super potion left. Okay, we lived. Fire spin, please hit. Okay, get a hit. Critical? Okay, actually that's good that it's a critical. Let's. He doesn't have taken enough damage yet. I don't feel confident in a Pokeball right now. I can try to disable one of his attacks if I swap. He has Egg Bomb. What is Egg Bomb? Is that normal? Let's have South Ender tank the rest of the damage. Or wait, does that kill Fire Spin? I don't think so, right? It does end Fire Spin. Okay. Let's disable something. Oh, how did disable fail twice? Christ. This guy's gonna fucking kill me. Holy shit. Holy shit, bro. This is a disaster. Stop. Stop killing me, bro. Oh my goodness. Fire spin, please. Okay. I guess I gotta go with Pokeballs here. Please. I missed again. I need to heal. This is two potions to try to capture this guy. Wait, I thought he can't attack. You lied to me. I was burned. You lied to me. The internet lied to me. You think people would just do that? Go onto the internet and tell lies? Okay. Well, I need to escape. I'm gonna die. Christ's sake, this guy's a legendary Pokemon. Holy. Oh my goodness, okay. Red 2. Dratini. Dratini kicked my ass. I had to run. Holy moly. Okay. I used how many Pokeballs? Was that 4? I think it was 4. I used 4 Pokeballs, 2 potions. I have 1 super potion left. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, I gotta pray for that Viridian Forest Pokemon capture. Oh no. I feel like even grinding is difficult and risky because of Primeape's low health. I'm kind of in a tricky spot because if I don't grind, then I'm gonna have my current fairly low defense, my fairly low stats. Rare candy. Okay, I typically don't use rare candies. I'm gonna use it this time. I fucking need all the help I can get, please. Wait, how much? How much? Until he levels up. 81 XP to next level. 48. I'm pretty desperate here. Let's go ahead and use it on. I think Harambe. He's got more moves that I think are useful. Okay, please. Please. Oh, it's a Pikachu. I think I can just Pokeball him right away. I have only three Pokeballs though, so I gotta. Okay, because I think the reason Dratini, the Pokeball missed with Dratini is because he's like a rarer late game Pokemon, and for those Pokemon in Gen 1, they have this mechanic where your Pokeballs can miss if they're not paralyzed. But I think because Pikachu actually lives here in the actual regular non-randomized game, and because you can actually capture him like this, fuck, with no damage. Earthquake! Why does Fire Spit keep missing? Oh my goodness. Harami missed twice! Dude, please. Okay, I see how Fire Spin works. You have to manually press attack. Okay, and if you go to the Pokeball, okay. So I probably could have captured Dratini if I had knowledge of that. He escaped again? I have one Pokeball left. Critical. I can't swap to Electrode. He has an Earthquake. Please. No. Fuck. I think we're cooked. Legitimately. Pikachu, no balls. I have no balls. I can live. I can live. I can live. I can live. If I hit. If I hit. Okay. Hyper Beam hits. Christ's sake, I'm getting absolutely demolished by this early game, Gen 1. Gen 1 randomized Nuzlocke. Okay, well, last time we had 3 Pokemon, this time we only have 2. I'm not gonna need any Pokeballs until I make it to the other side of Viridian. Or wait a second, is that area just outside of Viridian to the north before Pallet Town? Is that a different route? Or is that still a continuation of Route 2? Can I capture somebody in that little patch of grass? Gen 1 map for Nuzlocke? Does that work? Has somebody like laid out the different areas? What's this? Gem. Meridian Forest. Okay, now this map I'm looking at does not have what I'm looking for. I want to see if there's a map. A map kind of like this, where it also lists the patches of grass and what they count as. Because this one over here, just before Viridian Forest, this is Route 2. And I want to know if this one after Viridian Forest is Route 3. Which I don't know if it is. So I'm not sure how I want to use my resources here. Well, I guess the simplest solution for now is to just buy whatever healing I can, so I can try to make it through Viridian Forest, but I don't think I will. Okay, have 550, I can buy 1 burn, heal, 1 paralyze, 1 antidote. Okay, I am broke. I am broke, and this game is about to break me further by killing my party. Okay, there's another item on the top left. Let's hope it's like healing or something. Please. Please. Please, I need this so badly. Repel. Okay, that's actually useful. For once, repel is actually useful. Or, hang on. I think what I should do is I should just skip all the battles here for now. Try to get to Pewter. Try to get to Pewter, see if they have potions. I think this guy spots me here, right? Even at the furthest. Oh, okay, no he doesn't. Max elixir, I suppose. Do I even need repel? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. God has cleared the path just like he cleared the path for Moses. Oh my goodness. HP up. Okay, I'll use HP up actually on Prime Ape here on Harambe. Okay, okay. Harambe because he has lower defense. Okay, we have this one guy here who's unavoidable. Okay, okay, okay. He has one Pokemon. Lickitung. I don't have any fighting moves. I have a chance to paralyze with Thunder Punch, and then, okay, I'll try to get the paralysis, and then try to lock him in Fire Spin. I think that's the play. He's level 9, holy Christ. Okay, I'm faster, that's good. Horn Drill, he missed. Oh, unaffected? Wait. Why is Horn Drill unaffected? Is Horn Drill a normal type? I think that's a flying type, isn't it? Pokemon Gen 1 Horn Drill. Wait. I'm pretty sure Horn Drill is a flying type. Oh, interesting. It's a normal type one hit move. One hit knockout move. Wait. Wait, are you telling me this is like Sheer Cold and Fissure? But it can't hit if its speed is slower. Okay, so technically I'm safe. Because he just missed. He's unaffected. Because he's slower than me. Okay, so technically I'm immune to it right now. Okay, so that's that's good news. We're lucky. Oh my goodness. Critical. Okay. God is looking out for me. He cleared the river of Viridian Forest, and now he protected me by giving me Harambe, who's faster than Lickitung. Holy Christ! He did... what was that? That was 14 damage? So if I don't kill him right now, I'm dead. Defense of 12 on Harambe. Defense of 13 on Self-Ender. I have 1 super potion. I don't think a Thunder Punch will kill him. I would have to pray for both the paralysis to take to affect him and then take effect next move. Oh, I can try to lock him in Fire Spin. But it doesn't do much damage, so I'd have to... Okay, I think the play here is to Super Potion. Fire Spin has to hit the first time, or I'm probably gonna lose. And then Fire Spin him until I'm pretty sure that another Thunder Punch will kill him. Or I can just pray that Hyper Beam is enough to kill him, and if it hits right now. Okay, you know what? Let's gamble. Why not? Let's Hyper Beam. Either he's gonna kill me, or I'm gonna kill him right now. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Attack of 20, defense 13, speed 19. Okay. Oh my goodness. A wild Poliwrath? Okay, I just need to make it to Peter. Oh my goodness! All the Pokemons are out here now. Please. Please don't kill me, sir. Please. Okay. Oh my goodness. This is the most stressful I've ever been in an early game in Nuzlocke. Okay, we're safe. For now. We're just fucking limping along over here. Does this please tell me this Pokemart has healing? Please. Please, please, please. Please, 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 please. Potions. Oh my goodness. Thank the Lord. I don't have enough money, but we do have potions. Now I need to know Gen 1 Brock level, so I know what's the max level I can grind to. Geodude level 12, Onix level 14. Okay, so I actually have to grind here. The joystick on my controller is being weird. Oh, okay, I got it. How much can I sell some of these for actually? So I can get some potions right away. Max Elixir sells for 0? What? How about Repel? Sells for 175. Okay, let's sell the Repel. Grab a potion with that. I have 3 antidotes. I'm probably gonna need those. Let's not sell that. What does max elixir sell? Did they just never expect a player to want to sell it, or is that an artifact of the randomizer that it tinkers with some of the prices? Paralyze heal. Okay, let's keep all that. Let's buy 1 push. Or oh wait, it costs 300. Shit. Okay, let's go fight those other guys that we skipped. I'm gonna watch till I pass out. Let me see your team. This is my team. Harambe. Yes. Yes, this is a new run because I think I messed up the save state on the previous one and I couldn't load it. I couldn't find it. I don't know where it is. It's probably still on the computer somewhere. I don't know where. So far our starter is... This is our starter. Self-Ender. Attack 12, defense 13, speed 22. With Stomp disabled Sky Attack. Our first guy we capture is Harambe. I don't like his low defense, that makes me scared. He has Splash, Fire Spin, Hyper Punch. Hyper Punch? Hyper Beam, Thunder Punch. We found a Dratini. We could not capture Dratini because the Pokeballs missed. We found a Pikachu, but he escaped and I ran out of Pokeballs, so we only have these 2. And now I have to grind to level 14 for Brock. Yes, this has been the most stressful early game Nuzlocke I've ever had so far. So, it's fun though. In that last fight with that guy over there, I gambled the life of Harambe, but he survived this time, so things aren't as bad as they could be. Wait, is there another item up here? Or did I already get it? Okay. I still don't have high hopes for this run, but I am at least a little bit more risk positive compared to last time. You know what? Let's be fearless. No time for pussyfooting around. Let's be fearless. Let's fuck everybody up. Oh, what the heck is he charging? Wait. Oh, sunlight? So he's doing solar beam. Does this cancel? Does Fire Spin cancel his solar beam charge up? I think so, right? Did I just kill his solar beam? Ah! No, I didn't. Oh, that was a crit. Interesting. Okay. No, that was a crit too. Do I want to heal? I think I do want to heal. But oh fuck, all I have is a super potion that heals 50. Oh fuck. I was gonna try to do Hyper Beam, but I forgot we're currently locked into Fire Spin. Let's swap to Self-Ender. Okay, he's charging another Solar Beam. If I disable Solar Beam successfully, I think that kills his charge up Solar Beam, right? Crit, excellent. Okay. Harambe is level 8. Self-Ender level 7. Oh fuck, I didn't see the stats. Kingler. Do I have anything for him? No, I do not. He is ground poison, I believe. Or okay, I'm thinking of Nidoking. He's water. I do have Thunder Punch. Let's see what Self-Ender is able to do. My first flinch! Ah! Okay, let's disable that if possible. Fuck! Oh my goodness, this guy is strong as fuck. Okay, I need Super Potion here. That's the last of my healing. Can I please disable that? Please? Please? Okay, phew! Counter's gone. Wait, Mega... Fuck, I forgot in Gen 1 it's a random move, not the previously used one. Fuck. Okay, so I cannot Super Potion Harambe, which I would want for Thunder Punch. My best option is to try to pray for a flinch with Stomp. That's like the best I can do right now. Jesus. Okay, let's do one more Stomp. Okay, that was a good flinch. Let's pray for more. Okay. Phew! Phew! Oh, I got 300 XP from that. Oh my goodness. Charmeleon. Do I have something for Charmeleon? No, I don't. Okay, let's keep going with Stomp. Oh my goodness. Good crit. Oh my goodness. Holy Christ. The Self-Ender survived the Charmeleon's self-deletion. Oh my goodness. Okay, I am so glad that we skipped past this guy earlier, because that would have been definite death. I need to go back to Viridian. Oh, okay, Viridian Pokemon Center. Holy Christ. Oh fuck, I should have gone to Pewter for push. Okay, that's okay. It's okay. How much money do we have now? Okay, I can afford one potion. Oh jeez. My fucking blood pressure is actually high from that. That was so close. Everything played out in the most perfect way for me to just to survive, but still be terrified. Okay. Phew! Phew, phew, phew! Okay, so apparently if Electrode is the highest speed in Gen 1, and the highest crit rate, I guess if we could try to get a high crit ratio move on him, I think Slash still applies that, right? Pokemon Gen 1. High crit ratio moves. If we can like get some TMs, or if we see that he's trying to learn a new move that has a high crit ratio. In Gen 1, critical hit calculations were unique, relying on the attacker's base speed rather than a fixed rate. The threshold for a critical hit was determined by base speed divided by 2, meaning faster Pokemon had a significantly higher chance to crit. Moves with a high critical hit ratio were calculated at 8 times the normal threshold, capped at a maximum probability of 255 over 256. which is 99.6%. Because many fast Pokemon had a base speed exceeding 64, these moves effectively guaranteed a critical hit. Okay. I was thinking Electro was kind of useless because of his moveset. But if he has a high chance for crit based off his speed, and he's the highest speed in Gen 1, then he's actually pretty cool. I was not aware of all of this information. The 4 moves with this high crit ratio in Gen 1 were Slash, Razor Leaf, Crab Hammer, Karate Chop. Okay, so these are the moves we're gonna try to keep an eye out for. And then we gotta pray he can learn them. Let me keep this in my notes here. This is actually so fun. I'm having so much fucking fun with this Nuzlocke right now. Okay. Okay, next thing I need to figure out is if that patch of grass outside of Pewter City is a new area that I can capture somebody. I need to know before I leave here because there are Pokeballs here. I guess there's Pokeballs also in Pewter. What is the route in Pokemon Blue? Okay, let's see. There's a Route 3. Where is Route 3? Pokemon Blue Route 3. Oh, I should probably change my category on Twitch to Pokemon Blue. Oh my goodness. No, not black. Pokemon Blue. Okay. Route 3 is a northwestern connecting Pewter City to Route 4 in Mount Moon. What's Route 4? Is Route 4 that area between Viridian and Pewter? I think for next time I need to get a map. An actual map so I can just quickly tell at a glance what's what. Okay, yeah, so Route 3, let me show what I'm looking at. Screen. So this is here, Route 3 according to this website. From Pewter, east of Pewter, into Mount Moon. And Route 2 is right where the Dratini was. How do I... Is there like a previous page here? Or does it only have the pages for where there are trainers? Routes 2 and 22. Oh, I forgot I can go capture a Pokemon here. Okay, we gotta go do that. And then fight Gary. I completely forgot about this guy. Viridian. Yeah, so Route 1 is between Viridian and Palatown. We already got our guy there. Is that technically a continuation of Route 2? That area south of Pew. Okay, it looks here, yeah, like this is Route 2. Okay, so this is the same area where the Dratini was. So I cannot capture anybody here, but I can try to capture somebody over here to my immediate west. However, I only have enough money for one Pokeball, so I don't want to go there yet. Oh fuck. 200 for a Pokeball. Yeah, I don't want to go over there with just one Pokeball. So probably the good game plan is to, I think... Okay, when can we face Gary? Because I do want to fight him for the experience. I feel like it's, as long as it's before you get to the... before you beat Brock? Or can you fight him after you beat Brock as well? Your rival awaits. Let's see. It's gotta get fixed. You can challenge your rival here by heading west. It doesn't specify, but I think before Brock. Well, I guess it's okay if I don't fight him. I care more about the other Pokemon because I am desperately low on options here for my team. Oh my goodness, it's a baby. Hey baby. Hey baby. Ah. Oh. Oh. Ah. It's a baby. Okay, disconnecting the keyboard apparently causes RetroArch to be spooked. I do need to take a break though, so let's go ahead and do that. And we'll return with the journey back to Pewter. Or I guess I can grind here. But I need more money before I can go west for Pokeballs. Okay, the plan is to grind. I guess what are the levels of Brock's minions? Junior Trainer level 11, okay. And then Brock himself. Okay, and he has one minion. Level 11, okay, so let's get to at least like level 12 because that's the level of Geodude. Okay, we'll do that when we return. For now, let's take a break. Get some water. And we'll continue to be fearless in this tormenting birthday Nuzlocke. Okay, we'll be right back. Try not to get spooked. Try not to have your house invaded by a spooky ghost. And if you do, call the Ghostbusters. Be right back. Okay. I have some birthday cheesecake, so I'm ready for anything. Cheesecake is like Scooby snacks for me, where it makes me brave. So effectively, it does nothing because I'm always brave, but I have to pretend it makes me braver than I currently am. Also, I realized I should have probably figured out why I didn't save before I continued and got this far. I'm scared to press load state. I don't know if it's gonna break. I don't know if saving in the game there like that creates an .sav file somewhere. I gotta figure this out before I go any further, I think. Or else I'm just gonna lose this file again. Okay, good luck, have fun, don't die. Thanks for dropping by, Echidna MX. Oh, I guess what I should do also. Let me see if I have some room here. in my notebook. Okay, I can block out half of this, so I can make a thing. Let's do a birthday note. Birthday notebook entry. Where's my camera? Camera. Okay. Oh, it's gotta be much closer actually. Whatever, that's okay. Let's there's some info here that I do not want seen, so I gotta hide that. Reset. Okay. Okay, I need paper here. Okay, perfect. I will grab this guy. That should be adequate right there. In theory, I should zoom in. I should move the camera closer, but we'll just do it like this. What is today? Today is Wednesday. Wednesday, oops, July 29th. It is 9:26 p.m. It's too overexposed. There we go. Oh, it was almost in focus there for a second. There we go. Wednesday, 29th of July, 2026, 9:26 p.m. Let's see. Today I finished the intro. I guess I'll put filming for Fun and Games 5. Now I'm streaming Pokemon Blue randomized Nuzlocke. I was gonna put a doxy name, but I guess we'll just use the username. Kidna MX is in the chat. This is your first time? I think so, right? Live for the first time. Anybody else who's in the chat right now, let me know if you want to be in the notebook so I can mention you. Let's see, I had I8 birthday pizza and birthday cheesecake. Okay, so here's what we have so far. So that's what we've got going on. Oh, yes. Griffplex. Griffplex followed me today. Thank you for the follow. I meant to mention it earlier, but I couldn't type it in. So here it is. You'll also make the notebook. Griffplex. Followed on Twitch. And wants to be in the notebook. Okay, there we go. Oh, can't let you see the other page. Excellent. Okay, I guess once we finish, I'll write a note of a bit of a summary for the Nuzlocke, because it's been pretty crazy already. It's been pretty spooky. It could get spookier. So we'll see. We'll wait and see until we have more data to go on. Okay. Okay, now the next thing I need to do, super important, is I gotta figure out where my save file is, because I don't know where it is, and I think I'm spooked in the event that I can't find it. Let me go look it up. Where are Retro Arch? What is this? Same Boy? Is that what this core is? I think. Arc Game Boy saves stored. Oh, it's in the app data. It didn't tell me that last time. App data. It's no retro arch here either, though. App data roaming. Yeah, this is app data roaming. There's no retro arch, though. Where the fuck? I am so confused. I've checked all the places where it could be, and it's not in any of those. Where's the install folder for that again? Arch. Take me to the directory. So I have a folder named saves here. I have a folder for Same Boy in there. There are RTC and SRM files. But I tried to pull that into RetroArch, and it didn't do anything. States. Oh, hang on, there's a states folder. Wait, but it doesn't have... Wait, I have my previous run here that I was looking for, but I don't know how to load it. Birthday Random 1, that's what it was. And this is currently Birthday Random 2, the reroll, because I couldn't find the first one. But am I able to load it? How can I... Shit, I'm scared. That's okay, well, I think the sooner I try to see if this file works, if I can load from it, that save state that I made, the better. Because the worst case scenario would be that I keep playing, I go to I get to the second gym, and I think I'm safe and I have it all, but in reality I don't. And I gotta start again for like the third time. That would be worst case scenario. By default, there may be saved into subfolders. Yeah. In-game saves such as SAV or SRM files. Shit. Weird. This isn't classic League of Legends. What an astute observation, Mr. John, by the way. Hello, how are you? Ew, what is this? Arcane Season 2 premiere? Ew, Arcade. I haven't watched Arcade. I was forced to watch the first half of the first season, but I refused to continue. I do not want to give any attention to a 10-cent slave. I just need to bite the bullet here. You didn't like Arcade? I didn't watch it because I don't. Well, I probably might like Arcade, but I don't like Riot. I have huge ethical differences and problems with Riot, so I cannot support anything they do. Same thing with Blizzard. They might make cool stuff, but I am against concentration camps, whether in China or in the US. I am against the Great Firewall. I am against censorship, so yeah, all that good stuff. And because they are owned by their Chinese overlords, Tencent, I will be against all they do until they liberate themselves. I heard people liked Season 1 a lot, and then I heard that people were not as impressed with Season 2, and I don't know why. But I heard some people really disliked Season 2 in comparison. Is that true? Is that the case? Most of what I've seen is gay women loving the Vi and Caitlyn ship. That's what the little that I know. That's fair. I'm too much of a consumer. I'm left, but I'm not at left. Wait. Not that left. Oh, okay. My game was covering your message. Too much of a consumer. You're left, but you're not. What do you mean by you're left, but you're not that left? Hello, Nathan, the man. How are you? You're left, but you're not that left. Oh, you mean because of my anti-China position? I don't boycott. I'm good. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, I can understand. No biggie. At a certain point, if at a certain point there is an extreme where like you might have to boycott everything. Are you willing to boycott everything? And I think I'm definitely willing to be opposed to anything China has their hands in. I mean, look at Amazon. Everything on there is Chinese slop. Look at what they did there. I don't know if I'm ever gonna be able to. Okay, I'm just gonna take the gamble here. Let's see if I load. Let me save state again. Load state. See if it works. Save state. F2. Saved to slot 1 auto. Okay, please work. Load state. Loaded from. Okay. Okay, my save state works right now. Let's hope it remains that way forever, and I don't lose this file. Okay, we can continue. Hello, hello, we are playing Pokemon Blue Randomized Nuzlocke. I have 2 Pokemons when I should have 4. And we are kind of low on money and healing and resources. So we'll see how things progress. Where's my music? Music. I mean, to be fair, Zayas, I'm pretty sure you have plenty of things in your household that are made in China. Well, yes, but it's not like I really have a choice. Like, am I gonna buy this thing that was made in China, a version of it that was made in the US? The US doesn't make it. Germany doesn't make it. South Korea doesn't make it. I have no choice but to go to China for some things that I need, some required items. I would say that the fact that it's made in China, probably primarily from stolen proprietary intellectual property from some other company, and they are unwilling to cooperate internationally with copyright and patent laws. It sucks that they put other legitimate companies out of business and just put out cheaper stuff that's probably crappier quality. Not all of it, obviously. I think there are some definitely, especially in film gear, I have several good tools for filming that are made in China. I think they're cooperating with like a British company, that kind of thing, and then they send China the designs to manufacture the tool. And yeah, sure, if you're willing to cooperate with others that way, fine. But if you're just gonna steal other companies' stuff and or make cheaper versions of it without cooperating with the actual inventors and such, then that's where I have a problem. Stand on your morals. Yes, I definitely do. I stand on business. I will always publicly denounce stuff like that, whether from other countries or my country, especially my country, because I have more of a say in my country. Okay. What I'm gonna say right now, though, is fire spin. Fire spin is gloom. Okay, this has been a pretty scary run so far. You've had a couple of jump scares. There was a self-destruct that we thankfully survived. And, fuck, I missed. Oh, he's bitch slapping me. Oh my goodness. You gonna go to full 5? Oh, okay. This run is still technically spookier than it should be, because we are down to potential Pokemons. And another Lickitung? Okay, what did that other Lickitung have? He was scary. He had Drill Peck. Okay, if this guy has Drill Peck too, then let's go Self Ender, because his speed is better, which in theory should survive Drill Peck, because Drill Peck can only impact slower Pokemon. Try attack. How much damage is that? 6, 7, 8 damage. Oh my goodness. Please flinch. Okay, thank God. Thank the Lord. Okay, we are currently aiming for level 12, grinding to level 12, so that we can face Brock and not be underleveled. We did take damage there, so I will go heal first before we continue. I need to keep a mental note as well that Charmeleon has self-destruct. A Grimer. I feel like this is social commentary about modern times. They're dumping muck and grime and dirt into the forest. That sounds like it's applicable. Okay. Let's see. How much money do I have? I think because this is already so scary with only 2 Pokemon, I do want to get to level 12 before Brock, rather than face Brock underleveled and risk a full wipe. Let's see, level 9, level 10. In current times, would Grimers spawn around data centers? No, well, I guess technically they're spawning, but what's actually happening is that they're dumping Grimers out of their exhausts, their what's it called? Not exhaust pipes. Their waste. That's what it is. Isn't there an episode in the actual series where Grimer and Muck hang out in those waste disposal areas? So in a way, they're not spawning there, but they're being placed there. Is more like it. Why are there Nidoran here? There are actually Nidoran here in real Pokemon. Okay. How many more of these guys do I need to kill? 100 here. 276. Okay, let's get Primeape up 1 level, and then we'll go fight Broximinian. Oh look, he's taunting me because I missed him last time. Fuck this guy. You should have been in my balls right now, bro. I will never forgive you. Actually, that's not a lot of damage. Let's do... fuck. Also, I guess in continuation with that Grimer part, they would probably also be using Explodes. Like they would have miles and miles of Explodes, just constantly blaring out loud hums at the vicinity if there were data centers out there. Okay, I have to remember to... no. I don't think I... oh my god, they have a wild Electrode here too? What the heck? I don't have anything super effective against him. Okay, that works. No, get this. Grimers don't necessarily... I don't know what that... what's that emote? Don't necessarily come... what? Why'd you write that? Come from the facilities, but said facilities cultivate the environment for them to become, kind of thing. I see. Yeah, that's more of an accurate illustration. So kind of like how when we reforest areas, it encourages birds and bugs and other sorts of life form to congregate and hang out in those areas. And like when the inverse happens, when we deforest areas, we scare those populations away. They have to migrate. In the same sense, when we build data centers, the Grimers and the Explodes are drawn to that area. Let's see. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm gonna have enough money for enough Pokeballs before I beat Brogger. In order to go back to Route 22 toward the Indigo Plateau. Which means I probably won't be able to fight Gary. Maybe. Okay, I think we're probably good enough here to go fight Brock's servant. Brock's minion. Hello? Hello? How have you been, by the way? It's been a little bit. I have been very busy. For the past... I think I started filming in May. Let me check. I've been doing a whole bunch of pre-production work for quite some time, and now I have finally started filming. I think, yeah, back in May, I started filming at long last for RB and the Chief Fun and Games Episode 5. And this morning, I finally finished filming all of the things that I need for the introduction segment. And that has been a huge milestone. And it's awesome seeing all of that work being put together. I really, really wish I could show it. Part of me really, really does want to show it. But I know that the artistic intention that I have is that you get to see it all at once, the full episode, with this part included. This part in and of itself is already awesome. I think everyone will love it. But my artistic directorial intention is for you to watch this part with everything else. So yes, it's a crazy amount of work that I've been doing. That's part of the reason why I haven't been streaming or doing other stuff. My primary focus has been devoted to episode 5, and I'm probably gonna take like 1 or 2 days here to just relax and not work about filming or editing, because it's tremendous amount of work. So once that's done, I get to continue with Act 2. I finished Act 1 already. I finished that at some point between the intro. So I gotta. It's a 5-act structure. So I gotta film acts 2, 3, 4, and 5, which I feel should be easier now that I have more experience. But yes, I am very happy. That's how I've been. I've been very happy that I get to work on this, and I will be even much more happier once I get to premiere it and share it with you all. So yeah. So for today, we are relaxing with some chill Pokemons, trying to get jump scared by Charmeleons who have self-destruct. Oh fuck, he blocked me. This guy cock blocked me. Okay, since we're doing Brock right now, let's not do Pokeballs. I can make 1 potion. I think I only have... Wait, I think I have no healing. Fuck. Okay, so no matter what, I'll only have 1 potion available to me when I fight the Brock's slave. Okay, because that's our current reality, let me definitely go ahead and level up to 12. But yeah, it has been a while, John, so how have you been in this time? Have you been watching Arcane and supporting Riot and China? Other than that, have you been? Let's fire spin this guy. What? I missed. Oh fuck! Okay. Parasect has confusion. Noted. Oh my goodness, that's so much. Okay, I can probably speed this. Or no, I kind of don't want to fast forward because we might actually run into something spooky here. A spooky situation. That's really interesting that Harambe is also getting quite a bit of crits. Speed 26 and speed 34. So if Harambe is actually... he appears to be decently fast, which is good if in Gen 1 we have crits based off of attacks or speed. Skull Bash. Is that a water type? I'm alright. Arcane Season 2 came out 2 years ago. No, I'm aware it came out a while ago. I was just bringing Arcane back up, assuming as a simp of arcade that you've been watching it 24/7. Just been working on autopilot, basically, nothing creative. Yeah, autopilot sucks. I've always hated that part when I've had to go work at offices and such. Recently with this thing I've earned a new meme that I can share, which is to do at least 1 rep of the thing you're trying to do. Like 1 rep at the gym, you just go 1 at a time. So I don't know if maybe for you doing something outside of the autopilot stuff is something that you want to do. Whether it's like a new skill or something creative or just something for yourself for fun. I would highly recommend doing at least 1 rep of the thing you want to do. Level 11. It's a baby! Hey baby! Oh, I always like this this pixel art because it looks like he's got his hands at his hips. Oh no, wait. Okay, this is kind of spooky because the kitty likes to press my keyboard and I don't know what she's gonna do. She might kill the stream, she might open up something on my computer that's gonna get me banned from Twitch and YouTube. Okay. You stay over there. Is he water rock or only water? I always forget. Okay, he's definitely weak to electricity. That's good. Okay, we'll be here for a little while. I don't really know where else I can grind other than Viridian Forest, where there are spooky monsters. So we'll just stay here for now. John, by the way, says, so my current living situation... A Lapras! My current living situation, I'm renting a room in a house. And the house happens to be in a wooded area. I've never lived in a wooded area, but it does sound super appealing to me. To be able to go for a walk just by stepping outside. So the internet I currently have is cooked, simply because I thought I wouldn't be here for much longer. But it turns out I'll be here for another year. Oh no. I plan on getting actual internet this weekend, so I'll start things up again, do my one rap. Is it like Starlink that you're planning on doing? Or like actual, are they getting new fiber or something? Actual internet lines that are better? Or mobile data? Because that is one of my biggest uncertainties if I were ever to want to go somewhere in the middle of nowhere with the woods. You planning on doing more streaming with your internet? Is that what your rep is for? Another good benefit would be for living out in like wooded areas for me would be filming with the toys, because it'd be cool to have more outdoor scenes, but those characters are like indoor gamer, can't be seen by real humans and stuff, so being able to change that up would be cool if I were in a situation like yours. Okay, I think this is the last kill we gotta get here with Harambe. And then we can swap over to self-destruct, fuck, what's his name? Self-explode. Okay, Harambe has attack 33, defense 20, speed 31, special 21. Okay. Self-ender, okay. That's his name. We gotta level up twice with him. I really don't like his moves though. Disable is acceptable. Sky attack though is a 2-turn move. I'd rather have a 1-turn move. So hopefully he either learns something or we get a TM really soon. Like look, see, the only thing I can really do here is stomp to try to get a flinch, but because he's, I guess, rock or something. Or ground? No, he can't be ground, because electricity was super effective on him. That's interesting. But yeah, my normal attacks aren't useful here. And I don't think Sky Attack would be super useful either. No, it's just regular internet. I've been running on AT&T Air, which relies on cellular towers. Okay, yeah, because of all the terrain. You're getting cock-blocked. Thunder. There's a lot of trees, so no signal. I've already been here. Oh, so you're gonna have to be there for yet another year? I've already been here for a year, so I guess I could have gotten decent internet this whole time, but it's just more bills. But yeah, the plan is to have an actual streaming schedule, but shorter streams, like 2 to 3 hour streams. Yeah, when I was still doing like tutoring back in New York, I did kind of like the idea of doing shorter streams after work. Because while long streams seem like cool and fun and the default, shorter streams are cool too. There's something you can get there. Like, what? Patches. What happened? What? I think that kind of reminds me, the shorter streams stuff kind of reminds me of like back when I was serious about climbing in League. When I was still like silver and gold, the idea was to limit the amount of games you had per day to like 2 or 3, so that way every single game actually matters and has an impact, rather than spamming like 10 plus games a day where you're just constantly having your elo or your MMR going up and down. So that kind of like you kind of tell yourself mentally and emotionally, okay, if I'm gonna play only a very few games, I have to get as much as I can out of it. If not in terms of elo, then at least in terms of my knowledge, so I can learn how to play better. And that kind of thing, like a little bit of getting more out of less in a way. So yeah, I think that's always super useful. Whether in a competitive environment like that, or even in if work-related stuff, I think. Like if you're tired after coming home from work and you only have a few hours, like okay, let me at least put in 30 minutes to this thing I'm writing or making or whatever. Even that little bit, you know, get as much as I can out of it. You still planning on doing League streams? I did hear from somebody in my Discord, Emoto, that apparently they added a season 2 server, classic server. That sounds fun. Lulu is there. I would play that. But they have their Chinese Tencent kernel level spyware malware, so I'm not gonna do that. Attack 19, defense 21, speed 37. Okay. I think the way he does it too, because he's like into computers, is he has a Linux computer. Then he emulates Windows on it, something like that, but it's still using like the actual GPU, so he's able to play. He's able to play in a Windows OS that's like contained within that Linux OS. So if I were ever to play that version of, League Classic, that's how I would do it, but I don't want to spend time building that right now. But it does sound intriguing. There may be a potential future in which I do that, but it is not this day. Oh, that came out today. Really? So I guess it was the announcement that that was back when I heard it, because I think it was like a month ago when he said it. So if it just came out today, then it must have been, it was on PPE. Oh, okay. I see. Emulating Windows on Linux is the way to go. Yes, given how terrible Windows has been, forcing Copilot and all the Windows 11's espionage and shitification, I do foresee a future in which I move to Linux and emulate Windows on it for stuff I need, like some of my art programs. Is DaVinci Resolve on Linux? DaVinci Resolve Linux. DaVinci Resolve is officially supported on Linux, though it is primarily built for Red Hat-based distributions like Rocky Linux, 8.6 or Alma Linux, rather than Debian-based systems like Ubuntu or Linux Mint. While the software functions on other distros, users often encounter significant hurdles regarding codec compatibility and GPU driver stability. The free version of Resolve on Linux does not support MP4 imports or the AAC audio codec. That sucks because I use those a lot due to licensing restrictions. Oh, rip. Unlucky. Users must convert footage to ProRes or AV1/VP9. NVIDIA GPUs are the only officially supported. Okay, well I guess I'm lucky I have a 2060. Okay, so I could use Linux as is with the right distro if I move over to Linux. As long as there's a way to turn all of that off, as I always do, I'll stick to Windows. Yeah, I'm from what I've heard, they are still able to like phone home and still have some access to the things you do. I think it's kind of like when you install a Windows 10. Like I've installed Windows 10 several times on different things. And there's the option to uncheck all the boxes for, you know, send the usage report diagnostics, enable Cortana, stuff like that. I think even disabling all of that though, they're still able to, yeah, you know, fuck you and fuck your rights and fuck your consent. We're still gonna do it anyway. Yeah, I've heard of a couple of I guess they're called open source Windows debloated versions, like of Windows 8 I think, Windows 10 debloated stuff, but you probably don't want to connect that to the internet since they've disabled some Windows stuff that's probably spying on you. And so it's more so the use case for that I think is more so for offline, local things, if my understanding of that is correct. Which I have considered getting some of those on like my old laptops. Just so I can like run a Minecraft server or something. Or some file management. But that's a project for future me. Right now I have other projects in mind. Okay, I think we're done. We're done past the spooky part. We can just speed this up. Oh fuck, what did he have? He had thunder or something, right? Punch. Oh, there we go. Level 12. Oh. Okay. Attack 21, defense 23, speed 40. Okay. Parasect the goat. I have hardly ever seen Parasect outside of like the few areas he exists in this game. And I think there's like maybe one gym leader in Gen 2 who has a Parasect. But does he have like super cool stats or moves or something? Okay, we're gonna go into Brock's evil dungeon now. Let's have a look at what we're working with. Self-Ender, attack of 21, defense of 23, speed of 40. Harambe, attack of 33, defense of 20, speed 31, special 21. Spore is 100% sleep. Oh, really now? Is it Spore the move or Spore on Parasect? If you say Parasect is the goat, I assume you mean that in a regular run, he's the only one who can learn Spore? Gen 1 Parasect. Parasect is a dual buggy grass. Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't think about it. He has 4x weakness. Fire, flying, poison. Yikes. That's the one drawback, I guess. Learn Spore, 100% accuracy, sleep. Okay, at level 30. He learns Slash. Okay, and Growth. He can learn Sword Stance, Solar Beam, Hyper Beam, and Body Stance via TM. Spore plus Growth plus Leech Seed is a psychic killer. Spore to move only on Gen 1. Shroomish gets it in Gen 3. Ah. Yeah, Parasect never really interested me as a Pokemon in like normal runs. But now that you mentioned this here, that's very interesting. I guess that's another move I should look out for. Spore. If somebody learns it. Okay, let's see. What do we have? We have 3 antidotes, 2 burn heals, 1 paralyze heal, 1 potion. I think I like Harambe out first because he has a wider range of moves. He has electric, he has fire. What's the other thing besides fire? He has hyper beam. Okay. It could all very well end here. Based off how scary both of these runs have been so far, oh my goodness. The Drowsy from my first run, he's come back to haunt me. Oh no. Okay. Fire Spin, Thunder Punch, Hyper Beam. I kind of want to paralyze him if possible. Let's see how much damage this does. I feel like I'm so lucky that I'm faster than most. Oh my god, he has Thunder Punch as well? Holy crap, okay, he's stronger. Okay, let's assume he's gonna Thunder Punch again. Let's put out Self Ender here to try to negate some of that damage. Vice Grip. Okay, he flinched. Good, 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 good. Nightshade. That would have, I think that would have killed Harambe. Or no, is that a ghost type or a psychic type? I think it's a ghost type, right? So maybe he would have been fine. Thunder Punch, okay. I think Vice Grip is, or no, Nightshade and Vice Grip are his scariest. Execute. Okay, I have Fire Spin. Let's do that. Swap over back to Harambe. Let's see if I can do this with minimal risk. I would greatly appreciate it if you did not kill me, Mr. Game. I would like that very much. Fuck. We're gonna have to go for another round, I think. Or actually, I can do Hyper Beam. Okay. In the event Fire Spin misses. Fuck! Ah! Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Lucky, lucky, lucky. Okay, let's go ahead and heal just to be safe. We don't want to get decapitated here by a random crit. Okay, I'm liking this. Please flinch. He flinched, okay. Alright. Brock's minion was scary. So that can only mean that Brock will be even scarier. Is that enough for a potion? I don't think so. That was indeed super scary, super close. We've had like 3 or 4 close calls already across both runs. Okay, we have enough for 1 potion. This is all I have left for Brock. I'm always getting jump scared by these random ass Pokemon having psychic moves against Primeape, against Harambe. They're trying to recreate history by killing Harambe again. Okay, let's see if we can kill Brock first before he kills us. I think this is one of my favorite things about Nuzlocke and Soul Links is when there's high tension and you're constantly on the edge. Okay, I think we're gonna go with Harambe first again. Okay, let's see what he has. He has a level 12 and a level 14, or he should. Okay, I'm not scared. Face me. And put a shirt on. Kingler again. Okay, I have Thunder Punch. This is doable. Oh Christ, he has double edge. Oh fuck, Kinglers have counter as well. I have to be mindful of that. Okay, I can kill him here if I don't miss. Okay, so far so good. We are half health on Harambe though. Defense 22, speed 33. Rhyhorn. I don't have anything good against Rhyhorn. I have a Southender has Stomp, which is normal. Sky Attack, which is flying, and Disable, which could come in useful. Harambe has Thunder Punch, a Fire Spin, Hyper Beam. I don't think normal performs well against him, right? Hyper Beam. I feel like staying in here. Okay, let's heal, and because we're gonna use all of the heal, we're gonna go up to 44, just to get a gauge on what attack he uses first. Body Slam. Okay, I think he can take that Electrode. Let's try to buy time with Fire Spin. Fuck. Okay, the only way this works is if Fire Spin hits. If it misses, we're fucked. Okay, let me think. If someone has to die, who would it be? I think Electrode. I kind of want to roll for Stomp flinches here. And then pull out Harambe at the end to do Hyper Beam. Who has higher defense? I think Self-Destruct has higher defense, right? 22. 23. Oh, barely. Okay. Let's just Hyper Beam. Let's see. Come on, do your best. Fuck! No! Shit. Brock killed Harambe. Okay, you're gonna have to get flinches here. Or actually, Disable. No, Disable does a random attack. Fuck. Let's play the flinch game. Oh my goodness, that hurts. Is that the only damaging move he has? Please. Yes, he didn't use Psybeam against Primeape? I mean, I think we're dead. Unlucky. Wow, he paralyzed. That wasn't supposed to happen. Struggle? Okay, well, unlucky. I'm gonna blame this on that Dratini and the Pikachu who escaped from me. Pikachu had Earthquake. I think he would have helped tremendously. Unlucky. Defeat. I need a defeat screen or something. Let's find a defeat meme really quickly. Okay. That wasn't so bad because I went into that being fearless. I accept the outcome. What's it called? Dark Souls? Dark Souls. You died. Maybe I should just get a screen of that. A sound. Unlucky. Wait! No, stop. We gotta have it on the screen. Okay, I believe I can maybe recover my previous save. Let me see if I can do that. Because technically I still haven't lost that one. The only way I lose that one is if I lose the file. Or actually, I might have to hide the screen here. Okay, let me see. That sucks because I really liked that team. Those Pokemon were cool. It sucks that they're gone. We could have done great things together. Where is... Can I load content? And then can I get to my save? No, that doesn't work. That's under saves. Where are... I believe there's another folder with states here. Okay. No, it doesn't exist. It's not real. I loaded state 1, but it's still this second one. Died to rock. I guess for the first run we'll do. Lost the save file. Question mark, question mark, question mark. I think before we start the next run, we haven't finished Goosebumps, so let me load that up. If I can remember how to do this, I haven't opened up Book Reader in a while. I thought there was a... Oh, do I just run? No, I don't think so. I think I need more than just the HTML here. Dang. Electrode could have been so cool. If Electrode had a different moveset, besides just Stomp, Sky Attack, I think he could have been super cool, but that didn't work. Oh, wait, what? I don't have to run a server? This whole entire time I thought I had to run a server, but I guess I can just load it this way. Oh, look.
Hey, Patches. Hey, baby. Hey, baby.
I'll let this track finish. Okay. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but we're eventually gonna finish all the stories in this book. Tales to give you goosebumps. 10 spooky stories. Let's see, I think the last one we read... I don't remember if it was one of two stories. It was either the one where the baby was evil, the baby brother or sister, or the one with the they were filming a movie with aliens in the forest. Good friends. I don't think. Oh, I think it's this one. I think Strangers in the Woods is the alien in the woods, and then I think Good Friends is the one with the baby. Let's go see. So we probably have to go to page 67. Can I type it in here? I don't think so. I think there's a way to just... Good Friends... Where's the one with the evil baby? I thought that would have been good friends. Or is that Mr. Teddy? Interesting, I don't recall. Let me just confirm that here, yep, Great Aunt Abigail turns into an alien. I saw the four slimy tentacles waving at her sides. Her skin glowed bright green in the light from the dresser top. Yeah, so that's the alien one. He couldn't believe Dylan was so scared of his brother. I think this is the baby one. Richard was 14 and big and strong, but so what? Just forget about him. Jordan made a face at his sister, then grabbed the ball. Let's see how it ends. Imaginary friends are for babies. I guess I didn't read this one. Okay, let's go with this. I don't know where the fucking baby. Where's the evil baby? Was that just a figment of my imagination? I'm wondering now, though, if I read this, I'm gonna have to do voices, and that might strain my voice a bit. Maybe I should just do articles if I'm planning on doing another run. Starting a third Nuzlocke run. Whatever, let's just do it. We're here. Okay. Try not to get scared. With goosebumps. Good friends. Jordan and his best friend Dylan hopped off the school bus and walked up Oak Street. Want to ride bikes? Jordan suggested. Yeah, okay, Dylan replied. But I have to go do my homework first. Jordan rolled his eyes. Dylan was the only sixth grader who knew who always did his homework the second he got home from school. Jordan dropped his backpack on the front lawn and crossed the street. Can't you do it later? He asked. Dylan kicked the pebble across the sidewalk. No way. My mom will have a cow, he muttered. My mom will have a cow. I don't think I've ever heard that expression. The first thing I think of is that one short joke from Family Guy where Chris says, I'm so hungry I could ride a horse. I guess I could ride a horse to the store. Whereabouts is was R.L. Stein from? Is this like a southern expression? To have a cow. The idiom to have a cow means to become extremely angry, upset, agitated, or alarmed about something, often in an exaggerated, disproportionate manner. It is a colloquial American English slang term used to describe a strong emotion. The phrase likely originated in the US in the 1950s or 60s. The word cow was slang for a fit of anger or tantrum. Oh, okay. I've never heard the word cow used that way. Possibly derived from the idea of a cow being a large, temperamental animal, or the distress of giving birth. Okay, if you say so. That is as weird to me as people who call soda pop. Disgusting. How dare you use such a word? You imbecile. Okay. Dylan kicked a pebble across the sidewalk. No way. My mom will have a cow, he muttered. Jordan sighed and pushed his bangs out of his eyes. Then just tell her you did your homework in school, Dylan. She won't be home for hours. She won't know if you did it or not. Dylan bit his bottom lip. I don't know, Jordan, he said, lowering his voice. What about... He pointed toward his house. Who? Richard? Jordan asked, making a... I'm pretty sure this is the baby one, but whatever, we'll read it again. Why the hell not? Will you forget about him already? Your older brother is a total jerk. I really don't remember there being an older brother in this baby story, but I guess it's possible, and I just pushed it out of my mind. And the fact that they're mentioning the older brother right now is a red herring. We'll see. Your older brother is a total jerk. Jordan folded his arms across his chest. So what? He demanded loudly. Everyone knows Richard is a total jerk. Dylan gasped. Come on, Jordan, he pleaded. Be quiet. He'll pound me. Jordan shook his head. He couldn't believe Dylan was so scared of his brother. Richard was 14 and big and strong. But so what? Just forget about him, will you? Jordan said. Come on, let's ride. They rode their bikes around the neighborhood for a while. Then they stopped in Dylan's driveway to shoot some hoops. Dylan kept staring up nervously at his brother's bedroom window. I hope he leaves us alone today. I'm confusing two stories, I think. Probably. Okay, no, I read this one. But it's not the baby. So somebody is fake. Either the people in the house are fake and they're like ghosts, or the people outside who they are talking about are fake and ghosts. Which one's the fucking baby one? Oh my goodness. I need to keep notes on this. Maybe I do have notes on it actually. Let me check. That'd be so weird. Have goosebumps. Reading list. Tag active. Stream stuff. Where's goosebumps? There must be a fucking goosebumps here somewhere. Oh my goodness. I totally read this one. Now I remember. Goosebumps. Find alien goosebumps book. That's not this. Fuck. Okay, whatever. Well, we read that one before. We can probably go find the stream from that. Let's check. Let's check 67, page 67. How I won my bat. Now I'm scared that... Okay. I think I read this one. I remember the name Michael Burns. What's this one about? I don't want to get spoilers, but I think this sounds familiar. Teddy. I'm getting some mild memories from this story, the teddy bear. Okay, no, we haven't read this one. We 100% have not read this one. We'll read this one. I don't know about this bat one. I think this sounds familiar. So, we'll go with Mr. Teddy. Disregard and forget all that stuff I said earlier about the mom who is a cow and eats the homework or whatever. Forget about that entirely. Let's go with this one. Try not to get scared, Mr. Teddy. Mom, can I please get this teddy bear? Please, I'll never ask for another thing. Willa clasped her hands together and gazed longingly at the stuffed teddy bear staring at her from the department store shelf. Willa was a collector. She collected stuff, animals, dolls, posters, porcelain eggs, you name it. Every inch of her room was crammed with her collections. Mom, look at him, Willa gushed. Have you ever seen such cute little brown paws? And look at his bag. And look at his big round eyes. They're practically glowing. Leaning on the counter, Gina, Willa's 11-year-old sister, started to whine. Mom, no fair. Willa already has enough stuffed animals to fill this whole store. So? Willa shot back. I can't help it if your room is bare, Gina. Gina made a face at her older sister. That's because every chance you get, you beg Mom to buy you something else. Mom, get me this. Mom, buy me that. Gina mimicked. Girls, that's enough, Mrs. Stewart cut them off. Willa and Gina glared at each other. Willa, you're 12. Aren't you getting too old for teddy bears? Her mother asked. I can't help it, Ma. It's a baby. Hey, baby. Well, you want to read the story too? Okay, I gotta read to her as if she's going for a bedtime story. Let's change up the tone and the enthusiasm of the girls, of the children, because there's a baby here now. It's a baby. It's a baby. Let's do this. Let's do it this way. Like that. I don't know where she's... Over this way. She's a little baby. Okay. I'm gonna read to her as if she needs a bedtime story. Okay, so Willa, you're 11. Aren't you getting too old for teddy bears? Her mother asked. I can't help it, Mom, Willa replied. I want him. He's not like other stuffed animals I've ever seen. That's gonna be my new meme. I'm not like other stuffed animals. I'm not like other kitties, like Patches. He's not like any other stuffed animal I've ever seen. His eyes are weird, Gina commented. They are not, Willa protested. But she knew Gina was right. She could almost feel the bear studying her with those huge eyes of his. They gotta be careful. This bear might have a spyware camera in the eyes. This sounds kind of scary. If I were this mother, I would be very concerned right now. Willa, her mother said, there isn't any space left in your room. Where will you put it? No, don't eat that. You're gonna get electrocuted. You're gonna get electrocuted. You're gonna get thunder punched. Oh, okay, there, you can play with that. Okay, well, there isn't any space left in your room. Where will you put it? How? No, don't scratch me. Here, look, this is your toy right now. I guess I technically probably shouldn't let her bite the thing. She's gonna bite through it. Do I have another toy for her? Oh, here we go. This is a toy. This is paper. Not that one. Here, this. Right here. Okay. Where were we? Willa, her mother said, there isn't any space left in your room. Where will you put it? I'll put Old Bear on the shelf and sleep with this one, Willa replied. Gina folded her arms. What's wrong with Old Bear? Nothing, Willa told her. I just love this one. She pressed him against her cheek. See how cuddly he is? Please, Mom. Mrs. Stewart hesitated. Well, Mom, that's not fair, Gina wailed. Willa's always getting stuff. What about my CD player? Gina, a CD player costs a lot more than a teddy bear, her mother answered sharply. That's something you can ask for on your birthday. That's a good hack, actually, if you have siblings. This is the kind of thing you should read when you're a kid. You should constantly ask your mom for inexpensive things rather than expensive stuff. Ask for a bunch of teddy bears and stuffed aminals rather than a computer. I wish I had known this trick back when I was a kid. Mom, please, Willa said, still clutching the bear. Oh, all right, her mother said, sighing. But this is it. Understand, Willa? Willa threw her arms around her mother. Oh, thank you, Mom. On the other side of the counter, Willa could see Gina scowling at her. Sometimes I really hate you, Willa, Gina muttered. Are you leaving? Where are you going? Where are you going? Come here. Come on. Okay. The creature is gone. For now. Where was her sister scowling? On the other side of the counter, Willa could see Gina scowling at her. Sometimes I really hate you, Willa, Gina muttered. Willa waved the teddy in Gina's face. His name is Mr. Teddy, Gina, she announced, and you'd better be nice to him. As soon as Willa got home, she took Mr. Teddy up to her room to show him around. Here we are, she announced, opening the door. Her room was done in all peach, her favorite color. To the right of the door stood her dresser. On top of the dresser was her porcelain egg collection. Willa gently picked up each egg and told Mr. Teddy where it had come from. Next, she showed him all the rock star posters that covered her walls. When she went through the two long shelves above the dresser crammed with stuffed animals. When she finished with the animals, Willa took Mr. Teddy over to the doll collection in the other corner. Willa had been collecting dolls the longest and had the biggest collection of anyone she knew. Still clutching Mr. Teddy, Willa crossed the room to her bedroom. Hello, old bear, she said. She reached onto the pillow and picked up her ragged old teddy bear, the one she'd slept with since she was a baby, and kissed him on the top of his head. You're going to sleep over here now, she said, crossing back over to the shelves. She pushed aside a stuffed unicorn to make room for Old Bear. Sleep tight, she told him. I know what's gonna happen. The two teddy bears are gonna fight to the death. That actually gives me I kind of want to make this now. I kind of want to actually turn this into a thing where I actually film it. Where it plays out exactly like this. And then at night, like Toy Story, the bears come alive, and then they fight to the death. And it's it's a prolonged war over a long time. And she wonders how they keep getting all these cuts and bruises and battle scars, and then she blames her sister for it or something. They're struggling. They fall out of the window like in Toy Story when Woody knocks out Buzz, and then they get all covered in leaves and dirt and branches and mud, and then they eventually get back in, and she blames her sister for throwing her new favorite doll outside, and then they start fighting. Maybe that's how this will progress. Maybe he and I had the same idea, and then the fact that this story might end up the same way, maybe it means I am partly like R.L. Stein. We'll see. She pushed aside a stuffed unicorn to make room for Old Bear. "Sleep tight," she told him. Gina poked her head into the room. "Who's in here?" she asked. "No one," Willa replied. "Then who are you talking to? Who are you talking to?" "Nobody." Gina's eyes lit up. "You were talking to your stuffed animals again, weren't you?" She started laughing at Willa. "Shut up, Gina," Willa snapped. "You're mad because you didn't get a CD player." I am not," Gina answered. "I'm mad because you have Mom wrapped around your little finger. Every time you ask for something, she buys it." She stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Willa glanced down at Mr. Teddy. "Don't worry about Gina," she whispered, carefully placing him on her pillow. "I bet she wishes she had a special bear too, but she doesn't. You're all mine, Mr. Teddy. All mine." That night, Willa slept with Mr. Teddy hooked in her arm. At first, it felt funny to sleep with something so soft and fluffy. All the fur on Old Bear had worn off a long time ago. But Mr. Teddy seemed to be staring at her. "I'm telling you, there's a Chinese camera in there." To a person whose first name is EpiPen, but they shorten it to Ep, and then his last name is Steen. Mr. EpiPen Steen. That's the guy who controls the camera in this teddy bear. Mr. Teddy seemed to be staring at her. Every time she turned or moved, she felt his big eyes watching her. Willa woke up early the next morning. The sun had barely begun to rise. Outside, she could hear birds chirping. Something didn't feel right. She lifted her head and stared down at her bed. Where was Mr. Teddy? She groped around her covers, but couldn't find him anywhere. Where was he? Willa pulled herself up, squinted in the dim light. Had Mr. Teddy fallen out of bed? She peered down at the floor. Not there. She shook her covers again, then leaned over to check underneath the bed. "Are you there, Mr. Teddy?" she called softly. A sock and some dust balls stared back at her. Where could Mr. Teddy be? Willa's eyes moved up to her dresser, then over to the windowsill above the doll corner. She caught her breath. Mr. Teddy sat propped up on the windowsill, staring back at her. His eyes seemed to be shining. "Huh?" Willa murmured. "How did you get over there?" She climbed out of bed and lifted him off the windowsill. "Mr. Teddy," she scolded, "what are you doing? Did you get up and move during the night?" The bear's dark eyes glowed back at her. "Stop staring at me like that," Willa laughed. "You're giving me the creeps." She kissed the top of his head and popped him back on her pillow. Is she gonna notice that the old bear is now missing and decapitated? Uh-oh, we'll see. Maybe I woke up and put him there myself and don't remember, Willa said to herself. At breakfast, she caught Gina staring at her. What are you looking at? She said sharply. Nothing, Gina smirked. Did you come into my room last night? Willa demanded. No, Gina replied, still smiling. Why would I? The next night, before she fell asleep, Willa made sure Mr. Teddy was hooked firmly in the crook of her arm. It took her a long time to fall into a restless sleep. She kept waking up and checking on Mr. Teddy, but he was always right where she left him, in the bend of her arm, watching everything with those big dark eyes of his. In a funny way, Willa felt as if he were guarding her. She woke up the next morning with a start. Immediately, she felt around for Mr. Teddy. Gone again. Willa glanced suspiciously at the windowsill. Not there either. She sat up in bed and began to search the room. Her eyes swept over the doll corner, the floor, then moved up the dresser. Hey, you! Willa cried out when she spotted Mr. Teddy on the dresser. What's going on, Bear? What are you doing over there? She jumped out of bed and hurried over. She gasped when she saw the 2 porcelain eggs. They lay smashed under the big teddy bear. Mr. Teddy's eyes had an evil glow. Who did this? Willa demanded. Who broke these eggs? Willa tried to think. It couldn't be Mr. Teddy. He didn't climb the dresser and plop down on the eggs. No way. So who could it be? The one person who was jealous of her stuff. Gina! Willa shouted furiously. How could you do this? Willa stormed into Gina's room. Empty. Where was she? Willa stomped back into the hall and stood at the top of the stairs. Gina, I'm going to get you for this. Her mother appeared at the bottom of the stairs. Why are you shouting, Willa? Where's Gina? She left early for school, her mother said. Remember, she has chorus practice. Willa clenched her fists. Wait till she gets home tonight, she growled. She'll be singing a sad song when I get through with her. That afternoon, Willa paced the front hall, waiting for Gina to return home. She paced back and forth, checking out the window every time she passed it. Finally, she saw Gina coming up the front walk. She angrily pulled open the front door to greet her. I know it was you who smashed my porcelain eggs last night, Willa uttered in a shaky voice. She blocked Gina's path. Gina pushed her aside. What are you talking about, Willa? Are you totally losing it? You know what I mean, Willa insisted. She followed her sister to the stairs. You broke my best eggs for no reason. Then you moved Mr. Teddy onto the dresser to make it look like he did it. What a sick, stupid joke. Gina stopped. I really don't know what you're talking about. Do too, Willa snapped. It had to be Gina. Who else could it be? You're just trying to get me in trouble with Mom, said Gina. Leave me alone, Willa. I'm warning you. Later, when Willa went to bed, she shoved Mr. Teddy all the way under the covers. I want you to stay down here tonight, okay? She told him. She curled her body around his, then pulled her covers up to her neck. Nobody could get Mr. Teddy out now, Willa thought. At least, not without waking her up. But Willa was wrong. The moment she woke up the next morning, Willow reached under the covers for Mr. Teddy. Gone again. Huh? Willa sat up, wide awake. What's going on? She let out a shriek when she saw her dresser. The drawers had all been pulled out and turned upside down. Her clothing had all been strewn in clumps and piles over the floor. Angrily hurling herself out of bed, Willa kicked aside a pile of t-shirts. "Gina!" she shrieked. "I'm going to murder you for this!" Glancing up, she saw Mr. Teddy. He grinned at her from the dresser top. Willa grabbed him. "Why is this happening to me?" she screamed. "Tell me this is a dream." Mr. Teddy's eyes glowed brighter. Willa heaved him onto the bed. She flew down the stairs and burst into the kitchen. Gina was eating a bowl of cereal. "Why did you do this, Gina?" Willa demanded, clenching her hands into tight fists. Why did you sneak into my room and mess it all up? And Gina gazed up from her breakfast. "I haven't been near your room. Honest." A grin broke out on her face. Gina gazed up from her breakfast. "I haven't been... Wait, fuck, I already read that." This is what happens when I look over to the other monitor. Gina gazed up from her breakfast. "I haven't been near your room. Honest." A grin broke out over her face. Willa let out a furious cry. "See, Mom? See? She's smiling." She's just standing there, smiling menacingly. Mrs. Stewart narrowed her eyes at Gina. "Have you been playing mean jokes on your sister?" she demanded. "No, no way!" Gina screamed. "Why are you blaming me for something I didn't do? I just smiled because it's funny, but I didn't do anything. Really." Willa stared hard at Gina. "I know you're lying," she said softly. "You're a liar, Gina, a total liar." "I am not," Gina shouted. She scraped her chair back from the table and jumped up. "You're the liar," she told Willa. "You're just trying to get me in trouble for no reason." She turned and stormed out of the kitchen. "Stay out of my room, Gina," Willa called after her. "You'll be sorry. I mean it. I really do." "I thought she said she's gonna murder her." One page earlier she said, "I'm going to murder you for this." Where's the murder? I didn't see it. Pussy. If you're gonna say it, you better do it. Fuck around, find out. That night, before climbing into bed, Willa shoved her dresser up against her door. "There," she said, pressing Mr. Teddy's soft body against her arm. "That should keep Gina out of here. What do you think, Mr. Teddy?" I feel like she's made a major blunder here. Now Mr. Teddy gets to say, "You're trapped in here with me." Okay, let's see what happens. Mr. Teddy's round black eyes glowed back at her. She slept restlessly again that night, feeling hot. She kicked off her covers. She turned onto one side, then the other. She had strange nightmares. When she woke up the next morning, before she opened her eyes, she reached out for Mr. Teddy. Gone. Willa's eyes shot open. She screamed. The dresser had been pushed to the middle of the room. She sat up, her heart pounding. My room, she muttered. Her sister's pretty strong if she can shove open the door and push the dresser to the center of the room. I think she's hiding her power level over here. We gotta send Gina to some lab to perform tests on her. She has a tremendous amount of power. Maybe her power level is over 9,000. Let's see. My room, she murmured. Swallowing hard, she stood up and gazed around her room. Her posters, they had all been ripped from the walls and crumpled onto the floor. Willa's eyes moved to the shelves, to her stuffed animals. A cold, sick feeling spread through her stomach. Nearly all of the animals had been pulled apart. Shredded, bits of them lay strewn across the floor. A tail here, a piece of stuffing there. Their eyes had been torn out of their heads, their arms and legs ripped from their bodies. Willa staggered to her doll corner. Every doll had been broken and torn apart. They lay in a heap of arms, scraps of clothing, broken heads, patches of hair. Hey! Willa raised her eyes to the top of the shelf. Mr. Teddy stood there, triumphantly, his eyes glowing happily. In one raised paw, he held an arm from one of her dolls. No! Willa murmured. No! Please, no! Mr. Teddy suddenly toppled forward, his outstretched arms reaching for Willa's throat. Willa let out a shriek and dived out of his way. The bear landed on the floor with a soft thud. Willa spun around. Tripping over parts of dolls and stuffed animals, she plunged out of her room, down the stairs into the kitchen. Willa, what is it? What's wrong? Demanded her mother. Mom, come up to my room, she sobbed. Everything I own, all my dolls, my animals, Gina wrecked it all, she cried furiously. Huh? Mrs. Stewart's face twisted in surprise. Gina? Yes, Gina, Willa declared. She broke into my room last night, Mom. She wrecked everything. Everything. But that's impossible, Willa's mother cried. Gina wasn't home last night, Willa. Don't you remember? She had a sleepover at Maggie's house. It's pretty spooky. The little baby kitty is having the zoomies and she's making spooky sounds. She knows something's up. Willa pressed her hands against her face. The room began to spin wildly. It's her mom all along. That's right. She remembered. Gina wasn't home last night. No! She backed out of the kitchen, hands against her cheeks, shaking her head. She didn't want to believe it. It couldn't be. But there was no other explanation. She ran blindly up the stairs. She grabbed Mr. Teddy off the floor. His eyes glowed up at her as Willa frantically ripped him to pieces. It was you after all, wasn't it? She cried, tearing off his arms, pulling out his white stuffing, letting it fly over the room. It was you! 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 With a cry of fury. Oh my goodness, what the heck? What happened? Is the teddy scaring you? She's got the zoomies and a big poofy tail. Maybe I am accidentally summoning an evil teddy bear and she is trying to stop me. It was you. With a cry of fury, Willa tore off Mr. Teddy's head. I hate you, she shrieked. She tossed the head out the open window. Evil thing! Now you're gone. You can do no more evil. Gasping for breath, her heart thudding, Willa stumbled across the room and pulled Raggedy Old Bear off the shelf. She hugged him tightly. You're all I've got left, Old Bear. Everything else was destroyed by that evil thing. She clutched Old Bear gratefully. From now on, it's just you and me. Willa didn't see the pleased smile form on Old Bear's mouth. She didn't see his eyes begin to twinkle merrily. Next time, Old Bear thought to himself, maybe you won't be so quick to get rid of me, Willa. Maybe you've learned your lesson. You can't put me away on a shelf. Not me. I'm your bear, and I'm going to be with you for the rest of your life. Is this why women prefer the bear over men? Is this why? It would have been cooler if the two bears were fighting. This works too, but I think it would have been cooler if there are bear wars. Okay, that wasn't too bad. I like that one. But I think my idea is better. Let me think about how I could possibly implement that concept into Irregular Flick and Unruly Kuromi, where we would have two stuffed animals of like the same thing, whether it's like the franchise, like I could have like two Pokemons, or I could have two of the same thing, like two different bears or something. How would I make it so that they fight? We could maybe have like the smaller one is jealous of the bigger one because like the how men are jealous of taller men. Or we could do, how could we do it? I guess this is assuming that the characters themselves are coming alive, which they should. I think Flick and Kuromi will be that show where all the toys are, or I guess most of the toys are alive, rather than just a couple special select few like Arby and Chief, where it's only like the main cast who are alive. I think in Flick and Kuromi it makes sense for all the toys to have the option to become characters. That's sort of how I've conceptualized that show. So I'll keep this in mind because I think there's some potential here for a cool either horror kind of like this or more comedic or a mixture of the two, which I do like. I think that's one of my two favorite things, comedy and horror. And if we can find a way to blend them properly together in a way where they both work, I think that's kind of where I want to go with this show. Okay, I gotta take a break though. We will return after a quick break. That does make me wonder though, why were the teddy bear's eyes glowing, and why were they evil that one time? Was that her personifying it onto the bear? Was that her anthropomorphizing the teddy bear's eyes in that moment? It makes no sense for the bear's eyes to be evil, while at the time she's still suspecting her sister. But I guess the point isn't to overthink it. The point isn't to make an ironclad story. The point is to try to provide a bunch of red herrings to the reader. So that's fun. Okay, we'll be right back. Okay, I feel like I want to do one more story. Oh my goodness, did you hear that? Or actually, no? What happened? I saw earlier that it was going to be thunderstorming, so maybe she heard some thunder that spooked her. Which I guess maybe that requires a bit of a warning if the stream dies or something. There could be some internet lines or power lines getting hit. I can't see from here right now if there is rain or thunder or wind. So there is a possibility, but I don't think so. I think the weather app says it's until later, but I can't tell. Okay. Oh my goodness. What happened? What happened? Ah! Okay, one more story. And then I'll go get water. And then we'll do a third Nuzlocke run. This one's it. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it, alright. I can feel it in my... I can feel it in my soul. Do this. Okay. Try not to get scared. Click. My name... Oh my goodness. I'm talking, not you. What happened? What happened? What's happened? Actually, let me really quickly make a little kitty house for her on the bed. It's like a pillow fort, but smaller. 1 second. Okay, maybe she'll be able to chill in there. That'll occupy her a bit. Okay. This chapter, this short story is called Click. My name is Seth Gold, and I'm 12. My hobby is channel surfing on the TV. What the heck? He's like Mike TV from Willy Wonka. My hobby is channel surfing on the TV. At least that used to be my hobby. Why did I sit for hours? Why did I sit for hours clicking from channel to channel with the remote control? I guess I loved the feeling of power it gave me. A boring show? Click, on to the next. A loud commercial about sinus headaches? Click, on to something better. I think there's a movie about this with Adam Sandler, is it there? Where he goes, click. I never watched that one, but I think it's, from what I've heard, people think it's funny. Like a meme worthy? I don't know if meme worthy or like a so bad it's good or something like that. I've heard there's some cultural appreciation for that film. I gotta go watch it now. The premise of it sounds funny. Maybe I'll add that to my to watch list. Since I'm taking a bit of a break from filming, I can go enjoy another film that also works with this story here. A loud commercial about sinus headaches? Click on to something better. Sometimes I tried to imagine what life was like when people had to get up and walk over to the TV every time they wanted to change the channel. But it was just too awful to think about. This kid would greatly appreciate smartphones today. He doesn't even have to click anything anymore. Look at what they stole from us. This is life as it should have been. We used to be a country, but now the shorts reel just auto scrolls for you. You can't even. At least he had the power to decide whether or not what he is watching he enjoyed by whether or not he stayed on the channel or clicked away. These days, it's an endless waterfall, cascading forever and ever until the end of time. And you get no say. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like having to walk up, but it was just too awful to think about. One day, my dad came home from work carrying a package about the size of a shoebox. He plunked it down on the kitchen table. "Wait till you see this," he exclaimed, removing the wrapping. My 4-year-old sister, Megan, shoved past me. "What is it? What is it? Let me see," she begged. I read the big black letters on the box. Universal Remote. Is he basically gonna do the Adam Sandler thing? It's a universal remote so he can control his sister to stop her from being annoying, or he can control whatever. I don't know. Yeah, can you control like the bottle of soda so that you can pour from it, but it's paused. So while you do get soda, it becomes a never-ending bottle of soda. Is that the kind of thing that's gonna happen here? Hey, baby. We have the baby. No. We have the baby here again. So let's put her on screen. No, what? Don't go right there. Come here. Come here. I guess the pillow fort wasn't interesting to her right now. I guess let's take a moment to appreciate the demon. The demon. The little baby demon. She is so small. She is so small and so tiny. And she's sleepy. I'm pretty sure she's actually gonna fall asleep here, so I'll probably have to return back to an even more smoother ASMR bedtime story reading mode. I feel like she can still fuck up my keys and press things. I read the big black letters on the box. Universal Remote. "I got a great deal on this," Dad explained. "I was on my way home from work and I passed a little store I'd never seen before. It was going out of business. This thing was only $6. Great, huh?" "What does it do?" I asked, pulling it carefully out of the box. "It's just like our remote control, like our regular remote control, except It works everything, Dad explained. It will work the TV, the VCR, the CD player. If we had a Laserdisc player, it would work that too. I wonder if a kid who read this today even knows what any of those things are. Whoa, whoa, whoa. These aren't toys. Why does she want to play with the nail polish? I guess to be fair, she is like a little baby, like a little child, so this sound is probably very interesting to her. It was me. There's no room for the kitty on screen. Okay, we'll do this. No, we'll do that. Oh my goodness! She almost rolled him off the table onto the floor. Okay, no, you can't play with the nail polish then. If that's what's gonna happen. No. You can't break these. These are my favorite colors. Okay, looks like she's getting ready for bed. Let's keep reading to her this spooky click story. If we had a Laserdisc player, it would work that too. Wow! I exclaimed, excited. Can I try it? Sure, Seth, Dad replied. Just put some batteries in it. I took some AA batteries out of the kitchen junk drawer and loaded them into the chamber. Then I examined the remote. It was slender and black. It fit nicely into my hand, and it had 1,000,000 buttons on it. This was going to be awesome. I ran up the stairs to the den. Don't watch TV for too long, my mother shouted after me. You have homework, remember? But I was already gone. Oh, okay. Is he gonna press something and then he's gonna get transported into the world of the TV with whatever's being shown there right now? I'm not sure which direction this is gonna go, but I am curious. For the next hour, I fooled around with the new remote. It was really excellent. It could go back and forth between a videotape and a TV. I could play a CD while watching the Weather Channel with the sound turned off. It looked as if the weatherman were singing. Megan wandered in. I want to watch cartoon tape, she said. Not now, I told her. I'm busy. But I want to, she insisted. Not now, Megan. Beat it. I'm telling, she whined. You are not, I cried, reaching out to stop her. To my surprise, she grabbed the remote control out of my hand. Then she pulled back her arm and flung the new remote across the room. It crashed into the radiator and fell on the floor. What an adorable kitty. Yes, she is a very small kitty. Hello, Skunk King 420. How are you? Welcome to the sleepy hour, the sleepy kitty hour. I'm trying not to be too loud or too spooky as I read her bedtime story. Okay, I was kind of expecting the sister now to grab the remote and then pause him. I thought that'd be funny. But I can see so many different... This is one of the most fun things about writing in my experience. You can just go in so many different ways, especially if you're not trying to tie your story or whatever you're trying to do to like reality. You can introduce some kind of silly magical stuff. I always love that shit. Okay, Okay, they knocked the TV remote, flung the new remote across the room. It crashed into the radiator and fell to the floor. Now look what you did, I shrieked angrily. I kinda missed your message there when you said it. Let me move this higher, see if that's better. So I can better catch new messages as they come in. Now look what you did, I shrieked angrily. I picked up the remote from the floor and shook it. It rattled. It hadn't rattled before. I clicked it at the TV. Nothing happened. You jerk, I cried. Now we can't watch anything. What happened to your previous remote, bro? What do you mean? Dumb, stupid kid. What, because this remote control is broken, now all of a sudden you completely forgot about the other one? This guy is like this guy grew up to become a modern product CEO who when shitify something, because the remote is broken now, we can't use the previous ones or we can't fix it. That's what this kid's mindset is. She's a small baby. She's a small little baby. Okay. Nothing happened. You jerk, I cried. Now we can't watch anything. Sorry, Megan replied softly. She stuck her thumb into her mouth and backed slowly out of the room. I sat down on the sofa and went to work on the remote. Using a quarter, I pried off the back and studied the insides. Not much in there except for a few chips and wires. I wiggled things as much as I dared and then closed it up. Holding it up to my ear, I shook it. No rattle. Oh my goodness, it scared the shit out of me. That was way louder than than I remember it being. Thanks so much, Mr. Skunk King 420 for subscribing. It doesn't do the thing. It should have played a huge explosion of emotes. I may have killed it. What's this? No. I may have killed it when I was tinkering because Stream Elements announced that they were gonna go under or something, but then they didn't. They got saved with some money from somewhere. I think I was messing with Stream Labs emote. Emote wall. It's this one, I think. Let me see if I play that again. It should have a huge thing. Happy birthday, by the way. Thank you very much. It has been a great day. I am very excited to continue building on what I've been doing. And today was a good start. Let's see, how do I replay your alert? I can't do it here on Twitch. Fuck. I'm gonna have to do it on Stream Elements. Give me a second. Let me hide this. Let's see if I can log into Stream Elements and play it again. But it's weird because sometimes that doesn't happen. I've seen it before where somebody else also subscribed and it didn't do the explosion. Oh fuck, it's the other account. Shit. They they subscribed, and the first time I got subscribed to, the emote explosion didn't play, but then the second time it did. Maybe I need to like play it before I start streaming to make sure it's active. Oh Christ, I need to verify with my phone. Okay, let's do this. Where is activity feed? Okay, here's Skunk K. See if I replay. Is that gonna show up? Right there. Hello? Streamlabs emote wall. Oh, do I have to maybe? Oh my goodness, this is such a mess. I have things all over the place. If I replay it from Streamlabs, will that work? Okay, let me try replay it from. Wait, did it just show up? Oh no, it didn't. Okay, let me do replay activity on stream elements again. Hello? Nothing. Okay, let's log into Streamlabs. This is terrible. It's like archaic technology in that unless you know exactly how things are connected, it's difficult to access it again. Recent events, skunking. Okay, let's play it this way. Setting is from Streamlabs. That doesn't work either. Okay, I don't know. It's broken. I feel bad. The kitty was falling asleep. Oh, did she jump when I when I got scared? Don't worry, she'll fall asleep again. She to be fair, she just got out of the zoomies, so she's already hyper attentive to other sounds. So regardless of whether or not your alert or my voice startled her, she was already primed to be easily startled. Okay, well, I cannot find out how to get this to play again. What if I, hang on, what if I refresh? That's what I gotta do probably. Gotta refresh the cache of the browser source. Refresh. Okay, last attempt. Let's replay. Wait. Streamlabs does nothing. Okay then. I think it's just broken forever. I don't know why it's broken. If I do emote, it should work, right? My Twitch emotes here. Wait, that didn't send it to Twitch? Why did that only send it to YouTube but not Twitch? Okay, I think Twitch is broken or something right now. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's not something I did wrong. Maybe it's Twitch being dummy, silly, estúpido. Which, that's not surprising. They haven't updated their website in 7 years. I'm falling asleep too. Not gonna lie, I'll hop in next time you're on. Have a good rest of your night. Okay, thanks so much for dropping by, Skunking. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for hanging out and chilling. I don't stream very often, so you might see other stuff I do more. But yep, as always, I appreciate it. Good luck. Have fun. Don't die. Try not to have nightmares. Try not to spook any more kitties awake while you sleep. And take care. Okay, I'll have to figure out this emote issue next time. I don't know what could be possibly causing this problem. Okay. Let's go back to here. She's just over there licking herself, not even caring anymore about trying to fall asleep. Okay, whereabouts did we leave off? Okay, we just turned the page, so let's go back to the previous page. So he opens the remote with a quarter, he moves a couple things around, and now we're here. I wiggled things as much as I dared, and then closed it up. Holding it up to my ear, I shook it. No rattle. I pointed it at the TV. Click. It worked again. 10 minutes later, I was busily channel surfing when my mother stormed into the room. Sad. I am very disappointed in you. I told you not to watch for long, and there are chores to be done in this house, and your sister tells me you won't let her have a turn, and on and on she yelled, shaking her head. I tried to tune her out, but she was yelling louder and louder. Okay, the kitty's gone. I can use my desk again. I wonder if he's gonna turn her off, if he's gonna mute her. What if he changes the channel on her and she disappears into another dimension? I feel like all of my ideas are much better than anything that's actually gonna happen here. We'll see. On and on she yelled, shaking her head. I tried to tune her out, but she was yelling louder and louder. So I pointed the remote at her and pushed mute. It was a joke. Just a dumb joke. But the most amazing thing happened. Mom was still yelling, but no sound came out. I had really muted her. Be careful with that power button. You don't want to be turning your mom on. That's the kind of thing they do in Japan with anime. They're obsessed with that. I pushed the button again. And your room is a mess, and your homework isn't getting done, and click. I muted her again. She continued yelling silently. Awesome. This was really awesome. I could mute my own mother with a new remote control. So you'd better start shaping up, mister, she finished. She finished already? What the heck? As soon as he turned his mom on, she finished. She turned and stormed out of the room. Wow, I cried aloud. Sitting on the edge of the sofa, I stared at the buttons on the remote. A few seconds later, our beagle, Sparky, walked into the room. Here, boy, I said. Sparky trotted over and started scratching himself behind the ear with his back leg. I stared down at the remote again. I had to try it once more. I saw a button labeled slow motion. I pointed the remote at Sparky, pressed the button, and held it. Sparky started scratching himself very, very slowly. I could see his lips flapping as his head twisted slowly back and forth. His ears floated around in the air. Unbelievable, I whooped. I let go of the button, and Sparky started scratching himself at normal speed again. I can control the world with this remote, I told myself. I was so excited, I nearly dropped it again. I'm pretty sure he's gonna do something and then break it and then it's going to be stuck that way forever, irreversible, and he's not going to consider the option of buying another one. But more importantly, he just said here, I can control the world with this remote. Hey kid, I have a secret. You can control the world with your actions if you're disciplined enough. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Dinner, Mom called from downstairs. Be right down, I shouted. I tucked the remote in my jeans pocket. What the heck? The remote to dinner? I wasn't going to let it out of my sight. Then I charged down the stairs. Okay, it's gonna be in his pocket. He's gonna be running or something, or jumping. He's gonna land on it and break it. And at the same time as he lands on it and break it, it's the button's gonna press something, and then he's gonna be stuck there forever. Like that one episode of the Twilight Zone, where there's the last guy left alive on Earth who has access to all the books, but then his glasses break. I can foresee the future. I tucked the remote in my jeans pocket. I wasn't going to let it out of my sight. Then I charged down the stairs. I was too excited to focus on eating my tuna casserole. I picked at my dinner, thinking about the remote, feeling it in my... Okay, you gotta be careful with the way you describe that, R.L. Stein. That sounds a little weird for a kid to be thinking. My mother frowned as she cleared the plates. Well, Seth, she said, maybe you'll be more interested in dessert. I glanced at the bowl. Chocolate pudding, my favorite. Mom spooned it into plates and gobbled down my portion. Then I had a brilliant idea. Oh my goodness. I quietly pulled out the remote and studied the buttons under the table. Ah, there it was. Rewind. I pushed the button and held it up. In rapid motion, Mom, Dad, and Megan unate their pudding. I kept rewinding until Mom appeared with the bowl of pudding. Then I let the button go. Well, Seth, she said again, maybe you'll be more interested in dessert. Then we all had pudding again. You bet, I said, gobbling down my second portion. Ha! This was excellent. When I was done, I pushed rewind again, and then one more time until I'd had 4 dishes of chocolate pudding. I was stuffed. That's not how that works. If you eat the one pudding and then you rewind, you'll have still the one. But if I guess the person controlling it is immune to the effects of the control, such as time, pause, and or sound change states. Does this mean instead of doing the thing where the Twilight Zone thing, where the remote breaks at the same time that something awful happens, will it instead be that he is still aging while everybody else isn't, while he reverts time for them? Is he going to be like a 20-year-old while his sister is still the same age because he keeps abusing the rewind button? He had 4... Okay. Until I had 4 dishes of chocolate pudding. I was stuffed. The next morning, I carried the remote to school with me. I knew I shouldn't be messing around with it, but I couldn't help myself. It was too much fun. After the first bell rang, it was time for the flag salute. I decided I had heard it enough times, so I muted it. Everyone sat down. And now, said Mrs. Gifford, you're going to have a pop quiz in geography, you lucky people. She started passing out papers. Oh no, a pop quiz! I had been so busy with the new remote, I hadn't done the homework. I didn't know anything about South America. I swallowed several times, thinking hard. Then I remembered the remote, and I relaxed. I had a plan. I can't stop thinking about why is Twitch dead on streamer bot. Does Twitch chat itself actually work? Okay, so if I type directly into Twitch chat, that works. If I type into streamer bot into Twitch chat, that works. If I type into both on streamer bot, only YouTube works. Why? They probably like broke the API connection or something. Okay. Also, the demon has returned. Where is the camera? The demon. Okay. He's gonna have. What? He's gonna have a pop quiz, and he has a plan. Mrs. Gifford finished passing out the papers. Okay, everyone, she said. You'll have 20 minutes. Good luck. I took a quick glance at my test paper. It was full of questions I knew nothing about. The capital of Brazil? Not a clue. But I wasn't worried. I doodled on my notebook while everyone else got busy answering the questions. Nearly all the time had passed. 30 seconds left, announced Mrs. Gifford. I waited another 15 seconds. Then I took the remote control out of my pocket. I hit freeze frame. Everybody froze. Miss Gifford stopped in the middle of a yawn, glancing out the window. Mickey Delaney froze in the middle of scratching his nose. Annie Schwartz, the best student in the class, froze in the middle of putting her pencil neatly down on the desk. I stood up and strolled over to Annie's desk. I took my test paper with me. I peered over Annie's shoulder at her answers. San Salvador, okay. Andes Mountain, okay. I wrote all of Annie's answers onto my test sheet. Then I strolled back to my desk, sat down, and hit the freeze frame button again. Everybody snapped back into motion. Okay, everyone, said Miss Gifford. Pencils down. I set my pencil down, making a great show of looking exhausted. Then I passed my paper up to the front. This was really cool. After the test, I looked for more ways to have fun. I fast-forwarded the teacher and the entire class for a while. I slow-motioned the principal when she came to talk to the teacher. Then I froze the whole class again. When the teacher squeaked her chalk on the blackboard, I turned the volume way up. Finally, the bell rang for lunch. I couldn't wait to go down to the lunchroom, a whole new place to have fun. The lunchroom was the usual zoo. Everyone yelling and laughing, straw wrappers and juice boxes flying everywhere, kids falling off their chairs, dropping their lunch trays. Mr. Pinkman? The lunchroom monitor ran around yelling at everyone to sit down. I pointed the remote at him and froze him in his tracks. Then I stepped into the food line. I took a cheeseburger, a salad, 2 desserts. You can't have 2 desserts, said the lunch lady. You know that. I didn't even think twice. I pointed the remote at her and punched the mute button. She continued to lecture me silently. Quite pleased with myself, I continued down the line and picked up a carton of milk. Before I went to sit down, I pointed the remote at the lunchroom lady again and pressed mute to turn her voice back on. Nothing happened. I pressed the button again. She was still talking, without making a sound. I banged the remote against the tray and tried again, but she still didn't have her voice back. Well, it really isn't a tragedy if the lunchroom lady is muted for a while, I thought to myself. I never liked her anyway. I figured the remote must need a little jiggling. I'd get it back to work. I reached over to take another dessert, but as I set the plate of pie down on my tray, my blood turned to ice. The remote wasn't there. Breathing hard, I tried to think. Where was it? I had set it down on the tray, hadn't I? I swallowed hard, feeling my panic rise. Freeze, Seth! I glanced up to see Danny Wexler, a big, freckle-faced, red-headed 8th grader, standing a few feet away, pointing the remote at me. Danny, don't touch that, I pleaded. Don't press any buttons. Danny grinned at me. Why not? Hey, why do you have a remote control in school anyway? He moved his finger over the buttons, deciding which one to push. Don't touch it, I begged. I dove for him and snatched it out of his hand. Hand it back, Seth, Danny growled. His eyes narrowed. His expression turned mean. He moved toward me with his hand outstretched. In a panic, I hit the freeze frame button and froze him. I started to back away, but a girl's startled cry made me stop. Hey, what's going on? Why is Danny frozen like that? Melissa Fink stood staring at us. I realized in horror that she could see Danny, could see what was going on. Other kids were starting to crowd around. What is that? Melissa demanded. She tried to pull the remote out of my hand. Don't touch it, I warned. Please. What's going on here? A woman's voice burst in. I glanced up to see the principal. What's all this commotion? She saw the remote in my hand. Seth, let me see that. In a total panic, I pushed freeze frame and froze her too. The lunchroom filled with frightened shouts. Seth froze the principal! Somebody help! Seth froze the principal! A big crowd moved around me. I started to back away. I pressed the freeze frame button again to unfreeze the principal, but it didn't work. She stayed still as a statue. My brain was whirling. The whole room started to spin. The shouts and cries of the other kids had made it hard to think straight. What had I done? What if I can't unfreeze her? I thought my entire body trembling. What if I can't unfreeze Danny or Mr. Pincus? Would they stay like that forever? I knew I was in trouble now. Major trouble. Go, Seth, someone shouted. Get that thing away from him. I turned and ran for the lunchroom door. Kids came running after me. Stop him! Stop him! They shouted. I turned back and pointed the remote at them. I started pushing buttons frantically. I didn't know what I was doing. I was so frightened, so totally panicked. My heart pounded. My stomach was doing wild flip-flops. I pushed button after button. None of them worked. None of them did anything. Stop, Seth! Stop him! The crowd continued to chase me. I pushed another button. Nothing worked. Nothing worked. And then I pushed the button marked off. Hey! I cried out as the world went black. I blinked several times, but the darkness didn't lift. It was silent now. Silent and black. I'm all alone now, I realized. No kids shouting. No kids at all. No school. No light. No picture, no sound. A faint glow in my hand made me raise the remote control. I brought it close to my face, a small red light blinking steadily. Squinting into the blinking light, I read the words beneath it. Battery dead. If the battery were truly dead, then the light wouldn't be on, would it? Mr. R.L. Stein, that doesn't make much sense, does it? You silly goose. You silly Billy. Okay, it was kind of close to the where he lands and breaks it, and now there's some irreversible damage, or the undesirable. You're stuck now in the undesirable state. He should have seen this coming. This is what you get for trying to control other people. You end up destroying your own life. I kind of want to switch back over to Pokemon now, but the kitty is here, so I can't put my keyboard on the desk. Okay, let me set up Pokemon again. And then I'll move the keyboard out of the way. I think this one was my favorite story so far. Just because of all the possibilities, and you gotta learn someday not to fuck around with stuff. It's a good story for kids. I like it. Okay, this time let me remember. We left off at broken dolls. Let me write that into my obsidian. Okay. Let's do page, what was that? Page 105. 5 Goosebumps. Okay. Let's do that. Okay, honestly, I think what we should do is we should finish the rest of it. We should finish the book, the last 2 chapters, during Halloween. It took us a whole year to read 150 pages. It might have been 2. I'm still not entirely sure when I first started this one. Oh, let me go ahead and put here at the end of the stream to thank people. So let's do Skunk King. And then if these people show up, I will include them. Well, I guess they're technically still subscribed, so I'll thank them anyway. Pokemon. Let's make a new randomizer. Our third time's a charm. And this time I have to be quiet and careful because Patches is sleeping here. So let's try to not wake her up by being super duper loud and spooked and scared. Try not to get scared. Okay, Pokemon randomizer. We can put chat up here as well. I'm honestly so confused why streamer brought it. What if I close it and reopen it? Would that help? Okay, let's put in Pokemon Blue again. Pokemon Blue. Let's randomize. Let's save it as randoms 3. Nope. Okay, we're done. There must be a way to change the fast forward onto one of the buttons on my controller, right? Let me see if I can do that. Let's start up Pokemon Randomize 3. Alright, hang on, first I should do... Oh, fuck. Hey baby. Hey Stevie baby. Okay, let's see here. Let's pull this. Let's see if I can find buttons. Input. That's also a weird thing. Pressing the A button is actually back. Pressing the B button is forward. That's always kind of annoying with I was about to say Parsec. With Recharge, sometimes the buttons aren't actually what they should be. Fast forward, hold, we'll do toggle. Key 1. No, we'll do toggle. Button 5, okay. I think that works. Let's see, let's put in Pokemon. Okay. Okay, I have chat, I have the game. Oh fuck, I need to set up my Obsidian page and I need a keyboard to type in. Okay, I'll just write it out on a sheet of paper. Okay, well, this is the sheet of paper I'm working with. Because the rest of the paper is gonna bother the kitty. I'll just transfer this to Obsidian later. Run 3. Okay, and let's see if my speed up button works. It does, excellent. Okay. Okay. Dugong. Okay, the name is Nuzzy. His name is Locke, like the Spartan. Arrest that man! Arrest him! Okay. Hopefully I get... I feel like I've been getting trolled with each of these starters each time. So let's see if for once it wants to actually give me more than one option that's viable. Charmander? What is... It rerolled the Bulbasaur into Squirtle last time, and now it's rerolling Bulbasaur into Charmander. That's not the point of a randomizer. You can't do this to me. Okay, who's the second one? Wait. 7, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it rerolled Bulbasaur into Charmander, and it rerolled Charmander into Squirtle. And it rerolled Charmander into Bulbasaur. This is not a randomizer. I can't play this. I'm gonna I'm probably technically not allowed to share this file because Nintendo. But if you are curious, let me know, and I'll see if maybe I can if you want to play this one, let me know. Okay, time to make a fourth randomizer. Holy moly, there's no fucking there. Okay, I have to. Let's say I get Charmander. Are the wild Pokemon randomized? Like, there's no fucking way that it legitimately randomized the starters into other starters. I don't care about this. Well, I guess, yeah, it should randomize because they're gonna have random moves. What moves do I have? The randomized properly, but improperly because I can't play this. Wait, Scratch and Growl? Okay, no, this didn't work. But it technically it should have worked because Bulbasaur's in the first slot. Because it goes Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charmander, because that's, or Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle. Okay, this is normal so far. But at the beginning it showed Dugong as the Pokemon, which I don't think it's supposed to be Dugong when Professor Oak is narrating to you at the beginning of the game. Rattata? No, what the heck? No freaking way. Am I playing the right file? Okay, I'm loading the same exact file again. It's Dugong. I don't think it's supposed to be Dugong, right? Isn't it supposed to be Pikachu or something? Something happened where it rerolled the Pokemon but not their moves? There's no freaking way. I am so confused. What moves does Bulbasaur have? Yes, Tackling Growl. Did it just not randomize anything? No freaking way. Okay, well, regardless, I'm gonna make another random file. Oh, okay, it didn't auto-load my thing, that's why, okay. But I'm pretty sure Bulbasaur, it goes from left to right, Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, because that's their number in the Pokédex. So why the heck did it move Charmander to the first slot? Birthday randomizer. Okay, we need this one. Christ. Open that. Randomize save, yes. Go to here. Make it number 4. Fuck, I can't put number 4 because I don't have access to a keyboard. Can I find a 4 to copy with my mouse? Oh, Skunking 420. Can I grab your 4 from your 420 to copy? Shit. Okay, what if I copy this text here? paste it into... Oh fuck, I can't paste it into chat. Paste it into a Discord text box. Okay, now I grab only the 4. Cut. Random 4. I can't paste it to this box, shit. With my mouse. Shit. How do I... Oh no, I need my keyboard for this. Why do I need to have a kitty who's obsessed with being on my desk? Right exactly where the keyboard goes. Random 4. Okay, this one should work. And just in case, let's save a random file. Let's open the ROM again. Pokemon Blue. Let's load Birthday Blue randomizer. Okay, now we can save to Pokemon Random 5. Okay, so I have 2 more random files, just in case the game decides it wants to not randomize or something. Okay, this is random 4. This one should 100% be, as far as I'm aware. Should work. To the best of my knowledge and the best of my ability. I think this is good. Oh, or is this supposed to be a random Pokemon up here at the start? Because it has Scyther right now. I still want to keep skipping all of this. Okay. Let's see if it worked. Okay. This one worked. First option is Shelter. I imagine Shelter has high defense because it's a shell. He protects his innards. Okay, next Pokemon. Lickitung. Okay. Magmar. Well, only Shelter can evolve. How does it evolve? Is it per level or just a trade? I think I did the thing. Oh, fuck, I can't type. I gotta use my phone. I think I did the thing in the randomizing file where Pokemon who would evolve by trade or held item or something, some other non-leveling thing, are forced to now evolve with leveling so that you're not stuck with like a Haunter. Okay, oh shit. Spanish keyboard. Pokemon Gen 1 Shelter. Shelter. It evolves in the cloister when exposed to a water stone. Okay. Okay, I think... Okay, so I think Shelter could be a bit of a risk. But I do like that it can evolve, but that would require a water stone as well as getting it through the early stages where it's kind of lower stats. Magmar and Lickitung, because they have no evolution, I think might be better, especially given my history where I'm having a hard time getting through the beginning for a handful of different reasons. So I'm probably thinking of Magmar or Lickitung. I kind of want to go Magmar. I've never really ever had a Magmar or Lickitung actually, now that I think about it. So let's go with Magmar. Magmar seems kind of cool. Okay, let's grab. Nah, wait. He's gonna get Shelter, because that's the slot. This is Charmander slot, and or no. This is the Bulbasaur slot. I don't know what I'm thinking. Oh fuck! I didn't give him a nickname. Shit. Okay. Let's restart. I forgot to give Magmar his nickname. Exact same file. Let's just speed back up over there. If I'm playing a Nuzlocke, I'm gonna play with the intended rules of giving them their nickname. Let's see. And lock. Okay, potion. Professor Oak. Magmar. Actually, Spitfire is that's a good name. He's the Spitfire Pokemon. I like that. Let's do that. You shall be christened Spitfire. Excellent. Okay, so he does grab Shelter. Oh, let me look at his moves actually before I always keep forgetting to do this. Okay, we have attack of 15, defense of 10. Yikes. Ugh. Speed of 15. Okay, speed. We're okay on speed. Special of 14. Okay, that's not too bad. We just really have to hope they don't have any water or ground. I think if we have water or ground, we're just fucked forever. All he has is Stomp. Fuck. We're gonna get demolished by rock types or anything that isn't. What if we run into a ghost Pokemon? We can't do anything until we get struggle. I gotta make my PB smaller if I wanna spook the ghosts. With my struggle. Okay, let's see what Shelter. Imagine Shelter has like Surf or something. That would be funny. He has Water Gun, he has a Stab, and it's reflective against me. That would be so funny, wouldn't it? Thunderbolt. Why do they all have Thunderbolt? Everyone has a bunch of Thunder attacks when I randomize. Okay, flinch him. Flinch him! Flinch that man! Okay. I think one of the problems I'm also running with is that I am a little too concerned about killing the wild Pokemon when trying to capture them. Which costs me more Pokeballs than it should. So maybe what I'll do is I'll be a bit more confident when attacking wild Pokemons. So I can spend less Pokeballs. So that in the long run I have more chances against the higher level guys. Because it really sucked, I think, losing that Dratini earlier in run 2. I feel like Dratini could have been cool. I think he had an ice attack, was it? Or no, or thunder or something. He had something that was interesting. I suppose one of the good things is that we have Stomp, like last time with Electrode, so we can try to paralyze, not paralyze, flinch. Oh my goodness. They just have wild Moltresses out here? What the heck? Or actually, I think I don't wanna level up or get too much experience. If I get too high a level, I'm scared I'm gonna one-hit kill or critical hit my capture. Or actually, hang on, I have post-it notes, I can use this. Okay, this is run 3. So we have route 1, route 2, route 22. I think I gotta go there first while I still have Pokeballs. Route 22, Viridian Forest. Okay, we can keep track of our captures. Lapras. Okay. These Pokemon seem pretty cool over here. They have Moltres in this grass, they have Lapras in this grass. That would be cool. It would suck if I get a Moltres though, and then we have 2 fire Pokemons, and we find somebody with water who'll insta-wipe us. So the idea of Moltres is cool, but I don't think it's tactically sound. Golbat. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's grab Pokeballs and then let's try to capture guys over here. 10 Pokeballs, please. I think I should actually get at least 1 antidote. Oh, fuck. I want at least 1 antidote in the event that I leave the battle poisoned, and I don't want to have to risk losing a Pokemon by walking back from like Viridian or something. Okay, we have a level 6 Magmar, we have 10 Pokeballs. Brand new start. Who am I getting? There's an option for Lapras, Golbat, Moltres, I don't know what else. Porygon! Okay. Okay, let's just go straight with a Stomp. Okay, that's a little more than half health. Fire Blast! That was a crit. He did 2 damage with a crit against Magmar. Okay, here's a Pokeball. Awesome, okay. Route 1, Porygon. Because this is Flick's, or one of Flick's favorite Pokemon, we'll call him Flick. Porygon the virtual Pokemon, a Pokemon that consists entirely of programming code. Oh no, he's an AI. He's ChatGPT, capable of moving freely in cyberspace. Whoa. Let's call him Flick, or maybe I want to call him Claude, but no, let's go with Flick. Okay, we have our guy. What's he like? Attack of 8, defense of 9. Okay, that's not bad. Speed of 8, special of 9 as well. He has a Blizzard, Focus Energy, Fire Blast. What does Focus Energy do? I think I always confuse it with another move. Pokemon Gen 1 Focus Energy. I believe this is the one where you take one turn and then on the subsequent turns your crit chance is increased. Focus Energy is a bugged move that permanently divides the user's critical hit ratio by 4 instead of multiplying it by 4. Oh, okay, so it's broken. This glitch makes critical hits significantly less likely, and the negative effect cannot be stacked or removed by switching out the Pokemon or using Haze. Okay, so he only has 2 moves. Focus Energy is just an illusion. Much like AI being useful is an illusion. Okay, so he only has a Blizzard and Fire Blast, both of which only have 5 PP. Focus Energy has 30, so if I'm gonna want to get to struggle, I gotta eat through those first. Okay. Well, if we can get him some more moves, we can maybe use him in more situations. Okay, what is this hidden item here? Please be like a good TM or something. Something useful. X attack, I guess. It's useful enough. But I have to be tanky first. Okay, first let me level up Porygon. Let's level up Flick to at least level 5. He looks like a bird from this perspective. Ice Punch. That was a crit, yikes. That was, how much, 5 damage? Oh, he flinched. Flick grew to level 4, attack 10, defense 11, speed 9. Oh, Spitfire is level 7, okay. I think we'll go with this for the next Pokemon, because I can immediately go capture. I don't know why I completely forgot about that grassy area to the west. So let's go ahead and correct that error now by capturing my 3rd Pokemons. It like just completely slipped my mind. Which is weird because I always come over here to fight Gary. But in this situation I just completely forgot this existed. Oh! We can get a Lickitung anyway. Ice Beam. Okay, that did 4 damage. Let's stomp him. Half health. Barrage. Okay, Pokeball. Okay, awesome. Route 22, Lickitung. What's his name gonna be? Let's read his Pokédex entry, see what kind of ideas we can get. Its tongue can be extended like a chameleon's. It leaves a tingling sensation when it licks enemies. What's a good name for a lickitung? I kind of just want to say liquor. Liquor. Okay. Yeah, I definitely feel like if I had remembered this area for the previous runs, I would have had much better odds because I'd have another Pokemon to swap to like tank or throw into the Crucible to die, so I can save my better ones. Okay, so he has at least a little Blizzard, Ice Beam, Attack 9, Defense 11. Okay, that's good. High defense, Speed of 7. Okay, those are his only moves: Barrage and Ice Beam. Okay, let's go ahead and level up to 5. Okay, who requires less XP? 52 for Porygon. 61 for Lickitung, 133 for Magmar, Oh, Vaporeon. Aurora Beam. Why does everybody have ice moves? Porygon has a Blizzard. Lickitung has Ice Beam. Vaporeon has Aurora Beam. I think Moltres also had Blizzard or something. Oh my goodness, we're almost dead here. Okay, so he has Aurora Beam. Horn Attack. I forgot what else. Okay, let's swap over to Liquor. Oof, that's like half my attack fell. Oh, I don't really have anything for shit. I should have just stuck with Magmar and healed. Okay, that was unlucky. Absorb, interesting. Vaporeon sucked me. Interesting. Okay, that was a difficult fight, holy moly. Okay, let's listen to some spooky stories while we grind here. Until we get back to Viridian Forest where the real scaries continues. And then I think this will be the last thing we do today. Either we'll get pretty far, or we'll die again. One or the other.
Port skirts and you don't realize what that power is and we're on the podcast. I'd like to think so. We always tried to do like sort of like I don't want to say witchy things, but you know, like teenage girls, I think, like whether they say it like I'm a witch or like they think they have special powers.
Lots of people think they have special powers.
Well, I think it starts with like wearing short skirts and you don't realize what that power is in reality. And so you interpret, you're like, I can get people to do stuff for me. I must be like, all right. This is more from Jenny in quotes. Who, if her name isn't Jenny, I can't, it can only be one of 4 other names.
I can indeed confirm that wearing skirts, short skirts, you can make anybody do what you say. But maybe that's just me. Maybe it only works for me. I don't know about you guys. And go ahead and try it and report back to me. Let me know what are your odds like in this potential magical spell.
I think I put it in quotes because that was the name, the fake names that she chose to use.
That was my assumption.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna guess a name, and then I was like, "Well, what if I go back in?
Yeah,
It's really her name."
don't,
So
yeah.
Oh wait.
I'm almost finished listening to episode 516, Little Witches. That's one of yours, Tim.
Mm-hmm.
My mom had an almost exact same experience as the last woman in the episode, with a random person approaching her at a grocery store. It was a message that she needed to hear. It wasn't long after her brother, my uncle, passed away from cancer that she'd been beating herself up about not being able to be with him near the end of his life. It was due to my parents living 3 hours away in a small town and my uncle living in Minneapolis. My mom never had a driver's license, and going to the big city caused my parents anxiety, as they weren't used to navigating the freeways and didn't know where they were going. Instead, my uncle used to drive to see them. Anyway, my mom told me that not long after her brother died, she and my dad were at the local grocery store, and she was waiting several feet back from the deli area with the cart while my dad was talking to the guy in the deli and getting a meat order. She said she was standing there quietly thinking when she glanced up to see a younger man, maybe in his 20s, walking directly down the long aisle, staring at her with purpose. He walked straight up to her, looked her in her eyes, and said something to the effect of, "You're a good person." My mom was more of a shy woman, and she told me she was so taken aback that she just stammered and quietly managed to say, "Oh, thank you." She said she saw him start to walk away, and then she turned to see if my dad saw or heard what the man told her, but my dad was still focused on his deli selections and the meat guy. When she glanced back in the direction of where the young man was seconds before he was gone, it really startled her. She thought about it, and she almost felt like this was a guardian angel that was sent to comfort her, as she was going over and over in her head that she wished she had done more for her brother before he died.
Mm.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah.
More recently, I've started to think that this young man could have been just a random person who felt compelled to give my mom a message she needed to hear. I've had 2 experiences in my own life related to that. One of my good friends from college was getting married within a year of her mother's death. It was difficult for her, but they incorporated a loving tribute to her mother at the wedding ceremony.
Okay, current stats, since we're now all level 5 or higher. Like it's saying is attack 10, defense 13. I like that. Obviously he is slow though. He's got to lug that huge tongue around. And Flick, attack 11, defense 12. He's a little bit more well-rounded, but his attacks are still lacking. And Magmar, attack 19, defense 13, with only stomp. Okay, we can now go capture here at Route 2. Let's go see what we get. We have... Oh. An Electabuzz, okay. For some reason in my head, I've sort of always assumed like Electabuzz and Magmar are sort of like in the same Pokemon but for different types. I don't know why I came up with that idea, but it must have been because when I was a kid playing Gen 1, I always assumed they were like late game Pokemons. You only really see them toward the end. And capture them in certain areas, I think. The power plant for Electabuzz, and I think whatever the fire mountain is. Near Blaine, near... What's the island again? Is where you find Magmar? Or is it in the Pokemon lab over there? Ice Beam. Psywave. Okay. Pokeball. Well, from no, it wasn't Psybe. What was it? Drowsy had a move that did like no damage, even though it was a stab. Is it Psywave? What the heck? Why does he not want to get captured? Okay, we spent 2 Pokeballs now on Electabuzz. I don't know if there's anything I can do to make him lower without killing him. No freaking way. Hydro Pump. Okay, I guess we'll do Barrage and hope he lives. I missed. We both missed. He missed again. Am I gonna miss again? No, I got him this time. Oh. Okay, rip. Well, we killed him, but he ate 3 Pokeballs, so that's probably better. Unfortunately. Well, we still have only 3 Pokemon then. Even though I found my new area. Electabuzz. Dead. Maybe I could have just justified throwing all the Pokeballs away at him. Because how many do we have left? We have 5 for Viridian City, or for Viridian Forest. Yeah, I think we should save the rest of the money for potions once we get to Pewter City. Okay. Let's do Viridian Forest now. I feel like the bus could have been a good way to round out our attack types because he had Hydro Pump, which is water. And I don't have any water yet. Dire Hit. Unlucky. Okay. What's this item? Iron. Okay, I like iron. We're probably gonna give this to Porygon. I think he has the weakest defense. Legatung is 14 defense. Magmar 13. Flick 12. Yeah, let's give it to... I'm not sure. Okay, my thinking is if he only has 2 moves, both of which have 5 PP, his usefulness in battle isn't... He's not going to be out there for a long time, I don't think. I'm going to like start with him, attack once, and then pull him back. Flick's defense rose. Okay. Who is our Viridian Forest Pokemon? Oh, a Golduck. Okay, Golduck. We'll just go straight with Barrage. He has Ice Beam as well. Critical. 5 damage was a critical. I hit him with a critical. Don't kill him, dude. What the heck? Okay, he's at about a third health. Pokeball. He escaped. I might as well throw away all my Pokeballs because I can't use them again until after we beat Brock, so... Low kick, shit, that's fighting type move. Let's get the fuck out of here. Okay, I just realized I have 2 normal types who are both weak against fighting, so... Keep that in mind. Sludge. Oh, I'm poisoned! I bought an antidote for situations like this. Okay, Pokeball number 3. He's only shaking once each time. Okay, Pokeball number 4. I don't think I'm getting him. Final Pokeball. Are we gonna just... Nope, we're fucked. We're just dead. Okay. I think I can kill him in one hit. Stomp. Okay. Unlucky. Golduck is dead. Okay, so we unfortunately had to kill 2. Attack 21, defense 14, speed 21 on Magmar. Okay, first of all, let's get rid of poison. I feel like it'll take more than 11 steps, or 11, was that 44? Every 4 steps to get to the Pokemon Center? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, there's no way I can make it. 8. No, he's not gonna make it. I gotta give him the antidote. Okay. Well, the good thing is I had the foresight to predict something like that. The bad thing is we didn't get a capture out of it. Okay, well... It actually does make a huge difference for me though that I refound that area to the west. Because if I had completely forgotten that again, I'd only have 2 Pokemon again. I think the most we've ever had is 2. I think this is the first time we have 3. I should have 5, but I have 3. Because the RNG gods decided to curse me. Okay. Okay, now we can go through Viridian. Or I guess I should train Flick a little bit. A Zubat. Hello. Hello, Mr. Zubat. Can I blizzard him to death? Thanks. Nidorino. I feel like he has a fighting type move. Let's swap over to Spitfire. Waterfall! Oh shit. Okay, it's super effective, but he did 7 damage. Oh my goodness. I accidentally pressed the button to speed up as well. Okay. Nidorinos have Waterfall. Note to self. The good thing is, I think I haven't used any potions. Yeah, I have both my potions. Another Electabuzz. What moves did he had again? I think he had Ice Beam. Hydro Pump. I forget what else. Let's Fire Blast him. That's 7 damage. Oh fuck, I missed. Alright. Let's swap over to Liquor. Since he has Hydro Pump, we don't want Spitfire out here. Wait. Okay, the game is broken sometimes, I think, because he used Psywave on me and it did no damage. Not 1 single HP. But I wonder if it's just that move. I wonder if that's not an issue with the randomizer fucking with the file. Let's see, Flick is level 6, attack 13, defense 14, speed 11, special 14. Okay, let me look it up real quick. Whether or not was it Psybeam? Psywave? In Gen 1? And does it have a bug where like it deals no damage sometimes? Gen 1. Psywave. A psychic type move. With 80% accuracy, it inflicts. Oh, what? I never knew this. It inflicts typeless random damage ranging from 100% to 150% of the user's level, meaning it ignores type effectiveness, stab, and critical hits. I did not know that. Key Gen 1 mechanics damage calculation. The move deals a fixed amount of HP damage based on the user's level, similar to Seismic Toss or Nightshade, but determined by a random multiplier. Interesting. Okay, well, it sounds like Psywave is an unreliable attack. I just assumed it was like a regular psychic attack. This is what I get for not being as autistic as those competitive Pokemon players who know the ins and outs and specialties and quirks and glitches for every single move from every single generation. But that's okay. I don't want to be that or spend my time looking that up. It's a cool skill, but not one that I am interested at all in developing. It would definitely be useful to have when doing Nuzlocke and Soul Links or other challenges. So. Okay, first trainer here at Viridian. We have Flick level 6, Spitfire level 8, Licker level 8. Let's start with Flick. He hasn't died yet. I'm sure he'll be fine. Okay, what do you got, Mr. Bugcatcher? Arbok. He's poison. I don't think I have psychic types. Okay, let's start with Blizzard. Oh, fuck, he has Confuse, right? Flick is confused. I can confirm he is indeed confused. Confuse Ray again? Okay, is that the only move this guy has? Confuse Ray again, okay. Flick is confused no more. Fuck, he has like 1 HP. Let's send Licker out for that final hit. Pin Missile, is that bug type again, I think? Pin Missile, I always confuse it with Needle something. Oh my god, Arbok has Stomp? He has no feet, he can't do that. I flinched, shit. Okay. Licker level 7. Attack 13, defense 16. Licker learns Sleep Powder. Huge. Mankey. Okay, in the event Mankey has a stab with fighting type move, let's send out Spitfire. We don't want to get killed here with Licker at half HP. Getting like low kick, stab, super effective. Okay, excellent. Excellent. Sleep Powder, it would have been so useful earlier for Golduck and Electabuzz. I think it's also so much nicer to feel like a sense of safety because they have 2 potions this time as opposed to none, like in the previous runs. While I am in Verdant Forest. Oh, actually, that reminds me, I should grab another antidote, just in case. Antidote. 100, yes. I guess we'll grab a burn and a paralyze heal as well. And then we'll save the rest for Pewter City's store for Pokeballs after we beat Brock. And other healing, because they have potions over there. Okay. I wonder if I should send out a liquor first. Or hang on, who's closer to leveling up? Flick requires 19 XP. Spitfire 71. Liquor 127. We'll keep out Flick here for now, so we can grab another level. Hey, baby. Okay, this guy has 3 Pokemons, starting with Kakuna. Can we just Fire Blast him right away? Oh, Patches is leaving. She's abandoning me. Okay, Flick level 7. Attack 14, defense 16, speed 12. Okay. Special 15, that's good because we have Blizzard and Fire Blast? Fire Ring? Okay, I can use my keyboard again. Okay, he's about to use Staryu. I don't have anything good against Staryu. However, if Staryu has Stab against Spitfire, that would be pretty bad. What else does Flick have? He has Fire Blast, Blizzard. I think Blizzard can freeze. Liquor has Barrage and Ice Beam. Barrage hasn't been doing too bad. Let's keep using Barrage. Oh wait, I forgot about Steep Powder. Oh my goodness, that's a huge double edge. Okay, that did 7 damage. Sleep Powder Mist. Please, dude. Oh, okay. Whew. Okay, so I use the sleep. Let's barrage. You woke up immediately? You wasted 3 of my fucking turns. Christ. I should have just attacked right away. That sucks so much about Gen 1, where the stupid quirks like that. Okay, well, as long as it makes the game more tense and interesting, I think I'm okay with it. He's 1 hit. I do want a potion here. We use the full 20. Okay, he's gonna kill himself here, I think, with recoil. Okay, Liquor level 8. Attack 14, defense 18. Special 17. We need more special moves. Staryu again? Okay, let's try to use Ice Beam, see how much damage that does. Since our special is quite high. he's just gonna keep double edging me. Okay, I'm pretty sure Barrage does way more. I haven't seen any water attacks from Staryu, so maybe I'm a little bit more confident using Spitfire here. Let's go ahead and swap. And I feel like I'm still faster, so we should be able to get the stomp. Yep, okay. No need to get a flinch. I was about to say a fear or something, a flip. Okay, Spitfire level 9, attack 23, defense 16, speed 23. Okay. Okay, we've used one of our potions. I forget what level the guy is at the end. I think he's level 9 or something? He's something kind of high-ish if you haven't grinded, if you haven't leveled. As much as I don't want to keep going back and forth to heal, I do kind of want to give Flick some more experience here before we proceed, so let me try to fight some randoms. Another potion! Nice, okay. Okay, that's super useful. Now that I'm trying to actually fight random Pokemon, it's not giving me any. Oh, Firestone, okay. Well, I guess since we're here at the end, let's just go fight the guy. Let me start with Lickitung with Sleep Powder, see if that might come in useful as a start. Okay. Dodrio. Oh, okay. Flick has Blizzard and I have Ice Beam here. Let's go straight to Ice Beam. He has Blizzard as well. And he's faster, that's not good. Okay, Ice Beam in return. Okay, the only... How much damage did he do? I am at 21 of 34, so he did 13. If he crits, that could be scary. I don't know what else he has. Ice Punch. You're not an Articuno. You can't... Oh, fuck, I'm frozen solid. Okay, let's... Do I want to do Spitfire or Flick here to finish? We're gonna have to tank, so I think we'll go with Spitfire to tank the first hit. And maybe we're faster as well. So we can land at the stomp. Holy... He did how much damage? He took me from 31 to 6. Does Double Edge do more damage to less HP left? Pokemon Gen 1 Double Edge. Now it's also risky to gamble whether or not I'm faster than him. The user takes 1/4 of the damage inflicted as recoil. Has a 100 base power, so there's no like proportional or percentage damage. Okay, if I potion, I'm gonna go up to 26, which is not enough to survive. Because he just did... he just did 25. Well, okay, he did 25, and if I potion, I'll get up to 26 HP. I don't know if that was a high roll or a low roll for him. Okay, Spitfire only has Stomp. I think I'm okay losing him. Maybe. And keeping the other two. No, I'm gonna potion. This is the last guy before we have to go back to the Pokemart up ahead. Blizzard. Okay, he missed Blizzard. Okay. Okay, so he's still faster than me. So if he had used something else with a higher accuracy than Blizzard, I would have died. Okay, I think I made the right choice. Because now we can go buy more potions, no biggie. Okay, Liquor level 9. Attack 15, defense 19. Okay. Alright. I think for once we're actually gonna get past Brock. We're actually gonna get past the intro of the game. Although I should grind it to level 12 here. Let's see, we have 2 level 9s and Flick is level 7. I haven't been confident in sending him out with his moveset and his stats. Okay, let's grab more potions. I only have enough for 2 potions. That's okay, let's grab that. Let's grab 2 potions. Oh, hang on, I can sell something, can I not? X attack, dire hit. How much is the Firestone? 1050. That might come in useful later though, so I don't want to sell a Firestone. X attack sells for 250. Dire hit for 325. Dire hit is the critical chance, right? Crit chance. Pokemon Gen 1 and Dire hit. It temporarily boosts a Pokemon's critical hit ratio, yes, and then X attack is just attack, raw attack, right? Gen 1 X attack. I don't think I ever had I never purchased red and blue. I've always like borrowed it from somebody or got it secondhand. So I never had the user manual. In the user manual, did it specify what all these items did? The X attack is a Gen 1 battle that temporarily raises a Pokemon's stats by 1 stage for the duration of a single battle. Okay. I see. Okay, no, I think both of these can be useful. Probably not Dire Hit. I think I'll sell the Dire Hit. I'll keep the X attack, and then I'll buy another potion. Oh fuck, no! I almost bought a Pokeball. Pokeballs are no use here. Geodude. Okay, I'm getting kind of hungry again. I think I will grind up for a bit. And then before we go to the gym, we will Liquor has Ice Beam. Let's just go straight to Spitfire. We'll take a break to grab some food before we fight Brock. And then we'll see if we can beat this once and for all. Flick is level 8. Attack 15, defense 18. Okay. More Electabuzz. Okay, he has Hydro Pump, Blizzard, Ice Beam. Let's Blizzard him. I think Flick is finally strong enough to face these guys here. Oh, nice. He one-shot him. Good job, Flick. Vileplume. I forgot what Vileplume has. I think is the first random we encountered. Fire Blast. Okay, one shot. Nice. Another Vileplume. Okay, Flick level 9. More Electabuzz. Okay, I think we're probably safe from death to randoms. We can probably put on my spooky stories again. For now.
And afterwards, for a fun, casual reception at the local VFW near where her parents lived, she and was seconds before a shy woman.
What was happening? Oh, okay, right. The shy woman who she was sad that her brother passed and she couldn't be there. And then the stranger said she's a good person.
Told me she was so taken aback that she just stammered and quietly managed to say, "Oh, thank you." She said she saw him start to walk away, and then she turned to see if my dad saw or heard what the man told her, but my dad was still focused on his deli selections and the meat guy. When she glanced back in the direction of where the young man was seconds before he was gone, it really startled her. She thought about it, and she almost felt like this was a guardian angel that was sent to comfort her as she was going over and over in her head that she wished she had done more for her brother before he died. Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah.
More recently, I've started to think that this young man could have been just a random person who felt compelled to give my mom a message she needed to hear. I've had 2 experiences in my own life related to that. One of my good friends from college was getting married within a year of her mother's death. It was difficult for her, but they incorporated a loving tribute to her mother at the wedding ceremony. And afterwards, for a fun, casual reception at the local VFW near where her parents lived and she grew up, it was one of the most laid-back and fun receptions I've ever been to. My friend came over and sat next to me, and I think I was helping her fix a little bracelet her mom had given her that she was wearing. She was a little shaken up and asked me if I saw the woman she was just speaking with, and I hadn't, as there were lots of people there and it was a little loud. I can't remember the specifics, but it was a woman she didn't know who walked straight in, walked up to her, and gave her some kind of message that was related to her mother. It was crazy because nobody else had noticed this woman either. She couldn't explain it, and when she turned away momentarily and then looked back, the woman was gone.
Wow.
Because that's one occasion where you're supposed to know everyone, right?
Yeah, yeah. We knew everybody at ours.
I mean, the lady that married us, I couldn't tell you her name.
We knew her at the time.
We knew her at the time, but that was like enough, I guess. The second experience was where I felt like I was that messenger's person myself. A different close friend from college had suddenly and unexpectedly passed away, and I and the other girls from our old friend group didn't find out about it until a couple months afterward, as she lived in a different state from most of us. So we missed out on the memorial service her new friends held for her, near where she lived. Anyhow, within a few weeks of finding out, and while I was still processing my grief, I started getting this unbelievably nagging feeling that I needed to seek out and find a particular childhood friend of hers to deliver a message about her feelings of regret that their friendship had ended the way that it did. and that she had hoped to rekindle their friendship. She and I had discussed their friendship, her regrets about it, and her hope to see her and reconcile their friendship. This was discussed a year prior to her death while I was out visiting her. Well, I ignored the thought, but it kept coming back again and again as I would drive home nightly on my hour-home commute from work. It became almost a physical feeling of weight on my upper right back and shoulder. I somehow knew it was my friend Missy trying to get me to do this. It was really weird. So I started Googling her maiden name, and then started searching through her Facebook. I finally found a person who matched her relatively common name that I thought might be her. I messaged her via Facebook, and we set up a time to talk. She didn't know that Missy had died, and told me that she and her mom were just recently looking at old photos with Missy in them and talking about her when suddenly my message appeared. I told what I believed was the message from Missy. It was a weird call, and she was kind of stunned. After hanging up the phone, I literally said aloud, "Okay, Missy, love you. I did what you asked. Please, please stop with that terrible nagging feeling." And just like that, it went away.
That's sweet.
And after that, I've never again spoken to that childhood friend of hers because she wasn't my friend. I was just the messenger who knew they had to deliver a message. Oh God, now I'm crying again.
A very
Wow, all women do is cry. They read beautiful stories and cry.
special episode of Strange Familiars. Speaking of the 80s.
Now if someone gets so bulimic they get sucked down inside of no, those are two separate. That's Meredith Baxter Burney in the bulimia episode and the episode where she's the incredible shrinking woman.
I don't know. You're
And that might not even be Meredith Baxter
you're
Burney.
beyond me on this. I just know there were a lot of very special episodes back then.
Yeah. You'd be lucky if it was an incredible shrinking woman. Nothing nagging and weighing on me like that has happened before or since that time. Whew. The thing that was so weird about my feeling that compelled me to find and relay that message to Missy's friend was I'd only met her friend a few times briefly, and the last time I saw this girl was probably 15 years or more. And I very much dislike this girl based on her character and my witnessing her unkindness to my friend Missy. Truthfully, when Missy and I talked about a year before her death, she mentioned that she missed this friend, and my reaction was, why? She's not a kind person and has caused you pain. You're better off now with your new life and your new friends in a new state. And when that nagging feeling started, I cannot impress upon you how much I did not want to find this girl or speak to her. But the nagging, heavy feeling wouldn't go away and only got worse the more I tried to ignore it. I knew then that it wasn't me wanting to call Missy's friend out of the goodness of my heart, but that was Missy making me do this for her. I loved Missy and was her ride-or-die friend, so the last thing I wanted to do was talk to someone I believed wasn't good for her. Anyhow, thanks for reading my stories. Wow, these are more great these are fantastic.
Yeah. Got an excellent set of stories this time. They're always good, though.
Yeah.
Okay, we are finally level 12. The score is Flick the Porygon, level 12, 39 HP, attack 22, defense 24, speed 19, special 24, with same moves, Blizzard, Fire Blast. Liquor, level 12, attack 20, defense 25, with Barrage, Ice Beam, Sleep Powder. Spitfire, the Magmar, level 12, attack 30, defense 20, speed 30. Okay. He still only has Stomp, however. I feel like sending out Liquor first. He seems like the most versatile and the most able to endure most situations. But first we will go eat. Gotta go heat up some pizza because I'm hungry. My birthday pizza. Okay, we'll be back. We'll see if we can finally make it through this initial hurdle. We can beat this guy once and for all. Okay. Putting on music. Putting on the AFK screen. Okay, maybe we'll do a couple of minutes so I can properly enjoy my pizza. We shall return, or actually hang on, I have a gift here. An eating gif. Yeah, see, look at her. She's eating. Okay, we'll be back.
But so much of me is wrong, out of place. You might be too late.
Okay, you bitches ready for this? I'm so curious why StreamerBot no longer sends message to Twitch chat. That's so weird. I've never had a problem with this chat thing until now. Oh well, it's not a huge deal. Okay. Okie dokie. Alright, so I'm technically still down the 2 Pokemon because I should have had. I had the opportunity to capture Golduck and Electabuzz, but they were too slippery, so they eluded my grasp. Okay. Alright, so who has the highest defense in case I need to buy some time? Liquor, 25 defense. Flick, 24 defense. Magmar is 20. Interesting. So now Magmar is the lowest defense. That's quite a reversal that I was not expecting to see. Okay. Liquor and Flick are both normal types, so to have a fighting type, I'm kind of down to just a Spitfire with Stomp. So I think probably best case scenario is send out one of the normals first, so I can see if I need to swap to Spitfire for a bit to absorb some hits. I feel like Porygon, Flick is pretty good at dealing high damage, but he has that low PP. Sounds about right for him. But Lickitung has the Sleep Powder, which the one time I've used it so far has basically done nothing. The target immediately woke up next turn. Didn't even have one single turn of sleep. My goodness. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're gonna send out Flick first. Okay. That's the plan. It's a patches. It's a patches of scratches. Okay, what's this guy got? Junior Trainer Tauros. Okay, let's start with Blizzard. Oh my goodness, he has Dig. Okay, so that's super effective against Spitfire. Okay, so he's faster, so we'll go Blizzard again. How much damage was that? That was, oh my goodness. We're down to 24, so that was 6 plus 9, that was 15 damage. We can probably tank one more, assuming it's not a crit. Let's go Fire Blast in case he digs again. I can spread out the PP loss. Okay. Let's swap over to Blizzard again. 10 HP. Okay, there's a Blizzard hit. It's half HP. If I heal up to 30... Okay, I think it'll be pointless to heal this turn. I would have to heal when he's underground, so that I can use my attack for when he's gonna come up. So I guess we swap over to Liquor here, and can I disable him? Or I don't have disable on this. Fuck. What's the other attack? Okay, there's Dig, Barrage, Ice Beam, Sleep Powder. What if we Ice Beam him? Christ, he crit from 46 down to 25. Can I freeze him with Ice Beam here? Nope. I assume he's gonna dig again. Let's try Steep Powder. Okay, he did dig. Okay, Potion on Liquor. I don't really have a response to this at all, other than just wait for him to emerge. Okay, we'll keep going Ice Beam. I can tank one more here, I think, and then heal again next turn. Okay, 17 HP, Ice Beam. Can I please get a freeze? Nope. I don't want to potion again, but I feel like that's my best option here, so let's potion. Potion on Liquor. He'll gonna dig. Now we can Ice Beam. We'll hit him when he gets back up. Christ, that's so obnoxious. He has another one. A Nidoran female. Okay, let's send Flick for that. Oh, he's too low HP. Let's keep Liquor then. Thunder Punch. From 24 HP down to 19. Okay, only 5 damage. Oh, interesting. Nidoran's using Rest. I didn't even need to use Sleep Powder. Nidoran's gonna do it all by itself. Okay, that fucking Tauros was so obnoxious for no reason. Okay, can I get enough money for another potion? I would greatly appreciate. 220, I think that should put me up to 300. Okay. I kinda wish Spitfire were a bit more useful than just having Stomp. I really have nothing more I can do in that situation with him. Okay. Okay, now for the big guy. Yeah, I think Porygon first is a good barometer for the difficulty and the potential attacks will take. Okay, let me have a look at my items. 3 potions, 1 X attack, 1 antidote, 1 burn heal, and paralyze heal. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Yeah. Talk all you want, I don't care, I just want to fight. Face me, Caterpie. Okay, well, Blizzard. I have another ice type move, so I'd rather use Blizzard here as opposed to Fire Blast. Fuck, he lived! Only did 5 damage to me. Okay, I guess we'll do Fire Blast. Okay, who's next? About to use Hypno. Hypno again? I don't have anything good for Hypno. Let's try to Blizzard him here. See if we can get a freeze. He's level 14 though, so he should be faster. Fire spin. Oh shit, he fire spin me back this time. That's 4 damage, okay. Okay, it's a consistent 4 damage. Christ, I'm just trapped here and he's faster, so he goes first. He went the full 5 times? Blizzard, he's swift. He has swift as well. Okay. That did 10 damage. Can I get a freeze? Oh my god. He's frozen! Okay. That wasn't a lot of damage from Flick, however, so I think we'll swap over. Okay, so he has Fire Spin, which should not be very effective against Spitfire. He has Swift. What was that last one? Psywave, Psybeam. I think that was just Swift. Okay. Spitfire has the lowest defense, but he'll resist the Fire Spin. Liquor has Barrage, Sleep Powder. We'll go with Spitfire for now. I don't think we can flinch him though. I think Hypno is faster. Use a full heal? Okay, I am faster than Hypno. So I have greater chances for interrupting him. Oh my goodness, Swift did 5 plus 8, 13? That's pretty scary. I need to get some flinches, please. Teleport? Okay, well. Teleport all you want. Swift again. He crit me down to 4. Okay, I'm faster. I should be able to kill him right here if I don't miss. Okay. Hi. Flick level 13. Oh my goodness. Okay. That was appropriately scary. 1386. Okay, that's a couple of Pokeballs. TM34. Whoa, guys. Brock gave me the move Bide? Barack Obama, Joe Biden? Whoa. TM34 is Fire Spin. Okay, so we can teach this to Magmar. Okay, let's do that. Oh, everybody can learn it. Yeah, let's give this to Spitfire. So he can actually spit fire the way God intended. Okay, we finally got out of this little corner of Kanto. Holy moly. Only took 3 attempts. I suppose it could have been possible in that first randomizer, depending on what Brock ended up having. Because he had a Caterpie here as the first one, so that was a quick, easy fight. It was the Hypno who was difficult. If that other run had a different, even easier Pokemon, we could have made it. Okay, first let's get 5 Pokeballs. 5. And then... what else is in my inventory? 3 potions, 1 antidote, 1 burn heal, 1 paralyze heal. How many potions can I grab? I can grab 1. Let's do that. Let's grab 1. Because we're about to go through a gauntlet of like 5 trainers. Okay, fine. What's this area called? What is the name of this route? 3. Okay, there we go. Let's do that. Oh, let me update my obsidian here with the current run. Run 3. Starter. Magmar. Spitfire. Route 2. Porygon? Flick. Route 22. Lickitung. Liquor. Or no, hang on. Route 1 was Porygon. Route 2. Electabuzz. He's dead. Viridian Forest. Golduck. Dead. Okay, so here in the map, it's showing that Route 3 has these 2 grassy areas between Pewter City and Mount Moon, as well as the Pokemon Center. I know that at the Pokemon Center you can buy a Magikarp from this guy for like 500. I think technically that doesn't count as a separate area because Route 3 encompasses that Pokemon Center. But I feel like I kind of want to grab it just because it's another random Pokemon. So I think if that's breaking or bending the rules, I'll go ahead and do that because I think it's more fun in this situation. Maybe if I'm doing a Soul Link and the other person doesn't think that's a good bend of the rule, then I'll not do that. But in this situation, I am quite happy to do that. Okay, I think first I should go try to speedrun into the grassy areas before fighting too many people. I think I have to fight 3 people. Oh shit, no, it's like 4 people. Okay. Bug catcher with 3 Pokemons. You have the Caterpie. You're supposed to be random. Okay, let's do Fire Blast. Let's see, Venonat. Okay, let's see what Fire Spin is like on Spitfire. I have to imagine Stab applies. Oh, I missed. Okay, never mind. It doesn't apply because it misses. I have to imagine Stab applies for each hit. It does. Okay, excellent. That's good. Good. And Fire Spin has 15 PP. So now he's actually so much more useful, especially against anything he's got a stab against. But to use Cubone. Fuck, is he ground? I don't think Ice is super effective, is it? Let's stick with Spitfire, try to stomp him. Sonic Boom. Oh my god, yes, Sonic Boom! I don't think I can survive this. He's gonna do 20 damage, guaranteed, every single turn. I'm stuck in a potion loop. But I guess let's just potion until he's out of... how much PP does... Oh no. Okay, before I look it up, this could be the end of the run if Sonic Boom has like 50 PP. Liquor and Flick both have 40 HP, so they could tank at least one, and then pull off an attack, and then tank another. Spitfire has 38, so I have to keep constantly potioning. Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. Pokemon Gen 1 Sonic Boom. It doesn't say how much PP. Oh, it has 20. It has 20 PP. Oh, I'm not gonna. Okay, I think the best. My best solution to save all of my potions is to send out Porygon. He'll receive Sonic Boom to bring him down to 22 HP. I'll Blizzard him. I gotta pray he gets frozen. And then either he'll Sonic Boom Flick again for another 20, bringing him down to 2 HP. Or he has another move. Maybe a fighting move. He'll super effective me. And then it's all over. Sonic Boom this early in the game is no joke. Holy shit. That would actually be funny if the first gym leader or something has one of the first required battles has Sonic Boom and there's nothing you can do. You're just like perpetually self-locked in that randomized situation. Okay. I have to gamble on one situation. I either have to gamble with Spitfire, that I go first, Fire Spin hits, and I can deal enough damage. I think I have to sacrifice Spitfire here. I think that's the best option. To preserve the amount of Pokemon I have, to preserve my resources to continue playing, and to take the least amount of Pokemon deaths here. So we'll go Fire Spin. It has to hit. And ideally it has to go for the entire 5 turns. Okay, we get a hit. Okay, Fire Spin continues. Okay, Fire Spin 3. Fire Spin 4 missed. Sonic Boom, no, Spitfire's dead. You did your job well. If only that one hadn't missed. Okay, I think we can go to Liquor and Ice Beam him. Okay, we're faster. He's dead, okay. Ah, fuck, it is super effective. I could have probably just killed him this way. Shit. I always get confused with Cubone and Marowak. Unlucky. Okay, Spitfire. Dead. Route 3 to Cubone. Sonic Boom. Given what I know now, maybe it would have been better to swap to Liquor and Ice Beam. However, that would require that he has no fighting type moves, or guaranteed paralysis, or guaranteed sleep. But the only move we saw from him was Sonic Boom. Unlucky. Okay. All the more reason to try to speedrun toward the grass. Now that we need to find a replacement for Magmar. Okay. PC. Let's change box. Go to box 20 will be the dead box. Or box 12 I guess is the max. Deposit Spitfire. Unlucky. You didn't have to die probably, but change box. It will be saved. Is that okay? Yes. Box 1. Okay. Well, it's unfortunate too because he just got a stab move. And he immediately dies. Okay, look. See, look, now the trauma from this will forever cement into my mind that Cubone is weak to ice. Okay, we're down to 2. We have Porygon, which is Flick, and the Lickitung, which is Licker. Alright, who's next? Ditto. I think Blizzard on Flick is stronger than Fire Blast, so we'll start with that. Ditto used Bite. He doesn't have teeth, he can't do that. Snorlax, holy shit, that's a chonker. I think I'm gonna stay in. I'll try to freeze him. Or should I burn him? Let's Fire Blast. It's about 1/3. He has Swords Dance? Jeez. Kill him quick! Fuck, I missed! Thunder! Fucking Christ. Okay, this is scary. We went down from 30, I think, to 18. That's 12? Will Blizzard try to freeze him? I think that would be good if we can freeze. No freeze. Thunder again. Down to 5. Okay. Swap over to Licker. Okay, we go from 49 to 36. That's 9 plus, what, plus 5? 15? I'm paralyzed? Yeah, I'll just fight through the paralysis and Ice Beam. Sword Stance again. Oh my god, he has like 1 HP left. What's he sword dancing for? That's 3 swords dance. Okay, phew, he's dead. Alright. Flick level 14. Alright. Fuck. Okay, since we're going to be going into Mount Moon as well, let's grab more Pokeballs and healing now that I've got more money. We have 441, so that's either 2 Pokeballs or 1 potion. We have 4 potions, 5 Pokeballs. I think that should be plenty for Pokeballs. Once we get into Mount Moon, we just need to capture ones. Although I also want to get that Magikarp. Okay, since we haven't used any healing yet, I'll proceed as is. Try to conserve some money for when we actually need something. Okay, after one more guy I can get to the grass there. Caterpie again? Why do all these bug catchers have Caterpie? They must be looking up to Brock, because he has a Caterpie too. Okay, there should be a 1-hit kill. He has 4 Pokemon.
Do you have a Vaporeon yet?
No, I do not have a Vaporeon yet. But we did find one in the wild, and he did almost kill all 3 of my Pokemon all by himself. That was pretty scary. Hello, Emoto. Thank you for 87 months. How are you? Also, did you see— I wasn't paying attention to the screen. Did you see the emote explosion? Because I did not see it earlier. And I think alert stuff is broken and doesn't replay. Yeah, I feel like Twitch is broken today or something. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so he's gonna send out Rapidash. I feel like Licker's better because he has Barrage. Rapidash, who trolled me last time by not getting captured. Conversion? Conversion. All he has is conversion? Okay. I think the emotes explosion is booked, but honestly, I wasn't really looking. I'm tired. Rip. That's okay. I just think Twitch is broken for a couple of things right now. He has healing? He has fucking hard, sharp, soft-boiled egg? Oh no. Did you just do like a whole bunch of driving or something? Is that why you're super duper tired? Oh my goodness, stop missing, dude! You're killing my vibe. Okay, finally. Holy moly. Liquor is 14. Drowsy. I think we're good here. We'll just Ice Beam this guy. Oh my goodness, he's got a guillotine. This guy thinks he's the French population. Okay, who's your last guy? Dragonite. Excellent. I have ice moves. Send him out. Face me. Yes, Fisher. What is this? He has 2 one-hit kills? Oh my goodness. Well, thankfully, they're not gonna affect me because I'm higher level. 24, 30. Defense of 30. That's pretty good. Liquor learned agility. Excellent. Brand new move. I still have my red cartridge, says Emoto. Yeah, I think I used to have a gold one as well that I don't know where it is. I think I left it back in here. It was my brother's, but I think I have the silver one now. Unlucky. You have your silver too? Unlucky. I think I lost my original silver and my original crystal. Like on the bus or something, which I think I've mentioned before. It's so painful. Sad times, cause like I was pretty attentive to my Game Boy when I was a kid. Like it was pretty expensive, and I took it all over the place because I played a bunch. So really sad that somehow it was lost into the ether. Okay, one last guy and then we can get to the grass. But catcher with 2 Pokemon, Poliwrath. I don't really have an attack here for this. Can we try to freeze him, I guess? With Blizzard? High jump. Fuck, he has fighting move and he's fighting type. And I have 2 normals. Okay, no, he's faster than me. I can't try to freeze him. Okay, I think I think we just died. I have to pray that sleep powder hit. Yeah, if I swap, I'm not gonna have enough HP, I think, with liquor. What's the special? Flick with defense of 28, special of 27. Liquor of defense of 30, special of 28. So 30. If I swap out to liquor and he survives enough to sleep, powder, and then kill Polyrath, I'll keep both my Pokemon, but that's a lot of ifs, a lot of conditionals. And I have a feeling sleep powder will miss because that tends to be what happens. And I will probably lose both liquor and Flick doing that, whereas if I stick with Flick... Oh, fucking Lickitung has agility as well. Dang. I should have put out Lickitung first. Okay, let's swap to Lickitung. Let's pray that things work in our favor, that he has a high defense or Polyrath misses. Let's see if the RNG wants to work in my favor. Comet Punch. Is that also fighting? I don't think so. Okay, well, it's not a fighting type move. How much damage does Barrage on its own do? High Jump Kick took me from 51 to 23. That's 25, 26, 27, 28, I think. 28 damage. I didn't get the kill. Let's keep potioning because High Jump Kick can miss and he can hurt himself. So let's potion. Try to wait for that miss. Wait for the opportunity. Yes, Thrash! Okay, we survived. Let's potion again so we're close to full health. Oh my goodness, he crit with Thrash. I think I just have to keep barraging him. I don't think I have time for Sleep Powder. Another crit? What the fuck? Oh no, dude, he's 1 HP. 1 hit, basically. I'm gonna potion just to be safe. He's confused. Okay, he hurt himself. Phew. Phew. Phew, phew, phew. Okay, we both lived. Who's next? Tangela. We have Ice Beam, we can kill him. Okay. Okay. Fire Spin. Oh my goodness. How are you faster than me? You're level 11. Kill yourself. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure he's gonna get one shot. Although, aren't we technically stuck in a loop? If Fire Spin hits again on their second go? Because he's still gonna be faster than me, right? Okay, he missed. I'm pretty sure that's why they have Fire Spin have a pretty low accuracy, so it can miss like that. Right, okay. Okay, phew. That Poliwrath almost got us. For some reason, he just didn't continue using High Jump Kick, so we were able to survive. A real player would have kept using High Jump Kick even if it missed and they hurt themselves. Okay, let's go ahead and grab more potions after that. We're down to 1 potion. I can only buy 2 potions. Shit. It's not gonna give me enough for the Magikarp. Let's buy 1 potion. Can I sell something here? I guess we'll kill the X attack. I don't really think I care for it. We're up to 591. Okay. We'll go like this. And we'll save the rest of my money until we get that Magikarp. Okay. I'm still a little bit sad that Magmar could have lived. Okay, here we go. Here's the grass at long last. I think we'll send out Licker because Lick just has strong attacks. He has 2 strong attacks. Okay, what do you got, buddy? What do you got for me? Zubat! Bro. We fought through fire and hell to get a fucking Zubat. 3 Zubat. I don't even know if I can attack him. I'm just gonna Sleep Powder and try to throw some balls in his face. He woke up immediately? Come on, bro. Come on, dude. Okay. Finally, after using 3 sleep powders, a Pokemon is finally asleep. Okay. Pokeball, go. Okay. He escaped. I feel like I'm gonna kill him if I use Barrage. Let's use one more Pokeball. At full health. Okay, Barrage it is. Please don't kill him. No! It's half health after 1. No! You killed him! Dead. Okay. Wow, now he's leveling up to rub it in my face that he killed him. Okay, let's skip her so we can try to get to Mount Moon real quick. Try to grab that Pokemon. Then we'll come back and level up. Literally me. Literally, actually. Okay, the good thing is we can get this Magikarp then. Or whatever he's gonna end up being. Have you got a deal for me? A swell Magikarp for $500. Poliwrath, okay. Poliwrath, what should we call him? Does the name Bruce? It does fit. Bruce Lee. Hell yeah, brother. Bruce Lee. Level 5 Poliwrath. Attack 15, defense 15, speed 12, special 12. Okay, not too bad. Comet Punch, String Shot, High Jump Kick, Thrash. So this is the exact same moveset as that other Poliwrath. Okay, we got a grind level for him though. He's level 5. Okay, not too bad. I think I want to capture this wild Pokemon as well in Mount Moon to see what it is. And to see if we need to grind, which we probably will. So we can grind both at once. Okay. It would be super cool if... I have 3 Pokeballs left. It would be super cool if I captured this Pokemon on the 3rd one. My 3rd and final one. Because then that means I made literally all the best decisions in the past. Upstream I made the proper decisions to capture this Pokemon. Okay. Who are you? What do you got? What do you got? It is... No, it's a Nidoran female. The good thing is it evolves pretty soon. Level 7. Let's sleep powder. Because it's level 7, I'm pretty sure I can go in there with Polyrath. Or, no, Polyrath is pretty strong for level 5. Thrash, high jump kick. These are pretty strong moves. Comet Punch has probably the best chance to not kill. Okay, let's throw 2 Pokeballs. And then we'll send out Polyrath. See if we can... if we need that. Okay, there's 1 Pokeball. Two Pokeball. Okay, there we go. Nidoran female. Okay, it's a pretty small Pokemon, so we'll call it Babby. Because it's a little babby. Okay. My new party. Licker, Flick, Bruce Lee the Polyrath, and Babby the Nidoran female, which I think they evolve at level 12? Maybe? I think some of those Pokemons in those earlier areas have thunder attacks. We'll just grind here, actually. I think that's fine. Is this guy a fighter? I don't think so, right? Maybe he is? No, he's not. Okay. Okay, let's grind here and let's put on Spooky Stories. Graveler? Okay, where did we leave off here?
I was afraid of being scared again, but I wasn't expecting this to turn into like a...
an emotional, a very special episode.
I know, and then the thing is, like, I had not read the rest of this, and so then when she talks about her friend that died, I was like, like, come on.
Okay, let's swap over to Flicker. I don't know what moves he has. He could have an electric type. Bubble Beam. Okay.
Let's hope this other one involves lip gloss or something funny. Okay, this is from Aura. According to my grandmother, my Nana, this kind of thing is just normal for our family. She called them the wee folk or wee neighbors, saying we should always be kind and respectful as you would to any cherished neighbor or family. They're usually just playful and mischievous, but are often helpful and protective when treated well, or downright frightful when they're annoyed. I could tell you decades worth of stories, but for now, these are the most recent accounts of useful, thoughtful apports. The Bug Pan, and Bug stands for Butt Ugly Giant.
Okay.
It's an acronym.
The heck?
Okay.
This happened in 2014. The Bug Pan was a 13-inch nonstick skillet that I only use for a couple things a few times a year. Normally it has a tea towel sitting in it, nestled under my Dutch oven. One day I noticed it had gotten a scratch, and you're not supposed to use them like that. It's not safe. But money was tight, so replacing it wasn't a huge priority. I used it and put it away, knowing I'd have to find room in the budget for a new one, hopefully before I needed it again. The next time I needed it, it was gone. I couldn't imagine I'd tossed it without getting a replacement, but I couldn't find it anywhere in my cupboards. It's a really small kitchen, so not many places for it to be misplaced. It's always been under the Dutch oven. I have half-heartedly asked the wee folk, if you took it, can I please have it back? I promise I'll get a new one soon. I really thought I'd already tossed it and forgotten it, and it didn't come back, so I made do with a smaller pan and soon replaced it with a 13-inch cast iron skillet. And when I went to put the new one away under the Dutch oven, the Bug Pan was right back where it had always been kept. Maybe using it with the damaged coating would have been more harmful than I thought.
Mm.
Oh, I do that all the time. Is that something you're not supposed to do?
Probably not.
I like to live dangerously, Tim.
Please don't write in with ways we're killing ourselves with our cooking utensils.
I'll get a new one. I'll get a new one. I know I have...
I don't want to know.
I don't want to know. We live like within 20 miles of 3 Mile Island, so
Yeah. We got other things
we've
to worry
gotten
about.
that since we were kids. This is 1A. More pesky than thoughtful, but they've done exactly the same thing with my vegetable steamer, my colander, and several other small items, only returning the vanished item when I went to put away the replacement. Once could be written off as absent-mindedness, but finding the originals back where I've always kept them, only when the replacement's procured, that's one of my favorite hallmarks. I honestly can't see any helpful reason for these cases. I guess they're just being playful.
What does that do? Is that like lead? He said, "It's over." So Paladin said, "It's over. That person has a carbon monoxide leak and they just forgot that they used the pen and moved it." Oh, I suppose that's a... Well, that would be the scientifically understanding of that situation if we reject the existence of the little folk. So, yes, it's either one of those two things. Either they stole it and put it back after she asked nicely, or she has carbon monoxide poisoning. Carbon monoxide leak.
The next one's entitled The Laundry Gift. This was about 2017. For context, my boys had moved out a few years before, though my oldest had some items stored in the basement. The landlord was using the downstairs apartment for storage with a few tidy boxes at one end of the basement. It had been years since anyone else had lived there, and I was completely alone in the house. I kept the front door of the porch locked, but it sticks and squeaks terribly when it's pushed open, so even if it had been unlocked, no one could sneak in. Both my apartment and the downstairs apartment have their own doors to lock up as well. This day I'd been doing a ton of laundry, up and down the stairs numerous times, walking along the same path from the bottom of the basement stairs to the washer and dryer. Aside from needing a good vacuuming, the whole area was clean, no boxes, debris, or clutter anywhere on the floor, and on my way down for the final time to get the last load out of the dryer, right in my path is what looked like a giant turd.
What the
This
heck?
scared the hell out of me because anything leaving that size of a turd is big enough to be dangerous. It was much bigger than a Rottweiler or even a human turd.
Yikes.
I silently crept around to the other side of the furnace and water heaters, looking under a table that was back in the far corner. There was nothing. No one else down there but me. I went and got my stuff out of the dryer and also got a few used dryer sheets out of the trash and took a used grocery bag to wrap up this turd to throw it out. The first thing I noticed simultaneously when I picked it up is that it didn't stink and it was a lot heavier than it looked like it should be. Then I noticed it had a slightly angular structure and was hard as a rock. I wrapped it in the bag, though, because it was still really gross looking. Upstairs, in better light, I could see that it had a distinctive crystalline structure, so I got a used Cool Whip top. I don't know why this is... out of the recycling. Filling it with warm water and sliding this thing into it to soak while I settled the laundry. When I came back, there was a muddy-looking film on top of the water. It still didn't stink like a turd, but it did smell slightly unpleasant, like burnt oil or an organic type of way. It's hard to describe. I poured the water out and used the dryer sheet to rub it a little as I ran more water over it, and then I could see the dark purple coming through. It was a huge, rough amethyst.
Wow.
What
I asked
the
both my
heck?
kids if they had ever seen it, and they hadn't. My landlord hadn't. His girlfriend hadn't. There was no way anyone could have snuck in here to leave it, and why would anyone do such a thing? I looked all over in the basement ceiling to see if there might have been some crevice that could have wedged itself out of. After however long, it might have just fallen out, and there's nothing, nowhere this could have come from. Even rolling out the most probable explanations, I was still wondering if this could have come from somewhere I just wasn't thinking of until a few years later when I was explaining this to someone and they asked how much it weighed. I don't know. I was curious, so I waited. It's over 300 grams. I won't tell the exact number because it's such a meaningful number for me. I've used it in several passwords over the years, and this kind of synchronicity makes it really hard to deny that it was actually a gift. I deeply cherish it.
Wow. Huh.
I like the
Is this one also carbon monoxide? Oh my goodness, he has drill peck? Jesus.
thinking something's a turd and it turns out to be an amethyst. It's a nice
Yeah. I was like, where is this going?
I know, yeah.
Yeah, this one, of all of the stories, this one seems very unbelievable. A poop appears in your house. You grab it, you put it in water because it doesn't look like a poop or smell like a poop, and then it becomes an amethyst? I, my first thought is like, this sounds um like something a young girl would write who likes gemstones and stuff. That's the first thing that comes to mind. So I've never heard of any other story like this, which is so weird.
I didn't
How
know
much
it-
work are you going to put into this?
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's amethyst, that's cool. I've heard of gemstones being left before, but not in that size.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
Yeah.
The next one is called Vintage Surprise, which I'm hoping does not involve bed bugs.
Or another turd.
Or another turd. Hashtag Etsy. This happened in December of 2023. As mentioned above, my kitchen is very small, so my cupboards are like a Tetris game, fitting everything in with very little room to spare. One day I needed the electric skillet, which sits in a corner of the cupboard with scarcely an inch of clearance around it, and I even have to turn the lid upside down to slide it into the shelf. I had it out for over a week, using, washing, reusing it for numerous things, and when I was finally done and tried to put it away, it wouldn't fit. There was something in the way. I hadn't moved anything else around in there, but still reached in to move whatever it was, and I found a set of 2 vintage casserole dishes, the clear-covered Pyrex kind from the late 50s. I have never seen these dishes before in my life. This is exactly the kind of thing I'd squeal over and scoop up if I found them at a rummage sale, so I considered that I may have gotten them, put them away, and forgotten about them in the back of the corner. I do try to be analytical and find a prosaic explanation for things before assuming it's anything otherly, but this time the laws of physics were very clear. There's no possible way for the dishes and the electric skillet to have all been in the same space, not even the dishes nested there together as they were. There's just no room. Surprise Pyrex.
Yeah.
Pyrex Aport. Aport Pyrex? Sounds like a band from the 90s.
Right. Yeah. I find them endlessly fascinating. You know, who knows? I do like that. It was her grandmother that said it was the little people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah, I do like that little.
I also like the fact that when I associate Pyrex and that kind of stuff with just nanas generally,
Mhm.
I feel like that's a message from a nana.
Ah.
Tupperware Pyrex. And I feel like it can only be like a Pyrex Aport. That's a warm, cozy
That's
feeling.
a good one.
Yeah. There's nothing sinister about Pyrex.
Yeah.
Even like a pencil could almost be like, that could mean a lot of things.
Could mean, yeah.
Yeah, but Pyrex, no. There are no Pyrex ghosts.
I feel like there's a story to be written there with the Pyrex ghost. The fucking Poliwhirl was kicking my ass. He had like he had infinite
I've
PP
never
for
minded
his
the loneliness.
Blizzard.
Hermits and Their Stories is the latest book by
Oh,
Timothy
thank-
Renner. What compels a person
That's
to
it?
leave behind society?
The episode's
forsaking
over?
Family, friends, and
You can go ahead and start sending in stories for the next one. Strange Familiars podcast at If you get them from us on Etsy, I'll sign.
Okay, yeah, that was it. That was the entire episode. I guess it felt like it was shorter because I kept interrupting it. Okay, well, this is probably a pretty good place to end for now. I'll just grind up here offline for what's a good level? Like 13 or something? 14, 15? And then we'll continue next time. We'll begin Mount Moon. Let me just make sure I have everything saved correctly. Let's see. Save state. Okay, the bottom option says save state. The one above it says load state. I'm gonna click on the one that says save state. Okay, stay saved to slot -1. Let's go ahead and save in game as well. Okay, we should be good. Kill that. Let's pull this back up. Okay. hello, Lucy GQ. Thank you for 4. How are you? How have you been? Now that I'm thinking back to the earlier ones, I feel like if I had both remembered Route 22 and if I had changed up my strategy a little bit, those runs could have been possible. I still have those save files, so I could probably just try them again in the future. But yeah, I've made a lot of mistakes in this one. Magmar didn't have to die. At least I think Magmar didn't. I think he could have lived, depending on whether or not that Keybone had like a fighting move. He would have killed like a Tsung or something. The previous runs. Yeah, I should have definitely not been so scared to hit Dratini, so I can get its HP lower, so it'd be have an easier chance to capture him. I think that would have been a good capture. This sucks, but yeah, I have learned a great deal. Happy birthday, thank you. Still going through paperwork for HRT and bought a house to flee my transphobic parents. Giggle, is that a giggle? Mindy F. Giggle. Yeah, I can relate. You're not in the US, right? You're... I think you said it. Germany? Yeah, I think for me the paperwork was quite simple, other than just like the time it took. Italy, okay. What is that, a cat? Magoo. Is that like an Anki cat face or something? Are you saying like Italy and like a pouty face? So informed consent ain't a thing here. I see. So it's more of a process. For me here in the U.S., I guess I should specify also in New York City, which is a good place, unlike most of the rest of the country, which is a bad place. But yeah, it was pretty simple. So if you're struggling through both paperwork and family, I can definitely relate. I also had to flee transphobic parents, so the other side is definitely better when you have that huge weight off your shoulders. So definitely keep your head up and keep pushing, because I think it's so much more worth it once you're able to just not bother with that unnecessary noise, which is very annoying to deal with. I had to sign the paperwork for informed consent, but because HRT is off-label use of anti-androgens and estradiol, but doc wants me to do some checkups to clear whether I'm at risk of cancer and stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I had to do anything like that. The only pre-required checks before they prescribed me my HRT was like a psychological evaluation, and then I think once I did start HRT after a couple of months, apparently my pituitary gland was apparently bigger or showing signs of activity, which they suspected might have been a tumor, so I had to get a scan for that, but it wasn't, so it was good. Abdomen, breast, and testicular ultrasounds plus bone densitometry. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, I did not have to do any of that. Dang. I don't know how it works over there. Does that take like a bunch of time as well? Like, do they need to get the people scheduled and you scheduled? Because I know I hear about a lot from in the UK that the NHS, while yes, you do get care, it does take a while. There's like a backlog sometimes before you get to be seen. I'm not sure what it's like in other places. The letter is to check if I'm at risk of osteoporosis, which going for estradiol might speed up. Yeah, my doctors did, my general physician and my endocrinologist for the hormones did warn me that there's an increased risk of blood clots, so I should probably not be a gamer 24/7 and sitting in a chair, which I'm gonna go ahead and stand up right now. Just to get the blood flowing a little bit. Still have to schedule them, but I can go full private healthcare for those in case. Yeah, I didn't have. Thankfully, I didn't have to deal with either paying for anything or even having to consider private healthcare, which is all covered back in New York, thankfully. November 10th is my next endo visit, and I must have that stuff sorted out. Oh, okay. Have you been scheduling them, like as your top priority? Because I would definitely be... Yeah, I think at the time when I first started off, and I was still pretty full of anxiety about the entire thing, I would have been too nervous to like make the calls or make the appointments. But I think today is like, yeah, it's just the thing I gotta do. Let's do it. The sooner the better that I make the call. It is my top priority, but I was knee-deep into the house paperwork, and yes, I have 100% anxiety. Lamau. Not because I'm worried, but because it's stressful. Yeah, both of those things, yeah, they are their own unique stresses. Moving was definitely a bit stressful, as well as the... I guess back at the time I still had a bit of the... What would it be called? Like the feeling of pressure from my parents. What they might think or whatever. These days it's gone. Like it's long gone, so... I think that was more stressful for me about the move than the actual move itself. And yeah, the paperwork is also its own separate stress, but yeah, I know what you mean with that. But at the end of the day, it must be done. I can't even pull anything affirming at home right now. Yeah. Yeah, I never even tried. The most I did was like I was painting my nails and growing my hair. It's the most I ever did. But yeah, definitely keep in mind that it's all the effort that you're putting in now towards those things will pay off tremendously with a huge sense of relief and a huge sense of peace once you're on the other side. Need to move to be myself. but I am at the point I'm unable to look at my own reflection. Fuck this for you. Yeah, I don't think it's ever been that far for me, but I think it got kind of close. Do you have like a group of friends or some community that you can hang out with once you've moved? Because I think definitely also having community and a couple of people, a couple of friends will make things much easier. They can be supportive when you need it. I don't know if the culture over there is also like the meme of friends helping you pack and move, and then you just buy pizza for them. I don't know if that's a thing over there, or if that's just a thing in American media. Because I've never moved a lot. I've only moved like once when I was a kid, or I guess when I was a teenager. I moved from Manhattan to the Bronx, and then the only other time was this most recent time. And I know there are some people out there who move a whole bunch, or quite frequently, and then that's where the meme comes in with getting a bunch of friends to help you move and having the pizza. I have a handful of IRL friends, all supportive. Awesome. Yeah, definitely take the time to appreciate them and enjoy them. It makes it all much smoother than it otherwise would be. Okay, well, you caught me just as I was ending stream, so I'm gonna call it here. If you feel like chatting, you can reach out to me. You can talk more. No, I can share some of my experience, and I don't know much about what things are like over there again, but my perspective and my experience, I think, has definitely helped shape me into who I am today. So, and I think I appreciate who I am today, and I believe other people do as well. So, going through struggles and hardships like that are a great way to see who you are and help you decide the kind of person you want to be. But I'll move on my own. I wouldn't weigh on my friend's shoulders. That'd be cruel on my part. But I expect them to come over, and we must organize a BBQ. Yeah, no, not putting your weight on their shoulders, but just like letting them be there for you if they can and if they want to. Got the Discord notif and thought you went offline already, but popped in to say hi. I guess what I could do is, yeah, I think what I'll do is on Discord I'll type a thing saying when I end streaming, I'll say thanks for dropping by. So maybe that'll be a good way for people to know. For people to know if the stream is still going, and if I say thanks for dropping by or thanks for or the stream is over, then you'll know whether or not I'm still live. But yeah, it's good to see you again and hear from you again. My door is always open if you wanna chat about issues like that. But yeah, good to see you. Thank you for everyone who stopped by. Thank you for all who hung out. Thank you to who are my subs. Stream to do. Okay. Thank you to Skunk King 420 for subscribing earlier today. Thank you to Emoto and Lucy. What's your name? GQ. GQ. Does GQ stand for something? Lucy, Skunk King, and Emoto. Thank you for following Grifflex, is that your name? Griffplex. And thank you too for your continued support for my patrons. Merc S, or no, the Merc, Mick S, and Apple. On whichever Patreon you subscribe to, whichever of my works you are here for. I appreciate you all. Thank you very much. I have an extension on the browser to track who's live, and you're between the pinned folks. What? I didn't know that was an extension. That sounds pretty cool. But I guess that would be more useful for me if I spend a bunch of time watching streams or stuff, which I used to a couple years ago, but not anymore. I'm a bit more offline. Thank TY for thank you for stream. Just replaced the underscore with a dot to your domain. I see. Okay. It is 3:30 a.m. I think I'm gonna go lay down and cuddle with the kitties. I did see this. I was thinking of maybe, I guess, should I do this first? No, I'm not gonna do it on stream. I'll just watch it while I lay down. I saw this episode from Jazza. He is making wax seals. We were making wax seals. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We were making wax seals some time ago. So I'm gonna go watch this. I guess if you want to watch it, I'll link it. I like Jazza. He's cool. Oh, what? On Twitch. The Twitch thing is still broken. I'll place it over here. Yes. I don't really know if I can do more wax seal streams because I've basically already figured out exactly what thing I need, what proportion of crayons to glue. But yeah, but no, I do send out letters with wax seals when appropriate. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna do as I hang out, as I pass out to go to bed. Okay. Thanks for dropping by. Good luck, have fun, don't die, don't be stupid. Try not to suck your own dick. Oh fuck, wait, no, that's too early. Don't forget to drink water. And try to do at least 1 rep of that thing you're trying to accomplish. And as always, I will see you next time. Thanks for hanging out here on my birthday. And I am gonna be way more happier once my episode 5 of Fun and Games is finished. Very happy to share it with you. But first I need to do a couple more months of filming probably. We'll see. Okay, bye bye.